Hello, good morning and welcome to Silverstone for the second day of racing brought to you by the 750 Motor Club. Yesterday we had the Burkitt 6-hour relay race which was won on handicap by RAF Motorsport from in second place Area Motorsport, and the Three Amigos were third in the handicap race yesterday. We didn't get a chance to give you that before we went off air yesterday, but today it's championship finals weekend. And we have 7 races coming up for you during the course of the day. Marcus Pye alongside myself, Ian Soman, here in the commentary box. We'll be hearing from Josh Barrett as well on duty with pit lane and podium interviews as the day goes on. We're once again on the full Grand Prix circuit this weekend, just under 6 kilometres in length. And it's going to provide some great racing over the course of the day. Quick look at the weather forecast. It's been a fine start to the day. Chance of a shower around about lunchtime, but it should, fingers crossed, be mostly dry. It started damp this morning after rain overnight. Quickly to tell you the races that we've got today are for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship and the High-Tech Alfa Romeos. They are about to go off onto their green flag lap. We've got the Freaky Park Sport Specials Championship combined with the AIM Shop Master 7 Championship, the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship and the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship. They're all sprint races, and we've got an Enduro race as well. The Tigiwa Club Enduro Championship has its final round just after the lunch break, a 100-minute race at around about 1:05. One of the Alphas I can see there is being pushed off the grid. That looks rather like it might be Andy Page's Mazda, but we will get confirmation of that. Sorry, it's not Andy Page, is it? It's going to be possibly Keith Waite, but we'll get confirmation of that in a moment. You can see that the Alphas are taking on the front part of this split grid, the hot hatches taking on the back part. They will go at 10-second intervals, but it is the number 4 car of Keith Waite that's being pushed off the grid. He was due to start second from the back, I think, on the Alfa Romeo part of the grid. Championship still to be decided in both Alphas and hot hatch. In the Alphas, it's between the Twin Spark Cup of James Ford and the V6 car of Tom Hill, and in the hot hatches it's a 6-way fight. We'll bring details of that to you in a moment, but let's run you through the grid first for this race. On pole position, it's the 201 car of Paul Plant. He's the fastest of the Alfa Romeos in qualifying. Besides him is number 33 Toby Broom. On the second row it's 75, the multiple champion in Alfa Romeos, that's Tom Hill. Besides him is Mike Hilton, who's been a winner on a few occasions this season. Row 3 on the inside, you've got number 23 James Ford and 221 Chris McPhee. On to the fourth row, you've got 78 Edward Robinson and 211 Simon McPhee in one of the Fiats. Row 5 is 30 Stacey Dennis, who's already won the Power Trophy this year, and 79 Dave Messenger. 54 Adrian Norman and 91 Richard Ford on row 6. Row 7 is 40 Jamie Thwaites and 14 Andy Page. 241 Thomas Waite. Should have Keith Waite alongside him on row 8, but we've just seen Keith Waite pushed off the grid. Gabby Iaccarino is the final of the Alphas. Then you get into the hot hatches. So the first of those is Dan Sylvester, number 37. He is one of those in contention for the championship this season, as is Dan Brown, number 45, who's next up. Besides him is Will Self in the Peugeot. Then it's Kevin Talbot and Ryan Polly making a bit of a return after an absence mid-season. They're on row 11. Row 12, David Walsh and Matthew Mandapira, another of the championship contenders in his Clio. Row 13 is Nick Cristofaro and Tate Taverner. Row 14 is 67 Ben Morton and 122 Shea Kavanagh. Row 15 is 57 Joel Arguelles and 20 Martin Paget, also a contender in the Hot Hats Championship. Row 16 is 72 Archie Stynes and 1 David Drinkwater, 4-time champion, looking to make it 5 in a row today. Row 17 is 58 Paul Jarvis and 64 Adam Chafer. Row 18 is 111 Joe McMullen and 13 Stuart Kennedy. On the 19th row, it's 95 John Hobbs and 316 Ivor Mayers. Row 20, 9 Kevin Taylor and 230 Emilio Lucchesa. Row 21, 148 Wayne Shackelford and 197 Craig Turner. And on the 22nd and final row of the grid, it's Neil Frost in 5 and 73 Jeremy Lucas. A very big grid, and there will be a gap of 10 seconds before the second batch of cars, which is the hot hatches, get underway. And just before we bring Marcus Pye into it, just to explain the drivers that are in contention for the Hot Hatch Championship coming into this weekend. After the 2 worst scores for each driver have been taken into account, it's David Drinkwater that leads on 196 points from Martin Paget on 190. They're both contenders in Class C. Then third It's Matthew Van Der Peer on 183 from Class B. Dan Silvestre has 182 from Class A. Joel Arguelles 177 from Class B, and Dan Brown 167 from Class A. And mathematically, they could all still win the championship coming into this final round. But Drinkwater, a strong favourite. Another of the cars from the Alpha Championship, but a Fiat. Chris McPhee's Ponto is vacating the circuit by the looks of it. It looks like he's got problems and is not going to be able to take the start of the race. So we'll try our best to keep you up to speed with all of the championship developments as the race goes on. A long green flag lap here as the cars are making their way around the Silverstone circuit. So let's take this opportunity to say good morning to Marcus Pye.
Good morning, Ian. And this is interesting, isn't it? Because the track is by no means all dry all the way around, and different tyres across the two grids, and that 10-second gap, as you say, between the two tranches of cars as the Corrado VR6, I expect happy memories. I had a lovely Corrado. Is interesting because you're going to see a mix of cars as the quicker hot hatches get in among the Alphas, aren't we?
Absolutely right, and I think the main classes in the Alphas can run on slicks, and they certainly did do for qualifying when it was damper, which didn't necessarily work out too well for them. They weren't as quick as some of the hot hatches, but the Twin Spark Cup cars do run a treaded tyre within the Alphas, whereas all of the hot hatches are on treaded tyres, of course, which still would appear to be the way to go with the track damp as it is. It's not been particularly warm. We have had some sunshine this morning, although that has seemingly disappeared now. Yeah,
I doubt that we're in double figures in terms of ambient temperature, centigrade-wise.
Wouldn't have thought so. So you can see the cars still making their way around to the circuit here. So pole position for the Alphas is Paul Plant in the number 201 car. He's renumbered to avoid a clash of numbers with the hot hatches, and he's in the Alfa Giulietta. Besides him, you've got Toby Broom, who is in the Alfa Romeo 147 GTA. So he's not actually in the Twin Spark Cup today, as he's actually in the V6s. So he's moved across, having competed in the Twin Spark Cup for much of the season. Then you've got Tom Hill, multiple champion already in Alphas on the second row of the grid. He's won 3 of those in the Twin Spark Cup, 1 from the V6 class. And he's the driver from Brighton on the inside of the second row of the grid. Then you've got the number 70 car of Mike Hilton in the beautiful looking Alfa Romeo 4C, and he's been a winner at Brands Hatch during the course of this season. So he's very much one to watch. In the hot hatches, Daniel Silvestre, the best of those. He has had 4 wins in the Hot Hatch Championship this year. The other drivers have overall success this season. Dan Brown has had 5. Ryan Polly has had 4, but not done all of the races. And Jack Ashton took a victory at Anglesey last time out in the Metro when the conditions came to him. But within the classes, it's David Drinkwater has won 7 times. Martin Paget has won 5 times in Class C. And within Class B, Matthew Van Der Peer has won 7 times. Joel Arguelles has won 4 times. So the cars, some of them at least, back onto the grid. I think all of the Alphas are now there, with a couple of gaps where we've lost Chris McPhee from the 3rd row of the grid and Keith Waite from row 8. And then further back on the grid, we've lost into the pit lane the number 72 car of Archie Stant in the Honda CRX. Used to be a one-make championship for those cars 30-odd years ago now. And you can see the final few rows of cars from the hot hatches are coming into position. It's going to be a 15-minute race. This, another of the Alphas has broken, I'm afraid, and that is the 2241 car of Tom Waite. So we're weightless now on this grid, and there is the last of the hot hatches on the grid. The green flag will be away from somewhere around Woodcote Corner, and we are about to go racing for 15 minutes for the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship and the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Waiting for the lights to go out, which they do now, and the Alphas head towards us then. It's Paul Plant in the 201 car on the right-hand side of the picture coming towards us, but on the inside it's the number 33 car going through to take the lead. Meanwhile, the hot hatches have started their race as well. We'll try and pick up on that in a moment. It's a good stop by Dan Silvestre. He's got the edge over Dan Brown. Will Self in 3rd place in the Peugeot 205 as they head off the grid and down towards Copse Corner for the first time. The leaders are already at Beckett's and the 33 car is sideways. That is the car of Toby Broom in the Alpha GTA. Jamie Thwaites in the TCR Giulietta is all over the runoff area at Beckett's as well. So the drivers struggling for grip a little bit here as they head down towards us. But look at that, Dan Sylvester is almost already with the back of the Alfa Romeo pack, Marcus.
Yeah, he's going really well. Dan Sylvester and Dan Brown and those two Hondas are closing in rapidly. The Corrado's a long way down the grid, and there's green flags here because something's happened on the way into the complex at Beckett's. That 4C is quite something, isn't it, Mike Hilton's car?
Yeah, it's a good-looking machine, isn't it? So we're now getting the leading hot hatch cars into the back of the Alpha group. Dan Sylvester trying to put as many of those Alphas as he can between himself and is it Will Self that's now into second position, possibly within the hot hatch group. Who's leading in the Alphas? I think it is still Toby Broom leading from Paul Plant in second, Tom Hill in third. I think Jamie Thwaites, despite that off, has made it up into fourth position as they head through Club Corner for the first time.
Yeah, there's all sorts of overtaking as some of the Alphas get swallowed up by the hot hatches down in Club, and here they come up the Hamilton Straight towards Abbey. But Tate Taverner I can see down there in the middle of that pack, and yeah, they're closing in. Cyclops there with only one headlight, the other one completely absent, the Honda.
Andy Page there, veteran Alpha racer, keeping out of the way. That's Dan Brown, so he's still ahead of Will Self. They're just coming up to pass Mike Hilton and the Alpha 4C. And further back, you've got Tate Taverner coming through some of the slower Alphas as well. It's the three wide further back. It really is quite chaotic. But so far, it looks like everyone is managing to navigate their way safely through a very busy circuit.
Yeah, that's right. I saw the 14 car, Andy Page, actually drive off the circuit, so let the other guys come through. That's Drinkwater coming up the inside at Aintree onto the Wellington Straight, and he's moving strongly.
Coming up towards the end of the first lap then, the 137 car is Kevin Talbot, who qualified well in that Honda Integra. He is just behind the number 23 car. That's James Ford, one of the Alfa Romeo Championship contenders, just trying to go around the outside of him now and just slots in between himself and the Alfa 4C. At the end of the first lap, though, it's Toby Broom that leads the way then by 2.12 seconds from in second place. Well, it was Paul Plant, but it looks like Jamie Thwaites has just made it through into second place there at Copse Corner. So he's now getting to grips with this surface and moving through the field.
And Ryan Polly also doing quite well in the background. Here comes Dan Sylvester.
Yeah, he was fifth overall at the end of the first lap and is going to be challenging for the podium positions in the lead before too much longer. I think he's gone past Paul Plant now, who's on overall pole.
It's quite likely before the end of this lap, I would say.
Yes.
And he's the class of the hot hatches at the moment. There's the Will Self Peugeot going off to Dan Brown, and down the Hangar Straight, you can see Dan Sylvester up behind Jamie Thwaites. He's probably not quite close enough to have a go in to stay with the 33 car leads, which is Toby Broom. Top three cars together, two Alphas and one hot hatch, and then four cars squabbling for fourth place with Dan Brown coming around the outside of Paul Plant.
So let's see if we can pick up the lead as they head down towards the Vale. We're just looking at Will Self a little bit further back, going past Paul Plant and Tom Hill, another of the championship contenders as they turn their way through there, but we could be getting a change for the lead at any moment. Perhaps we'll see if we can pick up the cars up the international pit straight, the Hamilton Straight. Have we got Dan Sylvester to the lead as yet? Yes, we have. Dan Sylvester has taken the lead of the race overall now, so he leads the hot hatch. He's ahead of Toby Broom, isn't he, now in second place? And Jamie Thwaites in third position. Fourth looked to be Dan Brown. And he now is attacking Jamie Thwaites and he's past Jamie Thwaites. He's going to be past Toby Broom as well up the inside into the hairpin, and he goes to P2.
Yeah, oh, that's a mess, isn't it? The 64 car, that's been hit pretty hard, and that could well bring out a safety car if they...
It's gone into the pit wall there, hasn't it?
Adam Schaefer, I think.
Yeah, Adam Schaefer in the Peugeot 206. But for the moment, with 10 minutes to go, the race continues. And it's going to be side by side a bit further back as well. Well, Self, that is, the Peugeot 205. And it's the Alpha TCR car that he can't live with down the straights. That's Jamie Thwaites. And he goes through to second place. I think that is within... No, that's the lead within the Alphas now, isn't it? He's got himself ahead of Toby Broom.
And the 4C's being eaten up. looks a bit smoky, doesn't it?
And we could see there the two Class C Championship contenders together. David Drinkwater in the white, red and blue BMW was just ahead of the number 20 Martin Paget car as well in the Citroen and Saxo, and they've changed round on this lap. So Drinkwater, importantly for the championship, has got himself ahead of the Saxo now. As we're watching Tate Taverner, who starts the lap in 14th position, but we'll see where he comes through at the end of lap 2, which is what we're just completing now. There's Drinkwater, there's Paget, there's no one between them. They're both ahead of a bevy of the Alphas, including Mike Hilton's 4C. At the end of lap 2, then it's Dan Sylvester that leads by 2 3/4 seconds in car 37 from number 45, Dan Brown. 34, Will Self is in 3rd place. 40, Jamie Thwaites is 4th. In 5th is number 33, Toby Broom. 6th is 137, Kevin Talbot. 7th is 36, Ryan Polly. 8th is 201, Paul Plant. 9th is 75, Tom Hill. We've got yellow flags as we go into Beckett's. And it's the 30 car of Stacey Dennis that is 10th, as we believe the safety car has now come out as well, with yellow flags all around the circuit.
It's going to reunite the field, but it's also going to diffuse one or two of the battles that were raging there, and it might turn advantages the other way. You've got that the BMW coming up well. That's David Drinkwater, he was saying, head of his class. Here's Jamie Thwaites in that rather splendid looking Alpha TCR, and here's Adam Schaefer walking away from his Peugeot, and that's on the exit of Club Corner, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, and you can see the leaders going through. The safety car, of course, won't have picked the drivers up yet, but we'll see the yellow flags all around the circuit and the SC boards as well, so they'll get themselves into formation. And up to the question is how much more running we will get after the safety car has gone back in here, because we've just got under 8 minutes to go.
And it's not just a simple tow by the looks of things.
No,
the front suspension's damaged on the car.
That's right, so we may not get much more green flag running in this race. Of course, only 15 minutes, which doesn't equate itself to very many laps, of course, around the Silverstone National Circuit. Let's just have a rundown on who the various class leaders are as things stand. We've had 2 laps, so Hot Hatch Class A being led by Dan Sylvester, number 37, he's the overall leader. The Alpha Modified class is being led by Jamie Thwaites now, he's 4th overall in car 40. Toby Broom is actually in the V6 class, we think, rather than Twin Spark Cup class today. He's in 5th place in number 33, so ahead of Tom Hill, crucially, as far as that championship is concerned. The Power Trophy class within Alphas is being led by number 201 Paul Plant in 8th place overall. Hot Hatch Class B being led by David Walsh, so he's ahead of both of the 2 Class B Championship contenders. As we see Jamie Thwaites, who was leading the Alphas, pulled off the circuit there, so he's out of the race now. But Matthew Madapira and Joel Arguelles both behind David Walsh in Class B in the Hot Hatches. In Hot Hatch Class C, as we've said, David Drinkwater is ahead of Martin Paget, as Thwaites is going again now. And Hot Hatch, we've done all the Hot Hatch leaders, have we not? Yes, we have. I think that it's just the Twin Spark Cup class in the Alpha remaining, and that in 21st overall is being led by number 23, James Ford.
So Jamie Thwaites, having gone off the circuit there for whatever reason, we don't know, I guess he's now going to be behind Mike Hilton in that class in the 4C. Yeah,
he'll have dropped down the order, and actually the modified class is one that's still to be determined in amongst the Alphas, and that's between I think Thwaites and Hilton. I don't think Mark Skeggs is here this weekend in the Alphas, who was the other driver in mathematical contention for that coming into this weekend. So we're running behind the safety car here at Silverstone in this PBS Brake Hot Hatch and High Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship. And we can see there's 3 hot hatches out in front here, and it is Dan Sylvester leading in the Honda, from Dan Brown in 2nd in another Honda. They've done most of the winning between them, and Will Self, who's been pretty quick on occasion. He's in 3rd place in the Peugeot Trophy, both he and Dan Brown having switched across from the championship. And Jamie Thwaites has made his way into the pit lane now, so it looks like he is in fact out of the race. There's Stacey Dennis. She has won the Power Trophy Championship within the Alphas this season. And there you can see the recovery vehicle now at the wing to pick up that Adam Schaefer, number 64, Peugeot 206, which sadly has taken rather a whack on the front end. They're just going to try and get ready to lift that car out of the way. But as I say, I'm not quite sure how much more running there will be in this race. The safety car with 4.5 minutes to go is just going through. So unless they can get this cleared by the time they get to the end of this lap, I fear that we may not get much more racing action in this one, which would be a bit of a shame.
One option might be to take the flatbed up to Abbey and just put it in the refuge on the left out of the way.
If they can I think the safety car will drive as slowly as it possibly can do, and I think the recovery crew will work as fast as they possibly can do, and that will sort that out. It's an interesting situation that we have here, because obviously the Alphas had the first part of the grid, the expectation being that in dry weather they would have been faster than the hot hatches, but obviously it's damp and the tyres that the cars run on mean that they weren't necessarily as quick as the quickest of the hot hatches.
I think it's one of those deceptive surfaces, isn't it? Because it's not going to be consistent all the way around the circuit with the drainage from the dampness you've had overnight. But the guys with the front drive Hondas and Peugeot there, the hot hatches have charged through. They are hard races, aren't they? And I've seen Sylvester and Brown win numerous races this year. Of course, with Sylvester at the front now, he looks like he's in pole position to even the score on 5 each, isn't he?
No, he's going to get to be certainly putting himself in a reasonable position for the championship. But with David Drinkwater leading in Class C, I think for the overall championship, that's putting him in a strong place. The one thing David Drinkwater can't afford to do is have a particular problem in either way, because he missed one of the double headers because he was racing elsewhere.
So he's already got a 0-0, effectively he's discarding.
Exactly. Yeah. So he can't afford any more.
But we could have Sylvester and Brown equal in terms of wins going into the the last race of the series. Could be 5-all going into the second race today.
Yeah, that's right. As the cars are making their way around towards the end of the lap. Safety car lights are still on, unfortunately, which means that I don't think we're going to get the safety car pulling in this time. With only 2 minutes left on the clock, I think that means that probably that is effectively that, unfortunately, with it being just a 15-minute race on the Grand Prix circuit. We're going to keep an eye on what's going on the pit wall behind us. It is still yet a yellow flag that is being waved there, so I don't think we are going to be able to get going again in this one. Of course, the reason that we have two sets of cars on the grid together on this Grand Prix circuit is because it can start a large number of cars, and to make race meetings on the Grand Prix circuit financially viable, you do need to make sure you are filling it as much as you possibly can be. It wouldn't be viable to have a race meeting with these classes of cars racing separately. We'll be seeing combined grids for some of the other races during the course of the day, the exception being the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship, which has more than 40 cars in its own right, for the 100-minute race that we'll have a little bit later on today. So it looks like we're going to have class wins here for Dan Sylvester and for David Walsh in Class B and for David Drinkwater in Class C. So during the break we'll do an update on the points standings, and we will see how things are going into the final race of the day. But a shame really that with that incident for Adam Chafer in his Peugeot over there at the wing, that we've only really had a couple of laps of racing for these cars. So a great shame. Hopefully we'll have an uninterrupted run a little bit later on. Drivers, you can see, still trying to keep some heat in their tyres as best we can, but it's going to be only 30 seconds now remaining on the clock, so we should get the checkered flag any moment. You can see that safety car is still leading these rounds, so a great frustration for the drivers, one would think, but we're not going to get more racing laps here. But good effort from Dan Sylvester to get his way through all of those Alphas in the space of less than 2 laps. About a lap and a half, wasn't it, that he
he muscled through, and he's done so well this year, Dan Sylvester. We've seen in other cars as well, haven't we? We've seen out on MR2 as well.
Yeah, he's been in the Mark 2 Championship, the Mark 2 class in the MR2 Championship this year. Won quite a few of the races in that class. There's the 4C. That was looking very smart, wasn't it?
It's glorious, isn't it?
Unusual car. Not too many of them that you see.
Let alone on the circuits.
Exactly, yes.
Well, I did see one on the high street in Bournemouth
Okay.
a couple of weeks ago, which I was quite shocked
I
about.
can't think that I've ever seen one of those.
Ah.
So, there we go. So the clock has counted down to 0 now, as you can see. So the cars will come through now. Whether they're going to bring them straight into the pit lane and take the checker flag there, which may be something they do to save time, we'll wait and see. But you can see the circuit is at least clear now at the wing, albeit sadly a little too late to allow any more racing action to continue. And of course this is the problem of a long lap, where even a fast lap is well over 2 minutes. You're only going to get 6-7 laps of racing even in with a full run to the flag, allowed alone with a safety car period. So a shame that the race has been interrupted this bit. Some marshals there gesticulating to someone from the pit wall. I'm not quite sure what they were trying to signal. There's the safety car. Just making its way through Aintree there, isn't it? Onto the Wellington Straight in the case of the leaders. So not too far away from the end of the race. So, as far as the Alphas are concerned, we've had, in terms of the championship contenders there, James Ford winning the Twin Spark Cup class, but I think we'll find that Toby Broom is not in the Twin Spark Cup class, although that's what it says on our timing spinning. I think he's in the V6s. So I think he's taking points away from Tom Hill, and in any case, Tom Hill doesn't have enough cars in his class, so I think it's likely that James Ford is going to win the Alfa Romeo Championship this season, which has had better support this weekend than at some of the rounds this year. I think Brands Hatch for the Festival Italia was a high point in terms of entries for the Alfa Romeo Championship, which has been running for some time. Looks like the cars are continuing past the checkered flag. Yes, they are. So checkered flag goes out, unfortunately. And Dan Sylvester it is that takes the win in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Car number 37 from number 45, Dan Brown, in second place. Third place goes to number 34, Will Self. In fourth place, number 33, Toby Broom. He wins the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship. In fifth place, it's the 137 car of Kevin Talbot. Sixth is number 36, Ryan Polly. Seventh, 201, Paul Plant. Eighth, number 75, Tom Hill. Ninth, number 30, Stacey Dennis. And 10th is number 22, Tate Taverner. And so that's the way the top 10 finished. But disappointing, Marcus, that we've only had a couple of racing laps there.
Yes, absolutely. But, you know, safety comes first. And certainly for the marshals who are out on the circuit, they need to be protected. And there is at least another opportunity later on.
That's right.
In the day for all these drivers to get a race in.
Yeah, and with that recovery, there was no way that it could be done without some kind of caution or even a stoppage.
Yeah, there wasn't a convenient kind of refuge for them to take the car off, and if the car had been mobile, it could have been pushed off. But of course, the suspension was damaged, so that precluded that.
Certainly did. So another race for the hot hatches and the Alphas later on this afternoon. And if I find my piece of paper, that's going to be at around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. But let's just have a look at the classification at the end of that race then. So 37, Dan Sylvester, it was the winner. From number 45, Dan Brown in second place. 34, Will Self was third. Those three all PBS Brakes hot hatches. The first of the high-tech Alphas was number 33, Toby Broom, in fourth place overall. In fifth place was 137, Kevin Talbot. Sixth was number 36, Ryan Polly. Then seventh was the second of the Alphas, number 201, Paul Plant. Eighth was number 75, Tom Hill. Ninth was number 30, Stacey Dennis. And then 10th was number 22, Tate Taverner. Further back, David Walsh in number 21 was the best of the Hot Hatch Class Bs, 12th overall, ahead of Matthew Mandapira, number 69 in 14th place. And third in that class was number 57, Joel Arguelles in 15th. And in Class C, it was number 1, David Drinkwater in 17th, from number 20, Martin Paget. in 18th place, and third within that class was Ivor Mayers by the looks of it, number 316 in 27th position overall.
Good old Ivor Mayers all the way from Coleraine.
Indeed. James Ford in 20th, by the way, took the Twin Spark Cup class within the Alphas from Adrian Norman and Edward Robinson. And the remainder of those finishes there you can see, and indeed the non-finish as well in the case of Adam Schaefer and Jamie Thwaites. But I think 38 cars did make it to the end of that race, albeit it was interrupted by the safety car. So Josh Barrett has headed outside already, I think, to try and gather as many drivers as he can to talk to after that race. We have 2 more races to come before the lunch break this morning. We've got the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship and the Aim Shot Mazda 7s coming up next. They don't have a green flag lap, so they'll be straight into racing. And then the last race before lunch is going to be the 750 Motor Bike Sports Championship and the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship, which has a green flag lap, which leads into a rolling start in the case of the bike sports and the sports 1000s. Then after the lunch break at about 1:05, I think pretty much come what may, it will be the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, and that is going to be a 100-minute race, and then we'll cycle through the 3 sprint races that we've already will have had through the course of the day. Let's see, as we're waiting for the cars to come in, if I can very quickly do some live points updating there. So Martin Paget, I don't think, did he get fastest lap within his class? No, he did not, so he gets 12 points for second. David Drinkwater gets 16 points for winning that class. Dan Sylvester, he gets 16 points. Matthew Mandapira was second within that class, and we'll head down to Josh in just a moment, just after I've worked out these points. Matthew Mandapira gets 12 points, I think. Dan Brown gets 12 as well. Joel Argulis gets 10. So I think championship situation now after drop scores is that it is still David Drinkwater leading, and his gap has extended to 10 points now. But I can see now that we do have cars heading down pit lane, so very shortly we'll head down to Josh Barrett to hear from our winning drivers.
So we're down here in the pit lane after the first of the race, and we're going to try and catch up with a few of the drivers after our first race on the Silverstone Grand Prix. So unfortunately, rather less racing laps than we had hoped, but for Dan Sylvester, it is a race victory in the Honda Civic. So he gets out of the car as the overall and the PBS Brakes hot hatch winner. We've got the Alfa Romeo winner too, Toby Broom, taking his first win in the overall positions, the high-tech Alfa Romeos, and we're going to also get our class winners, hopefully, for hot hatch, and we're going to jump straight in because we've got limited time before the next race. Well done, Dan, an overall victory and a hectic couple of laps to get there.
Yeah, I thought the Alphas were going to be faster than that, to be honest, but yeah, hectic race. Would have liked it to go on for a bit longer, obviously, but there's still another race to come, so yeah, car felt really good, really happy with how it's gone, so yeah, looking forward to the next one.
And you picked your lines quite well and managed to pull away from Dan, so that seemed to go quite well from your point of view.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to do any testing or even the Burkett or anything yesterday, so I was a bit unknown this morning, but I've raced it a few times now, so yeah, just trying to guess where the grip might be and luckily picked the right answer. So.
Well done your win, good luck later. So there's our hot hatch winner in the Alfa Romeos was Toby Broom. Toby, a new car and a race win, so well done.
Yep, thank you very much, yeah. No, it's good fun.
A slippery circuit for these cars?
Yeah, it was a bit slippery, especially on the slicks. It took some getting heat into the tyres, but the team gave me some great advice and it seemed to pay off. So.
How different is this car to the one you've raced before?
Handling-wise, it's very similar, but a lot more power and a bit more stopping to do at the end of the straights.
Well done. Hopefully we'll get a dry race later on where you can get a good race in the class winners for the hot hatch. We've got David Walsh, Class B win. Well done, David. Tell us a bit about your race.
Thank you very much. It was a bit awkward, that one. There's lots of different cars and lots of disparity amongst the grid, so no one really knew what was going to happen. And I think we caught most of them up by the second and third corner, and it was just chaos. But to be fair, once it levelled out, it was all right. It was all right.
And these few races you've done in hot hatch have gone pretty well this season.
Yeah, not too bad. Could have gone a lot worse. I think there's, what's that, the third win in 3 seconds as well, I think. So, yeah, that'll do.
Well done on that. And then finally we can speak to David Drinkwater, a class win there, David, and had to get past Martin early on, and you did that.
Yeah, just about slippy conditions like everyone said. Me and Martin had a great couple of laps. First couple of laps were brilliant. We were chopping and changing all the time, and he had a big moment into Cops, which made me get through. It's just a shame. I feel bad for him because obviously safety car, scuppered him. I thought we were going to get one lap shootout at the end and it was going to be fun, but fortunately we didn't, so we're good.
And in these conditions, the Saxo to the BMW, are you sort of different, quicker in different parts of the track?
Yeah, very different. It's a lot lively for Martin. Obviously, they're getting the heat in the rears, where mine's a little bit more planted. But then when I try and put the power on, then I get a bit squirrely. Whereas, he can keep it nicely planted. There's pluses to each of the cars and minuses, but makes it good fun.
Are you going to look at the maths for later, or are you just going out for another class win?
We'll see. I think it's due to rain, so we'll see what we do. I think that's a few more points. So I think just a decent-ish finish should be okay. So we'll see how we get on.
Well done and good luck later on. So there are our overall winner, Alfa Romeo winner, and the winner from the Hot Hatch. So congratulations to all of them. Up next is the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship with the Aim Shot Mazda 7s.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh. Yes, the Freaky Pot Sports Specials and the Aim Shot Mazda 7s coming up next. You can see the circuit staff there doing a little bit of work. It looks like there's some fluid spilt by Adam Chafer's Peugeot 206 there after it collided, we think, with the pit wall on the international pit straight. And that's just being dressed now. And just to make sure that that's not too slippery when the cars come around, because of course they won't get a green flag lap either. The next cars that are about to come out, the Freaky Part Sports Special Championship and the Aim Shot Mazda 7 Championship. In terms of what's still to be decided here, well, the Aim Shot Mazda 7s has already been sorted. That's been resolved in favour of Jonathan Lissitter already. That was sorted out at the previous meeting, and it looks like Ben Pound is going to probably take second place in that, although that's not yet certain as the cars are coming into the grid. But within the sports specials, that's been resolved in favour of Neil Turner overall and in Class B, but we've still got Class A to be resolved between Andy Hiley and Paul Collingwood, and in Class C, Mickey Scott and Stuart Mutch, although Stuart Mutch had an off in qualifying this morning, Marcus.
He did, and he went off, I believe, at Luffield, and he said he went sideways into the barrier, and the team was busy trying to change front wishbones, etc., front right, and fingers crossed it'll all be sorted out.
Indeed, and the cars are now coming out onto the grid for this race, so we'll bring you the grid as soon as we can for this one. This one, the Freaky Sports Special cars, will be starting on the first part of the grid, and the Aim Shot Mazda 7s on the second part of the grid. I can tell you that it's going to be Andy Hiley that is on pole position and Paul Collingwood alongside him. So the two drivers that's looking out for the championship within the sports specials are going to be on the front row of the grid there. We're looking at a couple of the Mazda 7s, including the new champion, Jonathan Lister, in number 71. He wrapped up the championship at the last event at Brands Hatch, and he's got quite a good field of the Mazda 7s behind him. So these are the low-cost chassis, but with the Mazda MX-5 running gear. So it's a step up from low cost, and quite a few of these cars have been converted from the Crossflow spec.
I was going to say, do you know what the kind of proportion is of new cars or converts?
I don't know, but I think a lot of them have indeed been converted from low cost, and I guess the worry was that the low customers would really drop off, but they've actually held up pretty well over the past couple of seasons. So very quickly through the grid then for this one. It is going to be on pole position Andy Hiley in number 53, beside him number 11 Paul Collingwood. Second row is 64 Anton Landon and 82 Rob Johnson. Third row 27 Andrew Hayward and 1 Stuart Thompson. Fourth row is 17 Paul Boyd and 66 Neil Turner. 10 Nigel Brown and 58 Mickey Scott on row 5. 18 Colin Benneman, 65 Martin Hayward on row 6. Row 7 is 69 Gerald O'Donoghue and 79 Sylvia Much. Row 8 70 Trevor Harper and 199 Nigel Liddell. Neil Webb in 9, Alan Robinson in 26 on row 9. Row 10 is 7 Stuart Murch and 77 Eddie Moyer, the first of the Mazda 7s. Green flag though waved at the back, so we'll get rid of that grid graphic because the race about to get underway then. 5-second board has been shown. It's Andy Hiley on pole position. Besides him is number 11 Paul Collingwood, and we are about to see the lights go out and the race get underway. In fact, that was probably the 30-second board, so got a little bit longer still to go, but no green flag lap for these cars. Hiley in the blue and white Kronos. It's Collingwood in the orange and grey Eclipse, which has done quite a bit of winning during the course of the season. Then you've got the two Cyanas on the second row. Anton Landon in the black and white car, the orange car of Rob Johnston. The race gets underway then. Looks like a good start from Andy Hiley from pole position, which is on the outside here at Silverstone. He sweeps into the lead of the race. Paul Collingwood second. It's Rob Johnston up to third, with Landon not too well away. The Mazda 7s are getting away now as well. I can see one of them not getting away particularly well, but it is the 55 car from the outside that has come through. Simon Court it is then that has taken the lead of the race there. Eddie Moyer it was that was in second position and championship, champion already. Oh, and there's been problems, and one of them is for Paul Collingwood. The championship contender is off the circuit, so he's been involved in something down at Beckett's at the first lap. He's dropped right to the back of the field.
Johnston involved in that as well, in the Cyana, the orange one.
Yeah, he was. Paul Boyd there coming through the order as well in the number 17 car. So Paul Collingwood now with quite a bit of work to do. Where is Andy Hiley in all of this? We'll try and pick that up. Is he still out there at the front? There is Johnston. There is Landon. The 27 car going strongly in the early stages of the race, as well as Andrew Hayward from Class B. But there is Paul Boyd. He's been a multiple race winner in the past in sports specials. So it's Landon and Jonathan Lister has spun as well now. So he's stopped out on the circuit as well. Just as well, he wrapped up the championship at the previous meeting. There's Andy Hiley with a huge lead over the rest of the field. He's got the length of the Hamilton straight over Hiley in Landon in second position. Problems there as well for the number 18 car. That's Colin Benham's CB Fury. That was out in the Burkitt Relay as well yesterday, so maybe this has proved a race too much for its season. Paul Collingwood trying to recover some ground there. Marcus is ahead now as Stuart Thompson, who was champion in the past as well.
Yes, that's right. Well, what a dramatic first lap we've had, and we've got the Cyanas there running in, what are they, about third and fifth or something like that. Didn't lose a lot of ground, in fact. 82, Rob Johnston, who went off in that incident with Paul Collingwood, and he's charging back after his sort of teammate, if you like. It's very, very twitchy out there through Aintree onto the Wellington Straight. But as of Hiley, there is no sign. He's so far ahead. Here comes Rob Johnston down the inside of the 27 car.
Which is Andrew Hayward, Class B leader, who's had a tremendous start to this race.
Yeah.
He was up in third place. So there is Hiley at the end of lap one. And it's not a stopwatch that we need to measure the gap between the first two. It's a calendar. It's going to be almost Halloween by the time we see Anton Landon arrive through Woodcote Corner, if he does at all. Let's have a look at what's going on in the Mazda 7s. A great battle going on there.
What's going round?
A spin for 35, which is David Winter. Well, no, it's the winter of our discontent. He's got back onto the circuit, is just ahead of the Ginetta G12 replica. Andy Hiley's lead at the end of lap 1, 16 seconds, and one of the Mevs has stopped now.
Is that Sylvia Much?
79? That is not. It is, yes, it is Sylvia Much. And now another problem for Paul Collingwood. He's off the road at Copse. So I think that's probably his championship hoped over, because he's had a rotten first lap or so.
No Clive Hudson this week?
No.
Home soil.
No.
No, and he had a couple of fantastic races earlier in the year, I saw.
Paul Collingwood was 7th at the end of the first lap. Eddie Moyer was leading the Mazda 7s, from Lucas Batt in second and Simon Court in third position. So we'll try and pick out what's going on with the Mazda 7s as the race is going on. In fact, there's Jonathan Lister. He's had the engine cover off. He's putting the engine cover back on again. I wonder what the issue was with his TSR prepared Mazda 7. We can see the timing tower now on our screens as well. So watching cars coming through Stoke Corner here. Here's Collingwood. So he had lost quite a few places there, hadn't he? This is a battle between the two, a second and third in the championship in the Mazda 7s. Number 99 Martin Shelton and 37 Ben Powney. Ben Powney was racing a Formula Ford at Brands Hatch yesterday, travelling up the M1 to Silverstone to take part in the Mazda 7 race.
And he's done F1 1000 as well. He's had a busy old year, but they're very close. The Mazdas, the Mazda 7s, some great tussling all the way down. But you can see this typically they're cutting into some of the sports specials as well. Stuart Much up to 11th place with that rebuilt front suspension on his Mev.
Yep, so watching this battle, it's 16th and 17th overall. It was at the beginning of the lap.
He's second in class, much to Mickey Scott,
yes,
his teammate, another protagonist.
Yes, that's right. Which probably would be enough for him to wrap up the championship, providing he can bring the car
37. Ben
home.
Powney's just come past Martin Shelton as they went through into the loop.
It looks like it might be Shelton that gets it back, though, as they come through Aintree. They were just behind Trevor Harbour's Caterham as well. There you can see them just coming on to the Wellington straight in the background, and yet it's Shelton that's gone back through. Up ahead, you just saw a shot of the 166 car. There he is, Lucas Batt. He's running in second place within the Mazda 7s, and he's really come on strong as this season has developed. Ran strongly, I think, in the last meeting at Brands Hatch, which was a couple of months ago now.
29.94 seconds is the gap between first and second. That's absolutely unbelievable.
He might lap the field at this rate.
Whoa, yeah.
Maybe a little exaggeration, but he's going to get well into the traffic, I would think, before the end. Andy Hiley. His first flying lap was a 2:24. Anthony Landon's first flying lap was a 2:37. So quite a discrepancy between them. Paul Collingwood is 11th at the end of lap 2. So it was 7th, dropped back, has gained some places back to 11th place, but he is an awful long way behind the race leader Andy Hiley as things stand. Probably about 45 seconds or so, something like that, which isn't boding well for his chance in this
Rick
race.
Lanier, he's been out in Formula V this year, hasn't he?
Yes.
And he's in the mid-pack.
First time in a sports car, yes.
In number 24.
Yeah, we're watching Paul Collingwood come through, and he's going past the Stuart Much car, which isn't on the timing screen, so that's a slight mystery. So maybe there's a transponder issue there, maybe a legacy of the accident that he had this morning.
I didn't see it attached to the damaged wishbone, but
but anyway, we'll see what happens as far as that's concerned. Great battling in the Mazdas. We're watching the 25 car there, which is David Bowen, and he's got behind him number 34, Matt Groh, another driver that's converted from the low costs. Sam McKee there you can see in the number 21 car as well, long-time BMW racer in road sports and other categories as well.
See, one of them is wearing the livery of the 1991 Le Mans winning Mazda.
Yeah, that's McKee. That's McKee there.
It's not Johnny Herbert, anyway.
Not as far as we know. But a good scrap going on here. The 24 car, you can see, was that of Rick Lanier. This a battle for class position. Neil Turner in 66, the Caterham. He is the Sports Specials champion this year, and he is right with Andrew Hayward now for 4th place overall in the lead of Class B as they come on to the Wellington straight. You can see the Turner Red Caterham has got road plates on the back.
Yeah, it's got a real turn of speed, and he was very quick through the corner, but he doesn't have the aero in a straight line. Can he outbrake Hayward into Brooklands? He can. He just sails through an open door. Has to correct the steering on the exit, of course, but doing a grand job. 66 there. That's Neil Turner. Up a place then. That's going to put him into 4th overall.
Hiley's pulled out another 11.5 seconds on the lap, 39 seconds. Now the lead over Anton Landon in 2nd. Rob Johnston another 6 seconds behind Landon in 3rd. And then that battle for 4th place just going across the line now, you can see. Meanwhile, a bit further back, that's Trevor Harbour's Caterham being passed by the 24 car of Rick Lanier, I think. 34 there is Matt Groh. There's been some shuffling of the order on this 3rd lap of the race. How long have we got to go? 6.5 minutes left.
Yes, it's a great scrap, and that's what 6 of them through who would get together.
Down to Copse. And so that the battle between 35, 34, 24 I should say, and 171, which is Daniel Court. Some of the drivers having 1s appended to their numbers to distinguish themselves from similarly numbered cars within the other class. Sweeping their way through right and left. So 34 car at the head of this group is Matt Groh. Just behind is Sam McKee. And side by side you've got the 25 car of David Bowen and the 171 of Daniel Court, who is getting ahead just about through the sweepers at Beckett, but they're now going to come on to the hangar straight.
Yeah, he's not quick enough out of the corner. He's just compromised himself there, I think, a little. But 21 there is going well. Sam McKee in behind 34. Matt Groh.
Down to Stowe Corner they come then. The 179 car we could see in there as well. That was Ayrton Rogers. And here's Mazda 7, the driver from Exeter. Leading cars way ahead, of course, but watching the 47 car there, which is Lewis Penstone Smith in the Union flag livery. He was making his way past Trevor Harper's Caterham, I think just about into the top 22 cars therefore as well. Watching the 166 car, that is Lucas Batt, and has got Simon Court right behind him now, so that's a battle for position in between them. They've got the Mev of Mickey Scott as well, and they're now right together, that battle for second in the Mazdas.
Stuart Much appears to have caught his teammate. The two Eclipses, 17 going around 11 there, and that's Paul Boyd back past Paul Collingwood.
Yeah, Collingwood trying to fight his way through the field after his various dramas in the first lap and a bit. This is for 8th and 9th overall, I think, unless they've got past Stuart Thompson's Caterham, which they may well have done there.
47.7 seconds, first to second now, with how much time left on the clock? We've got 4 minutes.
Yeah.
A couple of laps, isn't it?
Don't have a lap record for these cars. It's the first time the Sports Specials Championship is raced on this particular Grand Prix layout. So getting lots of lap records during the course of the day. Good battle this between Paul Boyd and Paul Collingwood. Boyd's not done the full season, but always over many seasons now has been a front runner in that Eclipse, but he spins it there. Car got out of shape in the exit of the corner, and he's just punched the front part of the car in the gravel there, and he might not be able to get out of that unaided, I fear. With 3.5 minutes of the race left to go. There's Andy Hiley, our race leader, just to remind you what his car looks like, the Kronos, because he is so far ahead. 48 seconds very nearly at the end of 4 laps of racing. And
he evolved this from the old Tadek concept, didn't he, they had before. And Andy Hiley, tremendous drivers, always at the sharp end.
Problems there for the 25 car. That is David Bowen, so he's picked up some damage. Also coming in is the number 2 car of Colin Marshall. As we've lost any pictures on our screen, there we are. There's Colin Marshall heading down the pit lane in his Mazda 7 as well. So he is out of the race as well. 3 minutes of the race left to go. And it's Andy Hiley still leading. He's just come through to complete lap 5 now. Yet to see anyone else coming through to complete the lap. There is the Marshall's trying to get Paul Boyd out. It's actually the rear wheel in the gravel trap as well, which is not helping. If it wasn't in the gravel, he would probably be able to get that out.
That's staying there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stuart Much has dropped away again. Whatever problem, he had a double lap time put up for him, and that's gone away. But he is down in 17th place by the looks of things in number 7.
Yeah, so behind Mickey Scott within Class C of the Sport Specials, which is the relevance for that particular championship. There's another Mazda 7 battle. It's Sam McKee. He's got behind him David Winter, who had that spin at Brooklands earlier on, and also Daniel Court. The Boyd car is out, miraculously.
Great job from the Marshals, because that was going nowhere, and he had it in reverse, and you could see the wheels spinning like crazy.
Now spreading the gravel liberally over the circuit. And that one's out of the gravel trap. But he's back into the race, and that's avoided the need for any form of caution, which, as we've seen in the previous races, is a good thing.
55.3 is the lead, with 1.5 minutes to go. Andy Hiley enjoying that over Anton Landon.
In practice this morning, Hiley was about 3.3 seconds faster than Paul Collingwood. But obviously Collingwood might have taken a bit more of a fight to Hiley had things gone his way at the start of the race. There we're watching the number 65 car. That's Martin Hayward, Silver Phoenix. There's the leader again, Andy Hiley, who with 58 seconds to go, where is he on the circuit, is probably going to get one more lap here, I would think, 'cause he's just coming on to the Wellington straight now, so he should get one more lap in at the end of this to make it a 7-lap race for the Sports Specials and Mazda 7s.
So he's going to be, I would think, about 1:06 or something ahead of the closest rival, Anton Landon. Bear in mind that Anton Landon and Rob Johnston have been racing these Sanas for years. They've had some good results too, but not on the pace today.
Last lap board is being prepared, we can see from our commentary box window. David Winter's got himself ahead of Sam McKee now in the Mazda 7 battle, so that is for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 7th position, I think, in the Mazda 7s. It's still Eddie Moyer leading that class. He's got himself up to 7th place overall in the number 77 car. There we're watching the 65 car of Martin Hayward, the silver. And he's got Rick Lanier doing battle with him on his Mazda 7 debut. And Rick Lanier has got through to make up an overall position there at Stoke Corner. There's the 2nd place car, Marcus van der Landen, the Sienna.
Yes, named after an African moth. And it's not thriving in these conditions today, that's for sure. Running 2nd, but it doesn't look as though it's particularly grippy out there. And I think bringing it home is the actual... is the aim now.
Yeah, that's right, and he's hoping to do so in 2nd place. He's 7.5 seconds of the other Sienna, the Rob Johnston car. I think Rob bang out, I seem to remember him saying at the beginning of the season, at the end of this year.
Yep.
So a nice way to finish on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone.
Appear to get a lot of bang for your buck in the Mazda 7s, that's for sure. And nicely turned out one of those, and some slipstreaming practice should be well away.
101 was Ian Deeves, we just saw on camera there, as we're watching Andy Hiley sweeping his way through the right-hander at Abbey, then through the left-hander at Farm, up towards the hairpin at Village, tight right-hander, which then follows into the tight left-hander at the Loop. And then through Aintree and back towards us. Again, momentarily lost pictures there, but we've got them back now. And he's just lapped the Trevor Harbour Caterham by the looks of it. And he's going to be sort of lapping that battle in the mid-Mazda pack, including the likes of number 34, Matt Grove there. He's going to go past one of the Mazda's, the Mevs towards the end of the race, Gerard O'Donoghue's car as well. The clock's counted down to 0 though, so Andy Hiley coming through Luffield now, the double apex right-hander for the final time. He does indeed put a lap on the Mev, and he is going to accelerate his way out of Luffield through Woodcote Corner towards the finish line where the checkered flag will be waiting. There it is, Andy Hiley wins the penultimate round of the Freaky Parts Sport Specials Championship. He moves another step closer to the Class A Championship as well. Meanwhile, Andy Hiley, well, he's only just coming through Farm and down towards the Village hairpin in 2nd place.
And you can see how much he throttled back Andy Hiley. Last lap of 2:33.5, which was kind of best part of 10 seconds away from the best lap of the race at 2:24.8. But nobody else is anywhere close over the course of the race. Have improved to within miles of that. 2:24.8. Next quickest is probably a 35, I should think.
We just saw Lucas Batt have a spin there. Now, he was 3rd in Class B, but he may well have lost, sorry, not Class B, the Master 7 class, but he may well have lost that now to Simon Court, who was only a fraction of a second behind him at the start of the lap. Meanwhile, here comes Anton Landen through. He's going to take 2nd place in the Sports Specials and 2nd place within Class A as well. He's just going through Luffield now, accelerating his way towards Woodcote Corner. And he will take the checker flag and finishes in 2nd place. Paul Boyd, I was just confused there by what I saw on my screen, but it's only Land that's come through a minute 5 seconds behind in 2nd place. Martin Shelton, we can see on screen there at the moment, the sort of blue and pink Mazda 7 coming towards us. Now he, I think, is going to take 2nd place within the Mazda 7 class. We've not seen our leader, number 77, Eddie Moore, at all during the course of this race, I don't think, which is remarkable. In the meantime, Rob Johnson has come home 3rd, Paul Collingwood 4th, Neil Turner 5th, Andrew Haywardick. Eddie Moyer has now won the Mazda 7s. He's come through. This is the 2nd place car in Mazda 7s. There is Eddie Moyer, number 77, having won the race in 7th place overall. 8th will be Stuart Thompson. 9th, I think, will be Mickey Scott. Yes, he is. And rounding out the top 10, Martin Shelton got ahead of Mickey Scott on the last lap in actual fact. So Martin Shelton was 9th, taking 2nd in the Mazda 7 class, 58. Mickey Scott was 10th. And Simon Court, 55, was 3rd of the Mazda 7s. There's Eddie Moyer. He takes the plaudits in the Mazda 7s. We didn't see much of him because he did clear off a little bit. He won that class by 20 seconds or thereabouts. Enjoying these conditions, the Lincolnshire farmer. And he has dominated proceedings really in that 7-lap race for the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship and the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship. They have another race as well later on this afternoon at around about 25 to 4 this afternoon, and of course mindful of the fact it'll be getting dark about 4:30 this afternoon since we changed the clocks yesterday, so we're hoping for a good prompt finish to our timetable. There's Anton Landon showing his appreciation to the marshals on the slowing down lap as well, and he's had a pretty strong season, last couple of seasons really, in the championship. Let's have a look at the classification of that race then. Andy Hiley, number 53, it was that took the win. He completed 7 laps, and he did that a minute and 5 seconds faster than anybody else, because second was number 64, Anton Landon in the Sienna. Third was number 82, Rob Johnson, another Sienna. Fourth, number 11, Paul Collingwood in the Eclipse. And fifth place, number 66, Neil Turner. He won Class B. He's already the Sports Specials champion. Sixth, number 27, Andrew Hayward. Seventh, number 77, Eddie Moore, who was the best of the Mazda 7s. Eighth was number 1, Stuart Thompson, third in Class B. Ninth, number 99, Martin Shelton, second in Class B. 10th, number 58, Mickey Scott, first in Class C. 11th, number 55, Simon Court, who was third in Class C. Further back, Stuart Much was second of the MEVs, and Gerard O'Donoghue in 27 was the third of the MEVs. In between them, lots of Mazda 7s, as you can see on screen there.
I think that in recovering, Stuart Much got the best lap in the race for his class, the MEVs, and that might help him in that battle with Mickey Scott. Mickey Scott got the most points, but will be narrowed down again by that fastest lap. Yeah, we'll be computing the points over the whatever brief lunch break that we have before the Club Enduro race. We've got one more race to come before the lunch break though, and that is going to be for the Bike Sports and the Sports 1000s. But first of all, let's head down to Josh Barrett in the pit lane, and we'll see who he's got to talk to this time.
So we're back down in the pit lane after that race with our race winner from the Protec Shock Sports Specials. A dominant win for Andy Hiley, who's just having a word, I think, with one of his mechanics after that victory. And we're trying to catch up with the class winners and the Mazda 7 front runners as well. Andy Hiley's just taken his helmet off after another win in the championship, which helps his championship class championship age. Well done, and you may not know this, you won by over a minute, which is that your biggest ever winning margin?
Possibly, yeah, possibly, yes. I chose the wets, believe it or not, and clearly they worked and the dries didn't. Yeah. When I went to the grid, I thought, I think I might have chose wrong here, but no, I chose right.
Tell us a bit about the conditions using these tyres.
Well, they just work as long as they don't get too hot. They work in the dry. Yeah. So if it's a cold day, they seem to work. So cold and damp, maybe it was the right choice.
Using all those years of experience.
Well, I'm shooting myself in the foot plenty of times before. Yes.
Enjoying being able to drive on the full Grand Prix circuit today?
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, wonderful circuit. Yeah, really enjoying it.
When was the last time you raced around here?
The last time I drove the Grand Prix circuit was probably 15, 20 years ago. It's that long ago.
So you had to remind yourself, and I guess it was different then as well.
Yeah, well, it was basically the same, yeah. It's just I had to remind myself about the Beckett's complex.
Yeah, fast round there.
Yeah, very fast, yeah. Surprisingly quick.
Well, well done your win and good luck later on. So there's Andy Hiley after that dominant victory in the Protec Shocks Sports Specials Championship. We're trying to catch up. Let's go with our Mazda 7 winner because Eddie's took his helmet off. Well done, Eddie. A pretty dominant performance in the Mazda 7s, but of course you had so many other cars to overtake.
Yeah, it was. I didn't think we were going to catch up to them as quick as we did, but I think we got the setup right straight away and caught them up quite quickly. So, yeah, no, well happy with the result, and hopefully we're starting from pole again so we can make it another one.
Tell us a bit about the conditions for you.
It was still wet in a few places. There's a few wet spots out there on a few of the apexes. Sort of the first lap was very much more of a finding your feet, and then as you came further and further along through the race, you sort of started taking it tighter and tighter and building a bit more pace up in the car. So, yeah, no, really good.
Obviously, you've not done so much racing this year, so glad to come back at the end of the season and get a win.
Yeah, over the moon. It's like I say, we came here we're not in the championship, so we're here just to have a bit of fun, and to get a win is I'm over the moon with it. So yeah, not much more. Can I just dedicate this win to my late grandfather that died on Thursday? This is for him this afternoon, and I'd like to thank all the team at TSR as well. but this one's for my grandpa from Thursday.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Neil's not getting his car, so you're going to make me come down here, Neil. A class win and the championship one as well, so congratulations.
Yes, absolutely fantastic. It feels brilliant.
And
Really does.
you had Andrew to get past, which sort of after a couple of laps you managed to do.
Yeah, he was driving the socks off that car. It was he had it on all shapes and sizes. But yeah, we just sort of bided my time, kept my head down, and just stayed on the black stuff.
I know you told me a bit before about it, but tell us about this car and when you last raced it before this year.
Oh my goodness! I bought this 8 months old in about 1995. Raced it with a 750 club for several years. Retired it for over 20 years, and it's just come out of hibernation this year. So with its driver, so it's just fantastic, and just proves you're never too old, and just give it a go.
Well done on the win and well done on the championship this year. I think we've got time to carry on. We've got Mickey over here with the Class C winner in Sport Specials. Mickey, you had Stuart not that far away, but you managed to keep ahead of him.
Well, he buggered up in qualifying, didn't he? So he didn't start where he should, and his car's a bit bent. And I got a good start. A few cars went off, and I was like, oh hell. And then it was like, well, I got back on track, and it was squirmy. I made loads of mistakes. I had it sideways more than straight. And I saw Stuart coming up behind me. I thought, no. And then managed to get a few of these low costs between us, or not low costs, the Mazda 7s. Just managed to maintain a gap. And it was slidey. I mean, I was trying everything, but you know, these guys were getting in the mix, so it was good fun.
Well done on your class win. Let's carry on. We've got Martin second in the Mazda 7s, and you had a good battle to get there.
Yeah, it was a bit odd with all these other cars, they're just getting in the way. And yeah, it's hard to get past someone because they're faster in a straight line, but we're better at corner speed. But yeah, it's hard work, and it's knowing where you are as well. I knew there was someone in front, but I didn't know how many. So yeah, it's one of those, isn't it?
Well done on second place anyway. And then the last person to speak to is Simon. Simon, third place in the Mazda 7s. Again for you, lots of cars to get past, but a good result.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm chuffed to bits with that. I mean, the car's absolutely bulletproof. I think I had 3 bits of contact in that race with Sport Specials. It's a bit of carnage, but no, enjoyed that. Really good fun.
And hopefully a dry circuit later might make things a bit easier.
No, I actually like these conditions. Yeah, I much prefer these conditions. Some of my best results are in sort of mixed drying conditions. So.
Well done on the podium.
Thank you very much.
So there's the 6 drivers from the 2 championships there. More racing though coming up next, which is for the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship and the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000s.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh. Yes, the cars just about formed up on the grid for this first of 2 races today for the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship and the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship, featuring Cup 200 as well. A very busy grid of cars. You can see we've actually got 2 pace cars on the grid because we're going to have a double rolling start. The Bike Sports will go off first, and then the second group of cars, led by the second pace car, will go out about 10 seconds behind them. So double rolling start, which is quite unusual. Let's tell you about how the grid is going to line up if we can, first of all, and then as we go through the green flag lap, we can tell you what's going on with Championship. So on pole position, it's going to be the number 35 car of Leon Morel, and besides him is number 77 Charles Hall. On the second row, it's number 11 Philip Brown and 19 James Keeville. Row 3 is 14, that's Kenzie Beecroft, and 5 Doug Carter. On to row 4, we've got 51 Daniel Headlam and 16 John McLeod, the winner of the Burkitt Relay on Scratch yesterday. Row 5, number 2 Charles Graham and 93 Stephen Larkham. Row 6 is 86 Stephen Bell and 66 Richard Hardy as the green flag lap now gets underway. Row 7 is 15 Tim Harmer and 24 Ian Charles. On the 8th row it's 73 Alistair Smart and 9 Robert Gilman. Row 9, 28 Jack Tomlin and 6 John Gilman. On to row 10, it's 8 Gordon Duncan and 23 Dominic Langdon down. Row 11 is 90 William Patterson, and then the first of the Sports 1000 cars is number 54 Ryan Yarrow. Row 12 is 81 Dan Clues, his only rival remaining in the championship. So 81 Dan Clues has 63 Colin Chapman next to him. On row 13 of the grid, it is going to be 99 Seamus Heaney in the Wolf and 98 John Cutmore. One of the cars not getting off the grid there, and we'll have to start at the back. 44 Carl Austin and 88 Richard Webb are on row 14. Richard Webb in the first of the Cup 200 cars. On the 15th row, 21 Phil Hutchins and 85 David Watson. Row 16 is 65 Matthew Booth, former Sports Special and F1000 champion, and 42 Clint Newman. Daniel Ashby, number 33, and 120 Mark Goodwin on the 17th row. On row 18 it's 115 Chris Wilkinson and 72 Johnny McGill. Row 19 is 87 Tom Johnston and 111 Stephen Hullett. The 20th row 69 Ian Hutchinson and 80 Carl Alaban. Row 21 is 7 Mike Whiteman Haywood and 91 Charles Wright. And then final few cars, 83 Alex Aloro, 34 Stephen Dean and 128 Charlie Sladden line up at the back. So in the Sports 1000, I think second place for Ryan Yarrow in this race will wrap things up for him. Dan Clue's the only driver that can mathematically take the championship away from him, but he really needs to finish ahead of Yarrow in this one to take it further. And then within the bike sports, so that's very close, only 1 point between the two championship contenders once we look at the drop scores situation, with 112 points, I beg your pardon, for Leon Morel and 111 points for Charles Hall. But Marcus Pye alongside me, Charles Hall not out in his regular car today.
No, he's not. A Radical pulled off on the side of the Hanger Straight, meanwhile, a blue Radical. No, Charles Hall had a gearbox failure on Friday in testing, so the Mattel team went back to Southampton. I think they took his car back at that point, brought Scott's regular car back, so that's he's trying that for the first time. 1340cc engine as opposed to his regular 1 litre, but he's very, very quick, Charles Hall, and he's rewarded them so far. But as you can see, there's an SR3 pulled off on the Hanger Straight.
Indeed. So we'll watch the cars come through. As we say, it's a rolling start for these, and that's the 128 car. Oh, we didn't have a 128. Oh, it's Charlie it's Jack Tomlin's car. So he's
28 is Jack Tomlin. So he's been given the 128 probably for.
We're told the 128 was going to be Charlie Slatton in the Sports 1000, but okay, that's swapped around from what we were expecting. Anyway, we've got the cars coming through on the green flag lap here. We are going to have a 20-minute race for the Bike Sports and Sports 1000 Championships. So 2 separate rolling starts controlled by separate pace cars.
15 is the Revelation, isn't it? That's a new car out with Tim Harmer. Made the Revelation F4s, but
red
going back about 20 years ago.
Red flags. So I think the start being aborted there because of the car on the circuit of Jack Tomlin.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're going to have to get them back on the grid and have another green flag lap.
Simply too risky with them all accelerating flat out of Chapel onto the Hanger Straight. Better to just hook it off to safety.
Yeah, so we'll get a recovery vehicle sent to deal with that one, and hopefully get it out to a position of safety fairly quickly, and then we can get another green flag lap. I wonder if we might get a slight reduction in the race time. 20 minutes we were scheduled to have. I'll keep an eye on WhatsApp to see if we're going to get a reduced race distance for this one. So the cars are going to make their way back onto the grid here. Just to talk you through how the Bike Sports Championship has evolved this season. Leon Morel and Charles Hall, they're in different classes. Class B is where you find Leon Morel for the less modified, untuned bike engines, and Class A is the tuned bike engines. In terms of overall wins, it's Charles Hall who's done nearly all of the overall winning this season. 8 of the 10 races that we've had so far this year. But Hector Hurst won the opening round of the season at Donington Park, and Leon Morel did win at Croft. I'll see there's Marshall there just heading to see he's in a place that's far away from a marshal's post, which doesn't necessarily help matters.
It's not going to be easy to tow it up that sort of incline onto the grass either.
No, so it does need a recovery vehicle dispatched to deal with that one. Yeah, so Leon Morel won at Croft in the first of the races there. That was his only outright victory of the season, but he's had 9 class wins this year to Charles Hall's 8. The only other drivers to have class wins this season have been Scott Mittel, who had a Class A win in the opening round at Donington, and Gordon Duncan, who also won in Class A at Croft, which was an event that Charles Hall, or a race that Charles Hall didn't finish. So the wins have been fairly narrowly concentrated in the Bike Sports Championship this season, but it has kept the championship nice and tight between Leon Morel and Charles Hall. But Charles, a driver with quite a lot of experience in single seaters as well, Marcus.
That's right. He was about to make it into Formula 3, I think, on a regular basis, and had an enormous road accident which put him out of action for quite a while. And while he was recovering from that, he got involved in an accident rather than sort of kind of had one. He reset his sort of sights, I think, and decided that club racing was probably going to be the way to go, and he's enjoyed it, and he's always been really quick. So used to race occasionally with his father, Bill Hall, back in the day. He was a great guy. So yeah, but Radicals are really to the fore, but it's good that there are some alternatives in the field as well.
Yes, absolutely. I say Radicals continue to numerically dominate, but as you say, good to have some options there, including the Mittel, and that's a car that's been built and developed by the Mittel family over a number of years now.
Yeah, that's right, and they've had a great deal of success. Of course, Scott was a low-cost champion as well, so they decided to branch out, do it on their own. Father Ian, head of craft at secondary school way back, and we have some little spots of precipitation. I think it's just the wind.
It was forecast that there would be a small amount around lunchtime, so here we are.
Yes, I was speaking to Manoj Patel earlier on. He was saying, I was really looking forward to a dry race, and I sort of looked and I thought, the rain's going to come exactly as we start with the Enduro.
Yeah.
But it might have come a little bit early. Look at this, you've got some wets being lined up.
Yes, and this is going to be a problem, isn't it, with cars on slicks in the bike sports, if it turns out to be more than just a little spot of rain.
I wonder whether it might be on everyone's thoughts to actually call the lunch break now.
It's a distinct possibility. One would think that might happen, but we'll see. It's going to need a lift by the looks of it. That Jack Tomlin car.
Yeah, they've brought the big guns out, haven't they? The big flatbed rather than the little tow truck. So 2 Barry Mills trucks in attendance.
Yeah, it's looking rather overcast. A bit different to what it looked like when I opened the curtains this morning. It was a beautiful start to the day, bright blue sky.
And it's odd, isn't it, that sort of late October you can get that sort of situation here at Silverstone. We've seen it many a time over the years, yet you're never quite sure what you're going to get in July or August.
That's right.
Around sort of British Grand Prix time or Silverstone Festival Classic. And, but of course, totally outside our control. We just have what we have.
Indeed so. In terms of Sports 1000 and how that championship's evolved, it's been a bit more open this season, really, than bike sports, certainly with more different winners. Ryan Yarrow, though, has won 5 times. He won twice at Croft, he's won at Alton Park, Cadwell Park, and at Snetterton as well. So he's won at all of the circuits that we've been to this season, apart from Anglesey, the last meeting. And that's where Matt Higginson returned to Sports 1000s after several years out, and he had a couple of wins. He won the first and third races at Anglesey, with Rich Miles winning the other for Spire. The other drivers to win this season, Dan Clues won round 1 at Croft, he won round 4 at Alton Park, and he's also had a win at Snetterton as well. Whereas John Cutmore, he has had just the solo victory. That was in the second of the races at Cadwell Park. And all of that has meant that overall 9 podium finishes for Ryan Yarrow, 7 for Dan Clues, 5 John Cutmore, and those are the top 3 in the championship. Hearing from our colleagues out in the pit lane that it's starting to rain a little bit more heavily now, which is something that teams will be mindful of. The Brolliers are up at, I think that's the inside of Copse, if I'm not mistaken, which I may be. It's still picnic weather, it would seem.
It's an alfresco burger feast.
Absolutely.
There's a burger van on the inside of Cops.
So we're waiting for the cart to be cleared, and then we'll hopefully get another green flag lap. We've not heard any word yet of any further delay to the start in terms of a lunch break or anything else. I've not had an update from race control.
It's getting worse. You need to see that there now.
It certainly has.
The other innovation has been this Cup 200, the Atomic Racing MKs this year, and they've been proliferating, haven't they? I think there's about 9 of them in total now.
That's right, yes, good numbers of them, and two prime movers behind the category. Richard Webb and Dave Watson are two of the drivers that have had the most success within the category this year as well. They've swapped the wins between them mostly, although Ben Britton and Matthew Booth have also had victories as well. A 15-minute race we're now expecting for the Bike Sports and Sports 1000s here. And we'll see if that's also going to impact on their second race as well. It will just depend how we are looking with the timetable at that point of the day. So we'll keep an eye on the news as we get it. Still the team's waiting in the pit lane because there's nothing that they can do with the cars on the grid. As you say, that rain's starting to fall a little bit. Oh, that's quite a lot heavier now, isn't it?
It's getting quite grizzly now. You can see the contrast against the black of the bridge there.
So that's from our camera position down at Stowe Corner, I think, which is also showing us that Jack Tomlin's car is being recovered. I imagine, yeah, they're just getting onto the infield there at Stowe Corner, and we'll tow it away. Interesting. Is something broken on that?
I was just looking into the back to see whether a drive shaft had gone or something like that, but can't see enough into there.
No. I can hear a klaxon outside our commentary box now, so it looks like they are going to try and get this race underway. As I say, after another green flag lap, Marshall's retreating to their posts, and we'll have another go at this one. Hopefully, everyone will get through the green flag lap. And there is the green flag. So cars heading off for the hopefully final time before the start of this race. There's the 35 car of Leon Morel on pole position, and besides him you can see the 77 car of Charles Hall, the regular mount of Scott Mattel, who's only competed occasionally this season.
This is going to be quite telling, this next 3 or 4 minutes for these drivers.
It is, and of course the interesting thing here is you've got the Sports 1000 cars who are on a treaded tyre, and they may find the conditions rather more suitable.
Better suited to them, yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see. I would think that we might see some of the faster Sports 1000s mixing it with the bike sports cars here, so it could get rather interesting.
Well, we've had some sort of turn up for the books already, and that was a great result from Eddie Moore in the Mazda 7 in the previous race.
The other competition that we have within the Sports 1000s is the Sporting Cup as well, and this is basically awarded to drivers who are out of the main points paying positions. That's being led by Colin Chapman on 177 points, from Johnny McGill on 161 and Richard Webb on 138.
20th successive season of motorsport for Colin Chapman, racing. Started in bikes though, way back in the 60s.
He did. He's done lots of different things. And not just on this continent either, raced tin tops in Venezuela when he was working over there for a while as well. So yes, plenty of experience, but a long-time racer in what was RGB, what is now Sports 1000, director of the 750 Motor Club for many years as well. Stepped down from that in the last 12 months or so.
I wonder whether the balance of the MK Cup 200 cars is going to be really beneficial in these conditions, because a kind of total mid-engine car is going to be, I would have thought, pretty quick.
Yes.
And Richard Webb may well have a sniff of, I'm going to humble 1 or 2 of these rear-engine cars ahead of me.
I'm sure bigger engine capacity as well, 1000cc for the Sports 1000 cars, as the name suggests, but Club 200 cars with a 1340 Hayabusa engine. And they went well yesterday, didn't they, in the Burkitt Relay?
They did,
team of
phenomenal run.
I think, was it 5th overall on scratch they managed in the end?
They were absolutely superb.
Yeah, these conditions look a bit miserable now, don't they? This is down at Abbey. The car's on the Hamilton Straight, sort of half a lap away from the start line.
You could see Rich Webb there giving it a bit of a squirt, coming down through club just to see what grip is harboured by that surface.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that this rain has come at this time, isn't it? We were expecting just slightly later than we've had it, and if it had come during the lunch break, I don't think it would have concerned anybody.
It arrived slightly later than anticipated yesterday in the 6 hours, didn't it?
It did.
For the last 45 minutes or so.
Yeah. So there's Leon Morel. He's in the green and grey Radical. They've got the Mittel next to him. A couple more of the bike sports cars, including the number 16 car of John McLeod, who was a 5th winner.
Yeah, 5 times winner now.
5 times winner now in the Burkett, with various driver lineups that he shared with over the seasons.
I spoke to Charles Graham this morning, and they still have no idea why his engine cut out towards the end of the race, but he's back out. But it runs now. It didn't yesterday. Just
a bit of a mystery. So the pace car lights are out. You can see the drivers are weaving around trying to keep. Well, they're not going to have much heat in those tyres to start with, are they? But they'll try and get in what they can. You can see how much narrower the Mittel is there, can't you? The number 77 car, the central seat position as well.
That's right, with that airbox high up above the driver's head.
And there's the Sports 1000 grid, 10 seconds or so behind the second of the pace cars that will pull off shortly.
I don't really want to suggest a sweepstake on number of spins, but I think we're fairly certain to get some.
Well, let's hope that the bike sports drivers do take it relatively steadily and sensible. 1 or 2 of them yet are diving into the pit lane thinking, I don't fancy this on slick tyres.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure. I blame there's about 4 of them that have gone in, but not the 2 championship contenders. So neither of them have blinked, Leon Morel and Charles Hall. Will they live to regret that decision? The red lights are on the gantry, and they go out now by the sounds of it, and they're heading down towards Copse Corner for the first time. So it's Morel on the right, Charles Hall on the left-hand side of the picture, but it's Morel that sweeps into the lead, so they're both leading their respective classes for the moment, and that's how points are scored within the classes rather than based on overall finishing position. Down towards Beckett's they come for the first time then, and Leon Morel is pulling away here from Charles Hall in second place. Crucially, he's also got daylight between himself and his nearest classed rivals as well. Charles Hall loses an overall position there. Who was that to? Try and pick that up in a minute, but the Sports 1000 cars are getting their race underway now. The drop of the Union flag, and it is Ryan Yarrow on the right-hand side of the picture, Dan Clues on the left-hand side of the picture, and it's Clues that is behind Yarrow as they go into the first corner. It looks like the second of the bike sports cars there is Philip Brown, number 11, and he is in a Class B car, so that doesn't matter from Charles Hall's point of view, but third is Hall, and fourth is the number 16 car of John McLeod, also in a Class B car. Here Ryan Yarrow's got a decent lead, hasn't he, Marcus, in the Sports 1000
He appears to have, and here's the Optimists going for their wets. And if they can get out quite quickly, they're into the gravel. 21,
that's Phil Hutchins in the Mattel that has gone off at Beckett's, I'm afraid. That's in a rather awkward position. Meanwhile, Charles Hall loses out to John McLeod there for third place overall, but he still leads Class A. Alistair Smart, you can see in the number 73 car, he's being lifted up onto the jacks. Also in the pits is 51, Daniel Headley.
The scenario now to send a safety car out to recover the Hutchins car. All those in the pits now on wets are going to be done and dusted.
If they can get out on the lead lap,
yeah,
that's the crucial thing. Leaders are heading through Village Hairpin and now through the loop. That's the number 9 car of Richard Gilman, his Radical SR3 that we can see on screen now. It's just behind number 5 Doug Carter, the 750 Most Club stalwart.
Absolutely, he's been around for years racing these cars, and yeah.
Double waved yellows with a few marshals in attendance there, just trying to work out what to do.
Frustratingly, right in the end of that, the sort of tongue of that gravel.
Having a go at moving it. There's Charles Hall. He is in, I think, 4th position at the moment because John McLeod has got behind him. The car of Doug Carter behind him is within his class, so he doesn't want to let Doug Carter go through. Having gone for a spin, there is the number 91 car, which is trying to work it out on my programme. Not there. So in addition to the programme, we'll try and figure it out. Josh Barrett's looking for us. It is the Charles Wright car, of course, that's gone through, gone for a spin. And there's the Cup 200 cars coming through as well, with their lights on into Brooklands.
And they're swamping Dan Clues, aren't they?
Yeah, and Dan Clues needed to finish ahead of Ryan Yarrow for Sports 1000 Championship to go into the final round. So assuming Ryan Yarrow can make it home, he should be good for the championship.
Yeah, Yarrow was saying if Dan Clues took every possible point, I think second would be good enough for him.
Into the pits comes number 90, that's William Patterson, the Scottish driver. Again, perhaps not fancying it on slicks, having been out there for a lap. So he's going to head into the pit lane. Yellow lights I can see flashing on the gantry there. I don't think we have a safety car out at this point. Still, we have just a single waved yellow in flag now for the Phil Hutchins car. The marshals having retreated. There is Ryan Yarrow leading. It's Colin Chapman in second place. And in third place, it's the Wolf, isn't it, of Seamus Heaney. So that's their 15th, 16th and 17th place overall.
I'm intrigued by the progress of Tim Harmer from way down up into 7th place in the 15.
And look, you can see the two Cup 200 cars were lit together there. Richard Webb and David Watson as another car into the pits there. That's the number 23 car of Dominic Langdon down. So the RJ Motorsport team getting to work. We've got a spinner as well.
That's Gilman, isn't it?
May well be. I'm trying to work out exactly where that is on the circuit that he's had that moment. But nevertheless, he's stationary somewhere we probably don't want him to be. And that is at Club Corner, is it not? So they're all having to go around the outside. I think he's got the car fired up again. And they're turning their way through Club Corner, so it's Yarrow leading, and we've had the change for second there because through has gone the number 99 car of Seamus Heaney. He's now ahead of Colin Chapman, who's in third place. Then you've got the two Cup 200 cars, fourth and fifth, and a mistake there from, I think that was Dave Watson in the number 88. No, it's Richard Webb in the 88 car, isn't it? So he's behind Dave Watson in the 85 car in the Cup 200 part of the race as things stand. We've got 9 3/4 minutes of this race left to go. Colin Chapman there in third position in the Sports 1000 part of the race, but he's possibly going to be attacked very shortly by Dave Watson in the first of the Cup 200 cars as they making their way onto the Wellington Straight once again. Very close battle between Charles Hall and Doug Carter, and of course that's going to be important for the championship as well. They came across the line that time only about half a second apart for the lead of Class A, and Charles Hall needing to win Class A.
Just a thought on Leon Morel. I wonder whether he might be on wet tyres because he looks very sure-footed at the moment. And he's, 10 seconds clear after 2 laps, 10.7.
Yeah, with Philip Brown, number 11 in second place, number 16, John McLeod in the invitation class in third.
Or McLeod, as he's called on the screen.
Indeed. There's the 44 car of Carl Austin, who's just ahead of the number 81 car, which is Clues. There is the 15, the Revelation.
The Revelation is progressing really, really well. And this is Tim Harmer from way down the field. First time out as we understand it. And closing in now on Doug Carter. He made a Revelation Formula 4, I think 20 odd years ago. And this is looking very promising for Tim Harmer. Down from the north, and good speed out of Woodcote. He's going to gobble up Doug Carter by the looks of things down towards Copse. He's certainly on the inside there.
He's also a Class A car like Charles Hall, who continues to lead Class A, so Charles Hall doesn't want any more opposition heading in his general direction.
Well,
I don't think.
It's imminent.
Yeah.
The arrival of the Revelation is imminent. There they are, indeed, in the same shot.
Yeah.
And he's got past 24.
That's a lap down.
A lap down one of the cars that I think probably had been in.
Yeah, that's Ian Charles.
Yeah, and here he is now absolutely pulling out to overtake 77 class leader Charles Hall, and through goes Tim Harmer.
runs a bit wide on the exit though, so the Revelation has gone through. The Mittel is fighting back though. Charles Hall in the 77 car is going to have the inside line for Brooklands. Is he going to get the car turning first? No, the Revelation's just got its nose in front and sweeps through on the outside.
Yeah, a little more downforce perhaps. It looks like it's cut out for that. Good line he's maxing this one.
Yeah, again, the question is what tyres is he on as well?
I would think he's probably took the gamble from where he was on the grid. Good plan to gamble on wets.
So Charles Hall losing out on 3 points here potentially, or if not more, depending on where the fastest lap goes, compared to Leon Morel, who's got the fastest lap in Class B and is leading the race overall. So things boding well as things stand for Leon Morel, but still a little bit of a way to go. We've got cars that are sort of out of position because they've been in the pits and have rejoined in the midst of the pack there, like Alistair Smart, who's actually not even on the top 20, but he's probably now on tyres that are more suitable for the conditions than some others. As John McLeod there is getting in among some of the Sports 1000 cars, and also the 66 car ahead of him, which is Richard Hardy.
It'll be interesting to see how the lap times compare of those that went in to put wets on. With those of our race leader, whose best is a 2:26.12 down the order.
Yeah, I can see there's 2:38s and 2:34s being done down the order, but no one's anywhere close to the 2:26 of Leon Morel.
31 for Philip Brown, I see, but so the rest are some way adrift.
There's Stephen Hullock, number 111 in the Contour. I think that's the ex-Paul Rogers car.
Yes, there weren't many Contours.
No, and Stephen Hullock outside the top 20 at the moment in this race.
And in Paul Rogers' hand, actually won some races going back a lot.
Ryan Yarrow still leads by, what does he lead by? About 3 seconds or so in Sports 1000 from Seamus Heaney and Colin Chapman. As things stand, we're watching a couple of the Cup 200 cars here that are a little bit further back, including Alex Aloro, who's in 32nd position overall. The 120 car we can see there.
Watson, Webb and Booth are having a pretty good run, I would think, and they're ahead of Cutmore, who's last time out today in his Spire. That car's been sold.
So we're keeping an eye on the timer screen as well. We've got 5 minutes of the race left to go here. You can see conditions really, really difficult now. It's come heavier than we thought. Into the pits has come the number 14 car, which is Kenzie Beecroft. He came in earlier, so maybe he's just decided it's not working even on wet tyres now, Kenzie. So
if you're not enjoying it, stop while the car's in one piece, that's for sure.
Now here's Leon Morel. He's got some traffic ahead of him. It could be a crucial part of the race. Alex Aloro is there. There's also the 80 car as well, which is Carl Alaban. The 120 car is, I think, Mark Goodwin. He's not in the Cup 200 cars. This is in our programmes, but actually one of the Spires. And Morel able to go around the outside of him. So he's cleared of 3 cars there in short order, Marcus, without drama.
It was interesting. He was able to jink into Stowe and change his line with great alacrity, so he's on pretty good tyres by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's certainly working out well for him in this race. Further back, we're picking up some of the minor placed Sports 1000s. I think Clint Newman's car we saw as well, who was a podium debutant in his first race at Alton earlier in the year. And down towards us now, we've got coming the 86 car of Stephen Bell, and he's got behind him one of the Spires as well, which I think was that Cutmore in fact, possibly. Here's 44, which is Carl Austin, who's running in 21st position as things stand. 3 minutes of this 750 Motor Bike Sports and Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 race left to go. There's our Sports 1000 leader, Ryan Yarrow, and he's just ahead there of number 2, which is Charles Graham, of course.
Yeah, and Seamus Heaney's not very far behind him either.
Seamus Heaney is catching Ryan Yarrow. Let's have a look. Yeah, Heaney just behind there, the Charles Graham Radical. Now just ahead of the Charles Graham Radical as well. So clearly enjoying these conditions a bit more than the Daytona Motorsport boss. And we'll see if Heaney becomes a bit of a threat in the wolf that Tony Gaunt had for many years.
Yeah, that's right. Silverback there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Here comes Yarrow.
Leon Morell's just taken the last lap board, so he's going to have completed 6 laps in this race by the looks of things. By the time we get to the end, in this wet race for the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship.
Yeah, Heaney's enjoying that. He's chucking the car around, and you can see Yarrow. One car between himself and Yarrow. And Yarrow balancing the car with lots of little flicks of little flurries of opposite lock.
A great challenge, these conditions, and not conditions I don't think we were expecting really, because I wasn't expecting rain like this to arrive at this point of the day, certainly. There's Morell, so he's going through, and will be making his way into the Vale. There's a spinning car ahead of him, which he manages to avoid, which is good news for him. So Morell taking a step closer to the championship here. Charles Hall has dropped to 3rd within Class A now. Doug Carter's got ahead of him as well. Was that Charles Graham that had the spin?
Yes.
So there's Morell. So he's getting close to the championship. Ryan Yarrow getting closer to the Sports 1000 championship as well. Yeah, so we're watching Morell go through. He's lapping the number 86 car of Stephen Bell, who is 19th position overall. His best lap of 2:59 compared to Morell's best lap of 2:26. I think probably Bell not on the right tyres for this race. Here's Ryan Yarrow. And he's still working hard to keep the car pointing in the direction he wants it. And he's just heading through to take the last lap board for himself. So he's got one more lap to go. He's in 10th place overall, but Leon Morell is already well on his way towards the checkered flag. There's Colin Chapman in 3rd place, and he's only just holding on to 3rd place now because he's got Dave Watson right behind him in the Cup 200 car. So it looks like Dave Watson's going to win Cup 200 on this occasion. And Leon Morell has taken the checkered flag, therefore, to win, has he? He's gone through, but the checkered flag's not gone out. That time the last lap board was still out, but he has gone through again. But we think, therefore, the flag should have gone out, so Leon Morell should, therefore, be the winner of that race. But bizarrely, the last lap board still being shown. The number 8
Gordon Duncan.
car of Gordon Duncan, the Scot, who had a win earlier this season at Croft, has taken the win. We'd not quite got to 15 minutes, so they've obviously decided to give it an extra lap. So we'll forget everything we were saying, and we'll go back to what we originally thought. So Leon Morell continues to lead. Let's hope, for his sake, nothing goes wrong on this lap.
Race drivers don't tend to stop until they see the checkered flag.
Exactly.
Even if they've seen the last lap board. There is Morell rounding Stowe Corner, tucking down into the Vale, and approaching Club, and he's about to lap the John Cutsmore Spire. John stays well out of the way. Very, very sideways. All 3 abreast in the middle of Club, and through comes the MK on the inside. And this is exactly what Leon Morell does not want to get involved with.
Meanwhile, David Watson just behind Colin Chapman, and just ahead of Colin Chapman now, as Leon Morell is coming through to lap them. So that's Watson up to 3rd place overall in the Sports 1000 grid, and leading the Cup 200 cars. There's Ryan Yarrow, who is gesticulating to a car behind him to do something. I think pass him on my left. It's one of the radicals, so that's Ryan Yarrow, who's going to have just over 1 lap to go, therefore.
He's protecting his tyres by the looks of things, the driver in the radical down the outside, which is number 9. Robert Gilman recovering from that early spin.
Absolutely right. So, turning their way through Luffield goes Ryan Yarrow. And he's going to be taking the last lap ball. Meanwhile, Morell can't be too far away from the from the checkered flag himself now. There's our second place Sports 1000 driver. Here's Morel, and we'll follow him through to what should be the checkered flag this time. Checkered flag is being made ready, and Leon Morel it is that wins the race, and I think that's also the championship shown up as well for Leon Morel. Leon Morel then provisionally the champion of bike sports for this season, unless something happens to Charles Hall to get him a few more points in the closing stages of the race. But Morel's taken fastest lap as well.
By a country mile.
Yeah, absolutely right. So he's taken a maximum 16 points from that race. Charles Hall has taken 10. So, yeah, the most Hall can get now is 137 points, and the most minimum Morel has got is 138. So I reckon provisionally that's the championship for Leon Morel. He certainly seems to think so. He's very happy with that result. So congratulations to him. Philip Brown has just gone across the line in second place, number 11, and it should be John McLeod third. Here, though, is our Sports 1000, or there was our Sports 1000 leader just going through. And we'll try and pick him up again in a moment as watching more cars come across the finish line to end their races. So John McLeod has just gone through in third, but here is Ryan Yarrow down into Vale for the final time. He's leading by about 5 or 6 seconds. Oh, and problems at the end for Stephen Hullock, who has been collected by another car at Woodcote Corner. He's just going to limp that car into the pit lane. So right at the end of the race, dramas for Stephen Hullock. Luckily, he's got his car off the circuit. Because that would have been quite nasty for cars coming round through Woodcote Corner, Luffield and Woodcote Corner unsighted.
That's ripped the front suspension unit right out by the looks, I think.
Yeah, so it must have been a hefty whack from someone, or maybe the car that we've just seen limping down the pit lane.
With a savaged rear wheel arch.
Yeah.
On its
one of the Cup 200 cars. Here's Yarrow then. He's continuing his way around. He's heading through Village, now through the loop. A reasonable distance clear of Seamus Heaney, and Richard Webberkins has also got his way ahead of Colin Chapman as well. So Colin Chapman not going to finish in the top 3, which is good news for him in a way, because it means he's still eligible for the Sporting Cup. As soon as you're finished inside the top 3, you're not allowed to be in the point standings for the Sporting Cup. So I'm sure it was all very much deliberate on his part not to finish in the top 3, as Ryan Yarrow is lapping there the number 34 car, which is Stephen Dean's Spire, the driver from Cranbrook, but it's the man from Bury. Already won the Sports 1000 Championship a couple of times in the last few seasons. Ryan Yarrow is about to win it again. He turns his way through Luffield, accelerates his way past a bit of broken spire up towards the checkered flag, and he wins the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship race and the championship as well. So Ryan Yarrow is our Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 champion for 2023. Leon Morel provisionally the champion in bike sports. There you can see Stephen Hullock's savaged car on 3 wheels making its way back into the garages, having taken a whack from we think one of the Cup 200 cars in that race. But congratulations to Ryan Yarrow. As it turned out, a pretty dominant win that in the Sports 1000, Marcus.
Yeah, it looks like it. And did Heaney get lapped towards the end, I wonder, or did he just knock back?
I think he must have been. Lapped, mustn't he?
Heaney's second in that.
Yeah. So Yarrow was the only finisher on the lead lap in the Sports 1000. Yeah, I can just see Heaney coming down the pit lane now.
Yeah, he was second. Then it's Watson and Webb, 85 and 88 in the MKs. Glenn Chapman 5th, and Cutmore 6th over all of those.
Let's have a look at the classification then. We're going to go down to Josh, in fact. Are we, first of all? We've not had a chance to go through the... So we're going down to Josh Barrett.
So we're down in the pit lane, and the race winner, and now we think the champion as well, Leon Morel in the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship, has made his way down into the pit lane. And Leon, who had some bad luck yesterday in the Burkitt Relay, it's all come good in this opening race. And importantly, it was the wet tyres, Leon, that did you good, and we think that's the championship as well.
Oh, I'll be absolutely made up if it is. What a team, what an effort. They spun it round. We was originally going to go on slicks. we looked at the radar. My brother-in-law's a farmer. He said it's going to rain. So we banged the wets on. My dad convinced me to not watch everyone else was doing and just do our own thing. And yeah, that's mega. Car's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Really enjoyed that.
Obviously, if we didn't have that delayed start, it could have been a very different story. But like you say, then weather wrap, obviously, there's many weather wraps that are wrong. Obviously, you've got the good one.
Yeah, I mean, we knew we'd got pace over others anyway, so we'd got a bit in hand, and the track was still greasy. Yeah. So I think we're still all right either way. And the Dunlop's quite a durable tyre. It'll go, well, Goodyear now. It'll go quite a long way into the dry anyway. So it was a safe gamble. When you fight for a championship, you take this. Sometimes I think you take the safe route. So yeah, no, mega pleased. Car's faultless, and thank you to everybody who's supported me. It means a lot.
Obviously, when I saw you yesterday, you were quite frustrated with how yesterday went. But I guess that's all put behind you now with what's happened today.
Yeah, I mean, another day, another dollar, isn't it? But yeah, you know, I suppose the most important thing we should do now is thank these poor guys in orange, guys and girls in orange. I would not want to be standing out there in this weather, so I made sure I clapped every single one on the way in. If you're all watching this back, someone's happy. Yeah, thank you, to the marshals. I really appreciate them giving up their time and standing out in such horrible conditions. So yeah.
Well said, Liam. Well done on the race victory. So there's Liam Wormel, our overall bike sports winner. I think we move on to our Cup 200 winner, if we can, which is Dave Watson. So Dave, if you make your way over. Cup 200 win, Dave, and third in the Sports 1000s as well, which you may not have known, so well done.
No, yeah, great. Down to the team, really. Last minute call on the wet tyres, and then the extended start really helped because the rain started to set in. So yeah, good drive. Couldn't see a lot out there, but yeah, really pleased. Chuffed.
And yesterday went really well as well for your team. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we still quite can't believe what happened yesterday. Fourth overall in the Burkett on scratch, only to be beaten by Radicals. A faultless stint by all four cars, and yeah, just kept our noses clean and yeah, brought it home.
And it really shows the development that you've done with these cars over the last year. They're reliable, they're quick, they're all shown yesterday.
Yeah, it's, you know, hats off to Rich, Arnie and the guys back at the workshop and all the boys at MK. The development of the car over the last 12 months has just been phenomenal. And we've got something now that, you know, we'll continue to develop in terms of, you know, reliability and speed. But, yeah, it's a fantastic little car.
Well done, great stuff, winning the Cup 200. We move back over to bike sports briefly for Tim Harmer. Tim, a class victory, fantastic for the first time out.
Absolutely thrilled, to be honest. We made a choice of going for wets, which was a massive gamble. Sat there at the beginning going, what a stupid mistake, because I think 95% were on slicks. So yeah, and then obviously I don't know what happened. Had someone gone off on the first the sighting laps? So I was sat there, my engine's overheating, and I'm going, oh no, I'm panicking a bit. But anyway, got a good run, enjoyed it. Got a bit of development left on the car yet, but hoping to come back for a good season next season.
Tell us about the car, because obviously it's the first time we've seen it in bike sports, I think.
It's our own design, Revelation Motorsport. We designed single seaters previously, which we still have some of those running. I started this project quite a long time ago, but lots of other things got in the way. Yeah. So finally we've got here. So we've done a little bit of testing this season, just ready for this, and hopefully we'll be able to do a full season next year. That's the aim. So
how long has it the development been of this car?
It's been in this guise for two years when we started it. So properly got it going beginning of this year. So we were hoping to come out earlier, to be honest, but we had a few little issues, so we put it on the back burner, and just really nice to come here and enjoy Silverstone GP. Shame it's not dry, but so.
Yeah, maybe later, but now it looks less likely than it once did. Yeah. Well done on a class win. So there's Tim Harmer. We'll go back round to Sports 1000, so we're jumping around a little bit. And Ryan Yarrow was the winner, and Ryan, we think that's the championship as well, so congratulations on a tricky race win.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, really stressful day, to be honest, but I think the thing is you've got to go for the safe option, because you obviously had a buffer, so I thought I'll let Dan kind of try the risky one, and as soon as it started, but to be honest, when we went out it was damp anyway, and then as soon as it started raining, obviously I knew that was kind of just try and preserve, but it was really slippy, so I could have easily had an off on my own. And Seamus was keeping me really honest, which so I was like, no, I want to win. So yeah, it was great. It's been a tricky season because I've had a lot of bad luck. I think I've had bad luck at every race I've been to, other than this one. I have been ill all weekend, so
yeah, it's just nice to get it done now and maybe actually enjoy the last race.
Marcus Pye was watching you, and the car's so twitchy in these conditions. Tell us what that's like to control.
Yeah, it's the limit is so close that you can kind of play with it, so you're not waiting for it to snap on you. You're kind of on it all the time because there is no grip. But it's tricky because sometimes it's different lap on lap, and then you think, oh, I could have done that faster, and the next time you come round and it snaps on you. And yeah, I would normally play with it a bit more, but given what's at stake, I was being a bit softer than normal. Yeah, it was good fun.
Well done on the way, and congratulations. And then we go now to second place in Sports 1000, which was Shea Martini. James, made you wait, but second place, a fantastic result.
Not too bad at all. Quite chuffed with it, given it's only the second meeting we've done in it, and obviously Anglesey, we had a few little issues with the car, but we seem to have gotten them knocked on the head now, and it's behaving lovely now.
And you've obviously got lots of Spies and Mattels out there, but it's great to have a different type of car at the front.
For sure. It comes with its own set of challenges for sure, in terms of sort of spares for it. We've got to make everything, but I mean, aside from that, it's, as you can see, it's pretty rapid when it's in the right hands for sure.
And how much racing have you done before bringing this one out?
So we did a couple of years in MX5 Super Cup before this, and then moved on to these just because it seems like this is the sort of best value for money you can get in terms of speed in the UK, because these are properly rapid.
And from MX5, it must be such a different car to drive, particularly in conditions like this.
Yeah. It's certainly a bit more dicey when it gets wet, because it does like to try and come round on itself when you get it out of shape.
And you had Ryan not that far in front of you. Did you think you could try and get him at one point?
Maybe not today. I think there's a bit of setup work to be done before we can catch up to Ryan. But I mean, hopefully we plan on doing the full season next year, so we can definitely sort of make a bit of a challenge for it then.
Well done today, a great
Cheers,
result.
thank you.
So there's our class winners in bike sports, and our top three in Sports 1000, which included our Cup 200 winners. So that completes the morning's action, but already I think preparations being made for our afternoon's action. It won't be very long till we have the Tigeo Club Enduro, but for now a short break for lunch.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
after the lunch break to this 750 Motor Club race meeting at a now decidedly damp Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. 4 more races to come for you this afternoon in the company of myself, Ian Sloman, Marcus Pye and Joshua Barrett. We've got coming up next the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. That's going to be a 100-minute race with the 100 minutes starting at the start of the green flag lap. We've got the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch and High-Tech Alfa Romeo Championship. That's going to be a 13-minute race. The Freaky Park Sport Specials Championship and the Aim Shot Mazda 7 Championship, also a 13-minute race. And rounding out the programme is going to be the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports and Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship. That will be a 17-minute race as we will try to catch up some of the time that we've lost before the lunch break. There you can see there is a line in the cloud. There is something brighter in the distance, and I'm not sure if that's coming this way or is going away from us. But fingers crossed for better weather this afternoon. We had rain, heavy rain during the bike sports race that we had just before the lunch break, and that did throw a cat among the pigeons, of course, with many of the drivers on slick tyres. But Leon Morel, he was on wet tyres. His team had played a strategic blinder, and he went through to win the race very comfortably, and also with that win wrap up the Bike Sports Championship for 2023 as well. So many congratulations to him for that, and one more race to come for the Bike Sports later on today. But we also saw Ryan Yao, of course, wrap up the Sports 1000 Championship, but there's still things to be decided in Hot Hatch and Alphas in particular. That will come up very shortly. We've also got the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship to be sorted out as well, as far as the classes are concerned, because the overall championship and the Class B title has already been resolved in favour of Scott Parkin. He wrapped that up at the last meeting at Donington Park in his Class B Dark Side Developments car, and he's sharing with Dan Sylvester today, who'll start that car. But Class A, we've still got 3 different teams that can win the championship. We've got the Area Motorsport car, Rob Baker and Bradley Burns driving it today, the Seat. We've got the Will Stacey, Rob Boston Racing Lotus, and we've also got the Capture Motorsport Will Beach Mark Rice Cupra as well, that picked up some damage in the Burkitt 6-hour relay race yesterday, but is fixed and ready to go today. So Class A still up for grabs. Class C as well is mathematically still open. The Clubman's Cup Championship having already been decided as well in favour, I think, of David Downey, of Michael Downey, I should say. And we will await shortly the cars to be released onto the grid for this Tiguan Club Enduro finale. A great field of more than 40 cars has been assembled. We've yet to see them come out onto the grid, but hopefully very shortly we'll be able to give you the grid and run through that for you. And so we are having a short pause, a slightly late start after the lunch break. Here is the grid. It is on pole position, the number 90 Mazda MX-5, Daniel Irving and Alan Henderson, but the car was not there on the grid, as we've just lost our pictures temporarily. There they are, they're back again. Beside them on the front of the grid, number 1, Rob Baker, who's going to be starting the Golf, I should say, what it said earlier, the Golf for Area Motorsport. The second row of the grid, the 92 car of Phil Nibb and Andrew Rath, who's starting that car, that's a Seat, and the 27 car, that is the Cupra that's being started by Mark Rice. On the third row, on the inside, we have the number 82 Cupra, Harvey Caton starting that one. Besides him is number 6, Dylan Brichter, starting the Dark Side Audi TT. He shares with Ryan Parkin. On to row 4 of the grid, that's where we're going to find number 40, James Collins in the BMW E46 M3. He shares that car with Brett Lidsey. Number 25, Darren Ball in the Cupra, is on the outside of the 4th row. Row 5 on the inside will be number 2, Joel Oswick in the BMW M4, last year's champion. He moved up from Class C for this season. And number 48, Will Stacey, one of those championship contenders, but he had a number of his lap times disallowed, presumably for exceeding track limits in qualifying this morning. Row 6 on the inside is number 87, That is the Brad Kahler Audi RS3, and besides him is number 95, that's Luke Schlevitz in the Class B Golf GTI. On row 7 on the inside is the man that's already wrapped up the championship, that's number 89, Scott Parkin, although the car will be started by Dan Sylvester. 91, Chris Plaskett will be besides him. On the 8th row of the grid, it's going to be number 67, Julian McBride on the inside. Next to him is number 78, Matthew Stockford, starting the Audi TCR car. Row 9 on the inside is going to be the number 14 Gillette G20 of Alec Livesley, besides number 235, Charlie Dark, going first in the BMW M235i. Row 10 of the grid on the inside will be number 22. That's going to be Luke Browse, starting the Browse family BMW E46 M3 GTR. Next to him will be car 141, and that's going to be the additional runner, Warren Tattersall. On the 11th row of the grid, it's the 134 car, that's David Griffin in the M3, and 112, Manoj Patel, sharing with Tom Gannon in the Honda Civic Type R. On row 12 of the grid, it's number 56, the Class C Championship leader, that's David Lawrence in the Honda Civic Type R FN2, and besides him is number 76, Michael Downey, although his car stopped on circuit at the end of the qualifying session this morning. On the 13th row of the grid, it's the return of Cam Walton in car number 50, the Toyota GR Yaris, and next to him is going to be number 19, Peter Mansfield. On row 14 of the grid, it's number 42 on the inside, that's Marco Anastasi in the Lotus Elise, and 47, Maurizio Sciglio in the similar car. On the 15th row on the inside is number 71, Ben Short, an addition to the programme in the Mazda MX-5 that he's sharing with Stuart Butch today, and number 30 is Neil Huggins in the Lotus Exige he shares with Lloyd Huggins. On row 16 on the inside, it's the number 23 Honda for Matthew Bawtry from Aldershot. Next to him is number 101, that's Nick Grove in the BMW 130i. On the 17th row, number 66 is Paul Subiani, sharing with Johnny Hayes, and 74, that's the Campbell Cassidy and Matt Sherrington Lotus Exige. On the 18th row of the grid, 36, Sam McKee and Alex Baldwin. Alex Baldwin starting the BMW, and number 10, the other driver in contention, the other team in contention for the Class C Championship, Rob Fennick, sharing with Andrew Shepherd in the Ginetta. On to row 19, that's where we've got the Treble 3 car, which is Thomas Stedman, although the car will be started by Michael Hooper. 100 is the car of Matthew Simonite and James Mansell. Row 20 is number 7, Morgan Sparrow, though Roger Sparrow is starting the MX-5, and 481 is Edward Christie going solo in the E46 M3, and rounding out the field is car number 41, which is car number 20, I should say, Vitotas Piperas in the Honda Civic FN2. So 41 cars we should have for this final round of the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, a 100-minute race. It is scheduled to be, and as yet I don't think we have any cars on the grid, although we were expecting the race to be underway at 20 past 1. Marcus Pye is alongside me as the cars, yes, they are now being released, including the Mazda MX-5, and we're not quite sure who is starting that car, whether it's Daniel Irving or Alan Henderson. So we think it might well be Alan Henderson that's starting that car. We'll get a good idea in the early stages of the race. But yes, Marcus, the car's going out onto the grid, and it is a wet circuit.
It is, and that Mazda really is quite something. Anthony Kay's team's put it together. It's the 89 MX-5, a really early one of its type, and it has Mazda MX-5 bulkheads, and that's about it, really. Has a Mazda MX-5 engine, 1.8 litres, but well turboed to knock out around 300, 310 horsepower. It's got a BMW DCT gearbox, 4 inches wider than the standard, fiberglass body, and it's a really beautiful thing, developed in-house. So that fabulous IMSA tribute livery, it sets it off so nicely. So a really good bit of private enterprise coming up with something a little bit different to the norm.
And qualified, of course, in drier conditions. It wasn't fully dry, it was damp.
Yeah.
but now the conditions have changed, and we'll see how that favours that car or not as the case.
I saw it at Snetterton earlier in the year, and it began to show real potential there, which was pleasing for the team, who owned it many years ago, sold it on, and then bought it back as a sort of fairly basic turbo version of the car, and then developed it into this.
Absolutely right. And this is, as we say, going to be a 100-minute race, and that 100 minutes will start at the beginning of the flag lap. There's Charlie Dart giving us a wave.
Good-looking car, that.
It is nice looking as well.
Yeah, it is. Crown paints.
Luke Brown's also pleased to see us, I think.
Yep, they're from Suffolk, the Browse father and son team. That's Luke's son at the wheel. Manoj Patel and Tom Gannon with that super little Honda. And I've got this fleet of Lotuses.
There's a 56 car, David Lawrence. He's a championship contender in Class C. There's the Cam Walton Yaris, which we've not seen for a little while as well. There's the Storm and Camel Motorsport BMW. So we're having a good look down the grid here. 100-minute race, pit stops cannot be taken in the first 30 minutes or the last 15 minutes. It's a mandatory 3-minute pit stop for everybody, apart from those drivers that have penalties due to success in previous races. I'll run down those teams that are affected. Team 1, Rob Baker and Bradley Burns, they have to serve an extra 20 seconds. Team 2, which is Joel Oswick, an extra 10. Team 48, Will Stacey, 30 seconds stationary extra. Team 66, another 20. Has another 20 seconds to serve. Team 89, Scott Barkin, Dan Sylvester, 30 seconds. Team 91, Chris Plaskett, 10 seconds. Number 95, Luke Schlevitz, Kevin Glover, 20 seconds. And the Triple 3 car, Michael Hooper and Thomas Stedman, 10 seconds extra that they have to serve. And that's all due to previous successes. And the idea of that is to try to mix up the winners a little bit. So when the green flag waves, which it will do momentarily, the countdown, the 100 minutes, which are on the screen now for those of you watching the live stream, will begin. And so that will form part of the first 30 minutes in which pit stops cannot be taken. But we are having to just slice a little bit of time off where we can due to the delays we had earlier on. The cars gridded up in 2 ranks there because it is a rolling start behind the 750 most.
Green flag.
Green flag's waved, and the countdown begins.
And I sense it's getting brighter out there. The cloud base has lifted a little, and it seems also slightly warmer than it has been most of the day, maybe because the wind's just dropped a little.
So the chances are the circuit will dry then as this race goes on.
You'd hope so. There's certainly a big field of cars out there to disperse the water. Some fabulous looking cars in the mix. A lot of Golfs out there. Good looking cars they are. The interesting little Livesley Ginetta in its battleship grey colours. Neil Primrose sharing that car, I think. Hondas, lots of Lotus Elises down the order, and 1 or 2 of those have been very successful this year.
Indeed so. Just the Class A Championship, which is still up for grabs after drop scores have been dropped. 2 drop scores out of the 6 rounds we've had so far. It's Baker and Burns on 49. Stacey, well, just Stacey today actually on 53. He's not got Rob Botton racing with him, and the Capture Motorsport car Beach and Grice on 47. So there's 6 points between them on drop scores coming into this one, and any one of those 3 could still wrap up the championship by my reckoning. And in Class C, where it's also still open, we've got David Lawrence on 46 and Rob Fennick on 40. So 6 points between them as well. Class B has already been decided, as has the overall title.
Does it look to you slightly more of a front-wheel drive day?
Might be
at the moment.
One of the Lotus is starting from the pit lane by the looks of it. Not sure which one that was though for certain, but a great sight these cars make as they are spread all the way down the Hanger Straight. Not as many as we had yesterday, of course, for the bucket, where we had 70 teams taking part, but around 40 cars there we can see.
And much of that, of course, is the longer endurance as well. Over 6 hours, you can start more competitors than you can over 100 minutes.
Absolutely.
Well, that's a bit of a scuff down the side, isn't it? The number 14, Janessa.
It's wheel-to-wheel racing.
Lives the Primrose.
Yeah, it has. So it'll be very interesting to see how this race pans out with these conditions that are different to qualifying. There'll be some teams a bit further back down the order that will come to the fore in the early stages, but we'll see if they can stay there. Obviously, we've got on pole the Mazda, but beside it we've got the Baker and Burns Golf. Need to watch out for Will Stacey coming through the field from 10th.
One of the most difficult things of this race initially is going to be is actually visibility within the spray, and also it's very likely that one or two, particularly the sort of lower slung sports cars, might have their screens steam up.
Yes.
Which is counterproductive.
There's the Sam McKee BMW being driven by Alex Baldwin.
Was that the Honda towards the back in the Lithuanian national colours?
Yes,
I think it was.
Vitos Aspriparas there, sporting the flag of his nation, and we can see the cars coming around Village Hairpin.
Did well to fix the 27 overnight. That had damaged steering and suspension as a result of contact in yesterday's Burkitt 6-hour relay, but the only part they didn't actually have here to fix it was a bracket on the steering engine, a mounting bracket, and they went back to their workshop and got the right part and managed to get it all straightened up, and they're really confident that it's fine.
Yeah, hope so. They will be going from 4th on the grid. Mark Rice starting the race.
Yeah, he clonked a 116 BMW yesterday, and he said the first thing he did was get out and rush off to find the driver to apologise that it was entirely his fault. He just outbraked himself in the traffic.
And it's inevitable there's going to be incidents like that in the Burkitt with so many cars on circuit for 6 hours. And it did pass, although with a few safety cars, relatively incident-free. There was no major incidents that I was aware of.
We have about 5 safety cars, but none of them lasted very long.
No, absolutely. So the car's coming through Brooklands now towards the end of the lap. And we're about to get the race underway proper, although the timing has already counted down. We're 5 minutes into the race, but we'll have some racing action for proper any moment now. The safety car has pulled in, so the cars are coming up and over the line now, and they are about to take the start of the race. Here they come then, and they accelerate away as the lights have gone out, I think, and we're off and running for 94.5 minutes of racing in this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. The lead is taken at the start by the car from the outside of the front row, Rob Baker in the Volkswagen Golf. It looks like the Mazda had slotted into second place of Alan Henderson, we think probably starting that car, but already the Capture Motorsport Cupra of Mark Rice is into third position and trying to take places away from both of the first 2 cars. He's passed the Mazda now, he's up to second and he's going after Rob Baker.
And one of the Lotuses off on the approach.
Was it the
one
blue
of the
one?
Blue Elises.
It's Will Stacey then, who has started 10th, one of the championship contenders, has no doubt dropped back as a result of that.
It was popped up actually on the approach by the looks of things to Beckett's.
Okay, so maybe hadn't even made it to the start of the race. Certainly I can't see his car there as we peer through the mist and the gloom of the spray being kicked up. Not all of these cars with lights on the front of them either, which would help conditions immeasurably here.
And there are 3 in the top 20 odd with transponder issues by the looks of things, including the Mazda.
Yeah, okay, so this that could be interesting as the race goes on. Hopefully Terry, the timekeeper, Terry Stevens, on his last day of racing with the 750 Roads Club, he can get that all sorted out. A few cars struggling to find some grip there, certainly the Golf of Scott Parkin, or Dan Silvestro I should say, in that car at the moment, making up a little bit of ground. But it's Baker leading, Grice in second, Henderson in third as they make their way past us now. We're on board with Scott Parkin here, Marcus.
Yeah, with the 89 car, be very, very careful feeding in the power, feeding in the steering. You want to minimise your input in these sort of conditions. That eventual change there. You want to upset the balance of the car, so smoothly does it, particularly with the tyres not up to any optimum temperature yet. Now coming out onto the Wellington straight, and you can see the torque of the car take it pretty even.
Yeah, you'd think that the Golf might be able to get a bit of an advantage, but it's maybe a Class A car that's ahead of it. It's hard to tell who's ahead of it at the moment.
Actually, I'm not sure it's sequential. Looks like he's actually moving it side to side, but it's a pretty stout old gear stick in that, isn't it?
So he's heading his way.
And there's the other parking brother. He's caught
Ryan.
He's caught Ryan.
Yeah.
This is where it gets really interesting. They're different classes, aren't they?
Yeah, it's got Class B, Ryan, and Class A.
Yeah.
Ryan sharing with Dylan Brichter, actually. I think it's Dylan that started the race.
started, yeah.
So it's not his brother on track at the moment, but he's come through to complete the end of the first lap. Then it's Rob Baker leading by 7/10 of a second from Mark Rice in second. 15 hundredths behind him is the Mazda of what we think is Alan Henderson in third place. Fourth is Harvey Caton. Fifth is Joel Oswick. Sixth, Andrew Rath. Seventh, Darren Ball. Eighth, Dylan Brichter. Ninth, Scott Parkin. Dan Sylvester. It was Dan Sylvester that was driving that car, not Scott Parkin, although it says Scott Parkin on the dash, which is what confused us. And 10th and 95 car Luke.
So there are no Parkins.
There's no Parkins. They're parked up at the moment, or the drivers are anyway. It's Brichter versus Sylvester here at the moment. And they're close together, as are these two Coopers as well, just ahead of them. So this is Darren Ball and Andrew Rath. Rath is ahead in the 92 car with the red and blue on the front of it. About to come under pressure as well from Dylan Brichter by the looks of it in car number 6, which is the car that started 6th on the grid.
Very good exit here from Brichter.
And looking up the inside, in fact they're going to go 3 wide, aren't they?
And they've got the Seat. They've leapt past the red and blue livery one. That's Andrew Rath, the Lotus driver of yore.
So it's Darren Ball, ex-Compact Cup racer and BMW 6-cylinder racer and Porsche racer, raced a number of different things over recent seasons. Now out in this Cupra, which is ahead of Brichter in the Audi. Then you've got Andrew Rath, 7th in the Cupra. Was he about to be 8th? Because alongside him going through Farm is Dan Sylvester. Sylvester has gone through there around the outside at Farm Corner and up into 7th position. So Rath possibly not enjoying these conditions too much. The car qualified 3rd has dropped back to 8th.
Yeah, Will Stacey is there down in 12th. One of the blue, and there were 2 or 3 blue Lotuses often in the field.
Yeah, so coming towards the end of the 3rd lap of this race. There we can see briefly the Joel Oswick car, number 2. He's going solo here today. He's in 5th position. Here's the battle for 6th, including Brichter in the Audi and Darren Ball just ahead of him. But these 4 cars right together. Sylvester is leading Class B, of course, at the moment. There's the overall race leader, not too far away from Mark Rice, isn't Rob Baker at the moment. And still the Mazda very pluckily there in 3rd position as well.
Yeah, sporting that sort of works livery that ran in the States and Imogen, not on this car, but on other Mazdas, or Mazdas as they're called in the States. Hanging in there in 4th is Harvey Caton in 82. It's Oswick and Ball behind them.
About a second and a half between 2nd and 3rd, and between 3rd and 4th, and a gap back to Joel Oswick of about 6 seconds as things stand. Up towards Stowe Corner come the leaders then, and it looks like Grice getting a bit closer to Rob Baker as they turned into the right-hander at Stowe that time. It's like different lines being taken by them. The Mazda in 3rd, I think, getting away a little bit now from Harvey Caton in 4th position as they turn their way through Vale and towards Club Corner.
Certainly sense that it's easier to chase than be chased, as the conditions lap on lap will probably be just changing subtly. Doing well to stay inside those rumble curbs. You don't want to be one of those that really upset you. And that Mazda lurking in 3rd place, sort of lost in the spray. normally started by Alan Henderson.
So through towards Village they come then for the 4th time in this race, and it's so far so good for Rob Baker in the lead of the race from Mark Rice in second. Mark's again a driver that's been racing with 750 Motors Club for a number of years, graduating over time to this Cupra in Club Enduro, sharing the car with Will Beach. Mazda still there in third. Well, Stacey on the previous lap made up a position to 11th, but he's lapping sort of 11 or 12 seconds off the pace of the leaders at the moment, so not seemingly going to be in a position to challenge for the championship. A reminder that these two separated by on drop scores 6 points, weren't they, but coming into this weekend. No, I correct myself. It was 2 points between them. Baker ahead of Rice. So Baker wanted to stay this way, keeping ahead of Mark Rice in second position. There's Harvey Caton in third, Joel Oswick in fourth in that BMW, the Jim Auto Works car. And there's the Audi of Dylan Brichter in sixth position.
That's right, and Darren Ball in the white Cupra behind.
Best lap of the race for the Mazda MX-5 in third position. It's got a 2:35.7 hour, a few tenths faster than the two leaders on that lap as we watch Will Stacey go through. He's now in 10th position. He's cleared the number 95 car on that lap. Luke Schlevitz starting the Jabba Sport Golf. And that a Class B car, of course. It's currently second in Class B, behind Dan Sylvester, and the car he shares with Scott Parker, I should say. So Will Stacey, who's been successful during the course of this season so far, winning in total 3 races so far this year, but not always been able to consistently get the results that they need. And he turns his way in that Rob Boston run car through the right-hander. Stowe corner, not really making much headway, much progress away from Luke Schlevitz there, which is what he'd be wanting to do. Looked a bit unsettled there, Marcus.
Yeah, it did look like that. It's sort of sliding around at the front on some of the puddles. But, and it's just gone a real tweak there. It's flicked him over towards the curb, and that's going to allow the Schlevitz Golf to potentially pounce into Abbey, having a look, but thinking better of it. It's early in the race. There's no need to make a manoeuvre at this point. Better to wait for a safe opportunity or a safer opportunity.
Still about 15 minutes away from the pit lane window opening, of course. Because that opens 30 minutes into the race, it closes 15 minutes before the end. Some of these drivers, like Stacey, driving solo, but they all have to make this 3-minute mandatory pit stop plus a little bit more if you have penalties accrued from previous success. So down the Wellington Straight comes number 89. That's Dan Sylvester in the Golf, leading Class B. He's got Andrew Rath behind him, and then the Lotus, which has understeered off the circuit completely at Brooklands, going off onto the tarmac runoff area. Fortunately for him, not a particularly heavy penalty for running wide there. He keeps the place, or does he? Because around the outside of him goes Luke Schlevitz in the Golf, and yeah, Schlevitz has gone through to take the place. He's got back up into the top 10.
Here's the
second
lead
in Class
battle.
B. Yeah.
And it's the Golf from the Cupra.
The MX-5's done another new best lap of the race at 2:34.22, 6 tenths faster than the top two.
And they're into traffic now. Lapping Pipiras, Tatas Pipiras, the Lithuanian driver.
It's a three-way fight for the lead we have here, really, as we are 17 minutes or so into this race. Baker and Grice, the two drivers contending for the championship, along with Will Stacey, who's further back, and Alan Henderson in that Mazda MX-5, who's only just behind, but setting faster lap times. But they've got more traffic. They've got Edward Christie. They've also got the number 10 Ginetta that they'll need to lap very soon. That's the Rob Fennick Ginetta G40 GT5, the car that he shares with Andrew Shepherd. And that's a driver that's still in contention for the Class C Championship, although I think if David Lawrence continues to go strongly in Class C, he will win that particular championship. But Class A is really up for grabs here. Just looking at the penalties that these two have, Rob Baker's got a 20-second pit stop penalty to serve, and Mark Grice has no penalty to serve at the pit stops. So
Could
really,
be telling.
It could be. It really needs Rob Baker to be able to pull away from Grice here, doesn't it? But he's not able to do that yet.
That's right. When they were lapping the Ginetta in the complex there, that disadvantaged the Mazda number 90 that we can see. Enormous great Venturi out of the back of it. So very much a self-developed car for Anthony Kay's team.
Yeah, well, it is fascinating to see someone doing something different in this. It's tempting, isn't it, to get one of the TCR cars, one of the Cupra cars that's running on the continent, or something proven like a Golf. But no, this interpretation of the regulations is an intriguing one, and it's going pretty well at the moment.
But TCR is a really good option in that you can buy parts for them. You can touching the greenery was Grice through Beckett's that time, and Baker is taking his advantage to extend his lead. It was a second at the end of the last lap. More cars to lap, and it's going to get pretty intense over the coming laps. Here comes Rob Baker, Area Motorsports boss.
Yep, and I say lots of traffic to deal with here. Mazda MX-5s. That's a Mark III MX-5 that they're passing now. The 100 car, the Matthew Similite James Mansell car for the drivers from Chesterfield and Sheffield, respectively.
Great dive for the Mazda that went past its sort of less exotic cousin.
So they're heading down the Hamilton Straight now towards the Abbey Curve,
which they're going to catch the next car at a probably fairly inopportune moment.
That's the Alex Baldwin Sam McKee car that's just being lapped. Alex Baldwin at the wheel at the moment of the E328i E36 BMW.
Sam McKee of Mazda, local Mazda fame.
Well, yes, although it wasn't him racing that car in the Mazda 7 race. He messaged me from the grandstand, so I'm watching myself in this race. Because Imran Khan in the car this weekend, but the timekeepers hadn't kept up with the swapping and changing of the drivers between in that shared car. So Imran Khan, ex-classic stock catch racer in that car today.
Yep.
There's the 141 car, which was the late addition to the programme, which is Warren Tattersall and Dave Ward. Warren Tattersall going first in that car.
Yeah, local transport, haulier. And the Audi behind is something a little bit different.
Yeah, that's Brad Kaler's TCR car. Audi TCR car. I mean, it looks great, doesn't it?
It does.
Running in 12th and 13th position of these two. Tattersall's got a head on this lap by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Ahead of Brad Kaler in the number 87 Audi. They turn their way through the loop and back towards Aintree and the Wellington Straight once again. And they'll head off up the straight now, disputing 12th and 13th positions. So Class B still the domain of Dan Sylvester. Class C, we'll see if we can pick up David Lawrence at some point before too much longer in the 56 Honda Civic Type R. He is comfortably leading in Class C. You can see one of the other FNTs there, Piperas, coming through in number 20. There's the 89 car Dan Sylvester. He's putting a lap on 481 Edward Christie as well. And that's the Fennick and Shepherd Ginetta that's about to be lapped by Dan Sylvester too in the black and red Darkside Golf.
Yeah, that'll be a momentum car, won't it? The little Janetta small engine.
There's our Class C leader in the Honda Civic FN2, David Lawrence. And he's scheduled on the entry list to go with Ilya Krylov today, who has shared the car with for part of the season, although on the timesheets that we had after qualifying, it was only Lawrence that was shown on there, but so we're not certain, but we think probably just Lawrence going solo today. Turning his way through the right-hander there at Luffield towards the end of the lap and comfortably leading within class, which is what that car needs to do to wrap up the Class C Championship this year. So a lap completed by the Civic. Where is it overall? It's 25th overall. So just looking to see the cars that it's chasing down. I think that's the 240 car. That's the Sapra BMW, turquoise BMW. It's a car we've sometimes seen at Castle Combe as well. That turquoise BMW of just Sapra. The 101 car there is the Storm & Camel Motorsport car of Nick Grove, the Londoner, BMW 130i. Now that within Class B. There's 3 classes here, split on power to weight basis. The cars in Class A are up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. The split for Class B is at 240 and Class C at 180 brake horsepower per tonne. And there's also the Clubman Cup for older cars of 10 years old or more. But this is just Sapra now, who was out in the Burkitt relay yesterday, sharing that car today with Brian Bransom and Kevin Clark. So they're actually sharing it 3 ways, so it's going to stymie their chances of an overall position because they'll have to make an extra pit stop.
Exactly, but they had a miserable day, didn't they, yesterday, with all kinds of dramas. Kevin Clark was out really, really early. Just Sapra was out very early in his session.
So news from the pit lane is that Will Stacey's front splitter has broken. We haven't spotted that on the stream, but we'll perhaps have another look at that in a moment.
If he clattered over the curb at Beckett's early opening lap, then that might explain that.
Yeah, so they're hoping to get that car in early to fix that. And we are pretty sure it is Alan Henderson in the Mazda as well. Josh Barrett messaging me that news from the pit lane. We just saw there the Mazda MX-5 being lapped. That's the Ben Shorten Stuart Much car, in addition to the digital program R71, also running within Class B. Ben Short, the multiple Mazda MX-5 5 Club Racing champion, showing his car with the freaky parts man. Sapra flying the flag of India on his car. As he makes his way through Woodcote Corner to complete another lap. Looks like India might come out on top in the cricket against England today as well, by the looks of the score at the moment.
It appears there's a sort of a widening, I'm not going to call it a dry line, but an improving line. And there, is that a change for
the lead? Yeah.
Brooklands, well, not much room being given there coming into Luffield.
No,
spoon-shaped corner, but Rob Baker arrested the lead back.
He did. It looked like he was going to lose out to Mark Grice there for the overall lead of the race, but Baker has arm wrestled him out of the way. So it's Baker still leading in car number 1 from second number 27. Oh, and problems for number 6. That's Dylan Brichter. He's parked up now. The Audi TT is out of the race here. It doesn't look like Ryan Parkin is going to get a go here. Dylan Brichter pulled up on the side of the road on lap 9 of the race. Let's stay with the leaders though, because they are picking up the pace now here, aren't they? And as they fly through Beckett's corner on that lap, actually Beach did the best lap of the race, a 2:33.33 compared to a 2:34.27 for Rob Baker. And we've got a race on at the front of the field here.
Yep, and 2 cars from the VAG group, the Volkswagen and the Seat stroke Cupra, which looks quick and straight line, it has to be said. Tucked in behind race leader Rob Baker.
Certainly does. Down towards Vale they go then. 2 leaders on this track that is still spray being kicked up, but not as much as there was in the very early stages of this race 20 minutes or so ago. It's about 4, maybe 6 car lengths between Baker and Beach as they come through it. That's where the Brichter car stopped, down there in the pit lane, and that's the view from on board the Dockside Developments car. Situation not developing particularly favourably for Brichter there. Car out of the race and in the wrong pit lane for any work to be done on it. It's in the international pit lane at the wing rather than the national pit lane at this end of the circuit on the start and finish straight.
Yeah, the Scott Parkin car, the sister car, still leads B in the hands of Dan Sylvester. And here's the tricky situation for because there's 2 cars compromising his exit from Aintree onto the Wellington Straight, and that allowed Mark Grice to read it just a little bit better. He had more time to work out where he was going to go, and he's back on the rear bumper of Area Motorsport boss Rob Baker.
Yeah, the cars they passed, one of them was David Lawrence, the Class C leader. The other was the Honda Civic Type R of Manoj Patel and Tom Gannon. Not sure who started that car, didn't get that information. So, quick rundown on the order. 1, Rob Baker leads, 27, Mark Grice second, 90, Alan Henderson third, 82, Harvey Caton is fourth, number 2, Joel Oswick is fifth, number 6 is 25, Darren Bowles, 7th is Dan Sylvester in the Golf, 8th is 92, Andrew Rath, 9th is Luke Schlevitz in number 95, in the Golf. Running out the top 10 is number 48, Will Stacey. 3rd of the Class B cars is Chris Plaskett.
Straight on over the Beckett's flick-flack by the looks of things.
Yeah, and that was the race leader, and he's actually come out of that with a bigger lead than he had when he went in, I think.
Yeah, he maximised that one, and I think also Mark Grice, in his sense, probably backed off, not knowing where Baker was going to come back onto the circuit.
There's the little 74 Lotus, Campbell Cassidy and Matt Joington's car. Now, the Storming Camel Motorsport car is just ahead of the race leader now, Rob Baker. Yeah, Rob Baker at the start of the lap, led by just about 0.6 of a second.
It's back down to next to nothing again, though.
It is. So it's pretty academic, that.
It ebbs and flows when they catch traffic a lot of the time. What's good for one of them tends to inconvenience the other, and then it all kind of unravels next time through.
Right.
Ooh, that was a wide exit of there for Mark Grice.
Right, pit lane window should be open around about now, I would have thought, because we are 30 minutes into the race. So teams can start to make their pit stops any moment now.
And of course it's here where that differential between the success ballast that the Golf is carrying and the car in second place, which doesn't, if I remember correctly, have a penalty.
That's right. Yes, it's really important here for Rob Baker to try and make a break, and he's got a few car lengths now, but he needed really, I think 20 seconds is the penalty he's got to serve at the first pit stop. So he might, if he can start to make a bit of a break, try and stay out there a reasonable length of time to build that up. But he's got Bradley Burns to get in the car in the second half of the race. Bradley's an equally quick driver.
He's got it a little bit out of shape there, having to fight it. The back just broke away a little for Rob Baker at the spoon-shaped corner at Luffield. So through Woodcut they come.
Yeah, it's complete lap 11 of the race.
It's got out to over a second, bizarrely, because it's been close again during the middle stage of that lap.
Right, there's Will Stacey, number 48. He's coming up to lap Cam Walton in the number 50 Toyota Yaris. That's a Class B car for the drive from Henfield. He's done some racing in Australia as well.
He's got Tattersall, I think that was, behind him, wasn't it?
Yeah,
here we go, that's Warren Tattersall.
Right. Also in there is the 66 car of Paul Sabiani and Johnny Hayes. And they're also getting past the 50 car, so I think that must be for position as well. Further back, yes it is, for 31st position. Cam Walton being passed by the Class C car there in the Yaris that hasn't had much running in the last year or so. Teams preparing in the pits.
Take your pick of wheel gun.
So side by side in between those two. Here we've got a good little battle going on here between David Lawrence and a car from the class above him. The 112 car, the 112 car of Manoj Patel and Tom Gannon.
Yeah, different eras of Honda Civic. EP3 in front.
Yeah. And the FN2 behind, which was built by Taguwa.
Haven't seen the Honda NSX out for a while, have we?
No, we've not. So that's been out with us in the past as well. 67 there was Julian McBride in his BMW M3. So this is a battle for position between the three of them, 23rd, 24th, 25th. They're battling over. So that's a nice one to see. Joel Oswick's a relatively quiet race in 5th position. He's got 15 seconds ahead of him, about 15 seconds behind him as well. So a relatively quiet race for Joel, who was last year's champion from Class C in the Taguwa Club Enduro Championship. And here's that battle coming towards us. So Julian McBride has got himself between Manoj Patel or Tom Gannon and David Lawrence now, as they head through. BMW of Julian McBride should be a bit faster in a straight line, but is it going to be better on the brakes down into Village? No, and I think there, the twisty bits, David Lawrence is going to come back at the BMW now. A lighter car, a bit more agile, but possibly will be lacking for horses up the Wellington Straight that follows. So can Julian McBride steal a march on both of them? He's pulled out of the slipstream to the left-hand side of the circuit. He's got Joel Oswick coming up behind him to lap him as well. Is McBride going to clear both of those cars? Yes, he is, and he will go to 23rd position, I think, as Joel Oswick slots himself past the two battling Hondas as well. It looks like Lawrence takes advantage of that to go past the Patel Gannon car too.
Yep, wholesale changes. But out front, it's back inside a second between Rob Baker in 1 and 27, which is Mark Grice.
Grice has just done another fastest lap of the race, a 2:32.90, and the gap between Grice in second, the MX-5 in third of Alan Henderson, is nearly 10 seconds now. As we watch the Dan Sylvester, number 89, Darkside Developments Golf, the sole remaining Darkside car in this race, making its way through. And this is going to be going, it's actually just lost out to Andrew Rath, who, oh, and into the pits now comes Dan Sylvester. So into the pits comes Dan Sylvester, first of the people making a mandatory stop in this race, I think, so we'll stay on board with him for the moment. Mindful of the pit lane speed limit of 60 kilometres per hour. You can see if that's readout is right on the dash, he's doing about 57, 58 kph now. Not wanting to incur the wrath of the officials with the speed gun. So there's the dark side car. You see it parked in at 45-degree angle. That's part of the regulations. Cars can't just drive straight in, and they have to be then pushed back by the team before they can get back out in the race. But that's not going to happen for a little while because it's a 3.5-minute stop that has to be made here. So there's no need for the team to rush, and they do look relatively relaxed about how they're going about their business here. Brad Kaler's Audi, you can see is heading into the pit lane as well. The fuel jug is marked diesel, of course, because it's a diesel Golf here for the Class B league, the specialism of Darkside Developments. Diesel tuning.
Here's the lead tussle. The duel continues into lap 14. And the gap between them got back down to under 0.6 of a second by Price. And you can see for yourself, actually, I reckon there's more spray now than there was a few laps ago.
Yeah, there is, and they're coming here to lap number 78, which is Matthew Stockford, who's in 19th place, the former Paralympic skier. He's continuing his racing career. Scott Parkin now gets his way into the golf. Reasonably leisurely entrance to the car. Team's making sure he's all strapped in and ready to go. And the dark side car will be back out in a couple of minutes, one would think. But 3.5 minutes stationary, possibly 30 seconds in and out of the pit lane. So it's about a 4-minute stop. So you're going to lose about a lap and a half here, aren't you, in these pit stops?
Something like that, as we're on to, what, 2 minutes 32, the best laps of the first two cars. And the Mazda in third place, 2:33 is its best.
Dan Sylvester's out of the car, as you can see in the background, instantly recognisable. Nobody else in the paddock would sport that haircut. I can't talk.
We don't have enough of it. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Ian. If only we could.
Quite. Lap 14 of the race that we are running now. Interesting to see. An early stop here for the dark side development car. So Scott Parkin is going to have about an hour's driving in this race. He's going to have about 2/3, which is 1/3 for Dan Sylvester, who's got another race to come anyway. In an hour or so for the hot hatches.
He'll be trying to do a double, won't he, because he won the early one.
Yeah, that's right, and hopefully getting more racing laps in it as well. So the team carefully timing the stop. You see James Winstanley from the 750 Motor Club down there as well. He'll be keeping an eye on the stopwatch as well. Into the pits comes Jazz Sapra in the 240 car, so he's going to hand over to either Kevin Clark or Brian Branson. And they're splitting the driver three ways, so it makes sense that they're coming in after about half an hour to split the driving pretty equally. Meanwhile, Baker has come through again. It's complete lap 14 now. Gap's got out to 0.8 of a second on that lap. Meanwhile, Scott Parkin is being pushed into the pit lane and back out into the race. There he goes.
Yep.
Heading down the pit lane past the green light. End of the speed limit, and back into the race he will go. And there's the Brad Kaler car also making its exit from the pit lane.
Oh, look at this. The two BMWs have done very sensibly and stayed in sort of the middle of the track, haven't they?
Oh, and off goes the leader. The leader's off the circuit onto the grass on the hanger straight. Rob Baker rejoins now. Well, they went either side of the BMWs, but it's Will Beat, Mark Rice, I should say, that's benefited from that and taken the lead.
And it was the compact there, wasn't it? 66 and Dave Griffin, they were lapping. And the two BMWs just sat in the middle of the road and were quite happy to let the TCR type cars go each side of them. And the next thing we saw from a different camera angle was that leader Rob Baker was autocrossing.
I wonder if that's going to prompt a pit stop very soon now, because there's some grass that has, hopefully not got into anywhere it shouldn't do. But he did well to keep it on the island, really.
Yeah, he did.
Because that grass would be very treacherous at the moment. And he was losing the lead. So it was 0.8 of a second he led by at the start of the lap, and he's got now a couple of back markers between himself and the new race leader, Mark Grice. Grice, of course, along with Will Beach, looking to take enough points here to win the championship, take it away from Rob Baker and Bradley Burns. Carl Swift, I think, was in the car right in the beginning of the season as well. Rob Baker's just had the one win so far this year. That came at Snetterton with Bradley Burns. Let's head down to the pit lane now. Josh Barrett is going to be down there. Who's he got?
So we're down here in the pit lane after the first lot of pit stops, and Dan Sylvester, new car for you and a good first stint in tricky conditions.
Yeah, it was a good first stint. Managed to get in front of the class, getting the class lead, and yeah, it was all over the shop a bit because thought we were all going to get 2 green flag laps and we only got 1, so it was all a bit scattered at the start. But yeah, the car feels mega. It's the golf last weekend, so appreciate Scott letting me take it out, and yeah, hopefully he can bring home a win.
It's obviously been a very successful car for Scott, so your first time racing it. Okay, the conditions aren't ideal, but what do you think of it?
It's a brilliant car, yeah, I really like it. I've driven it on track before, on track days, and it's really good. For a diesel Golf, that's what you've got to remember what it is, it's a diesel Golf, so yeah, it's wicked.
You mentioned there that it's the last time for the car, so can you tell us about the plans for the team for next year?
Oh, well, I might be revealing secrets there, I don't know, but I'm grateful to Scott for letting me take it out anyway, because I'm currently in the top 10 on Autosport nationally. That's why he's let me drive it. If I get a couple of wins this weekend, I might be up near the top. So that's why I'm here. So thanks a lot to Scott for letting me take his car out. It's been a pleasure.
And obviously, you're quite new to racing, really. But this year, you've driven so many different types of cars. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I've been in the MR2 and the Darkside TT and my Civic, and yeah, I just discovered a few years ago that I really like driving, and racing's the kind of ultimate way to you know, do that on a weekend. So yeah, I'm loving it. It's been good.
And obviously you broadcast it all online as well, your weekend. Obviously that's quite a big effort to put in, but quite rewarding with lots of viewers.
Yeah, I enjoy making videos almost as much as I enjoy driving. So yeah, it's great. It's all good.
Well, best of luck for the rest of racing. Good luck later on as well.
Thank you.
So there is Dan Silvestre out the number 89 Class B Volkswagen Golf TDI.
Right, Josh, you need to head down the pit lane towards the garage where Team 1, Henry Motorsport, are. Rob Baker's brought his car into the pit lane now to hand over to Brad Burns after he had that off earlier on that lap along the Hanger Straight as he was trying to negotiate back markers. Into the lead has gone Mark Grice, leading by 3.6 seconds at the end of the lap, but that will increase, of course, to around about 11 seconds because the car that will move up to P2 will be the Alan Henderson Mazda MX-5. Up to third place will go Harvey Caton in the Seat Cupra. Up to fourth will go number 2 Joel Osborne in the BMW M4. Up to fifth will go number 25 Darren Ball in the Cupra. And the Seat Leon Eurocup car, of Andrew Rath, will be in sixth place once all of this washes out. There is Scott Parkin. And there is Chris Plaskett, number 91. Yeah, that car has stopped. Well, it's in the pit lane, isn't it? Right at the end of the pit lane, by the looks of it, the Area Motorsport end of the pit lane. And that's the car that was in 14th place before the stops, and I think third in Class B.
Chris Plaskett at Hamptons of Surrey, car dealership business. Based on the Surrey Hampshire borders. Here comes the 22, the Browse family BMW with that slot in the roof, very dramatic.
Yeah, Luke Browse at the wheel of that car at the moment. Charlie Dark at the wheel of the 235 car. There's the 19 Lotus going through as well. That's the Class B car of Peter Mansfield driving around to Michael Sandford.
I think I'm right in saying the last time I saw Crown paints on the side of a race car was probably on Warren Booth's Chevron Formula 2 car in the Aurora Championship.
That's quite a few years ago.
Yes, back in the end of the 70s.
So that's the Stockford Audi, number 78, going through. And also out there is the number 42 Lotus we could see. That's Marco Anastasi. And the Lotus at 111R, the drive from Edinburgh.
So a longer stop, we're waiting for that. There's Baker, the Baker Burns car now. Brad Burns at the wheel.
Yeah, that was should have been at least a 3-minute 20-second pit stop, of course, because of the penalty that they had to serve. So that car going back out into the race. The Chris Plaskett car is already back out into the race. Class B contender, also an Area Motorsport prepared car. And one was rejoined a lap or so down. There's the erstwhile leader, though, Brad Burns, now at the wheel of that number 1 car. And yeah, it would have lost around about a lap and a half, I think, after making that stop. Which would put it probably somewhere around, I don't know, 17th, 18th. We'll have to see exactly where it feeds in.
Yes, it's still dropping at the moment because there are others to finish their 16th lap and only halfway around it.
That's right. So making its way down towards the Vale now. Brad Burns, so he can have about 55 minutes of racing here off the 100. Oh, and the Plaskett car's now gone off. It was out of the pit lane and it's now hit the barriers by the looks of it there, Marcus.
Clonked the barrier at the front end, and that's depending on where it is, that could well be a safety car situation.
I'm sure the teams will be keeping an eye on that situation.
There's this rather steroidal Janetta, number 14, which is the Alec Livesley and Neil Primrose car.
Just a reminder, pit stops cannot be taken under safety car conditions. If you are in, you're in, but you cannot make stop once the safety car boards have gone out. So there will be teams, I'm sure, looking at the stream and looking at opportunities like that might present themselves, because if you can effectively make a bit of a free stop behind the safety car, then that's good strategy.
And also, if you've got extra time to serve as a result of previous results.
That's right. It becomes even more of a bonus, doesn't it, to be able to take it.
Brucey bonus, indeed.
Absolutely. So, class positions, Class B being led still by Luke Schlevitt now, of course, after Dan Sylvester came in, and second in Class B now is actually the MX-5 of Ben Short. Class C being led by David Lawrence. He's up to 19th overall now, as other cars have made their pit stops ahead. Matthew Baldry is second within that class, and he is around about a minute behind David Lawrence already, although they do have similar FN2 Civics at their disposal. Brad Kaler car, that's one that's made its stop, so it's a bit further back down the order, 29th it is, having made its pit stop. The Bradley Burns car has now completed its 16th lap, and it's done so in 14th position. So 14th place he has come through. Effectively very nearly 2 laps behind the leader though, Mark Bryce, who's yet to make his stop. Continuing to watch Brad Kaler come through. Got the Mazda just ahead of him on the road. That is that the treble 3 car? It may well be, of Michael Hooper. Watch the cars make their way down. So, yes, and just ahead of that is the Yaris of Cam Walton. Seen that in LR2s in the past as well. There's the Gannon and Manoj Patel road-going Honda Civic, and there is the race leader, Mark Rice, with well, almost halfway through this race now. 50 minutes left to go of the 100-minute race. What was the gap first to second? About 11 seconds.
That's been pretty consistent in recent times.
Interesting, they're lapping in the 2:35s, the first two. About 3 seconds or so off what they are capable of, and maybe that is just the traffic.
Yeah, and I think it has become kind of greasier.
Yeah, it's in that sort of a very tricky phase now, isn't it? Where it's neither full wet or full dry. It's just greasy and very difficult to
read. There's a 95 car. That's the Schlevitt and Glover Jabbersport Golf. That's running in 8th place.
As we are now halfway through the race, as a couple of cars come into the pit lane, the number 7 Mazda of Roger Sparrow, the 23 Matthew Baldry Honda. Quick rundown on the order. It is 27 that he's leading. Mark Rice will beat in the Seat Cupra. Second, number 90, Daniel Irving, Alan Henderson in the Mazda. Third, number 82, Ben Williams, Harvey Casey in the Cupra. Fourth, number 2, Joel Oswick in the BMW M4. Fifth, number 25, Darren Ball in the Cupra. Sixth, number 141, Warren Tattersall, Dave Ward in the Euro Cup. Similar car for number 92 in 7th place, Phil Nevin, Andrew Raff. 8th, number 95, leading Class B, Luke Schlevitt, Kevin Glover in the Golf. 9th, number 40, James Collins, Brett Lidsey in the M3. 10th, number 22, Paul and Luke Browse in the BMW E46 M3 GTR. And then second in Class B, Ben Short, Stuart Much in 15th. Third in Class B, Nick Grove, Carlo Turner in the BMW. They've yet to make their stops though. Class C being led by number 56, David Lawrence, from number 23, Matthew Baldry and James Johnston. And the third of the cars within that class is the Thomas Stedman Michael Hooper Mazda MX-5. 48 3/4 minutes of the race left to go. Pit stops well underway. That looks like the number 23, James Johnson, Matthew Baldry Honda being refueled there. There's the Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani BMW 318. Looks like they're changing a wheel on that one. Got a different tread pattern on the one that they're taking off, so they're going to a drier tyre by the looks of it for the remaining phase of the race. They've had 4 wets on by the looks. It's not exactly Formula One speeds.
Doesn't need to be with a 3-minute stop.
No, not does it need to be.
Had Uniroyals on at the start of the race. Not sure what's going back on now.
Down the pit road comes another of the BMs. It was fascinating to watch the team at work.
There's a team observer screaming 2 minutes 20 in the background.
No, not putting pressure on the team at all.
Not at all, no.
Come on, faster.
On the old guns.
So that was just going through shot there. The race leader, Mark Rice, 10 seconds ahead. So that come down a little bit on that last lap.
second, yes.
Yeah, to Alan Henderson in the Mazda there. It's actually quite an empty track at Stowe at the moment. There's the Patel and Gannon Honda making its way through, but it's a long gap before we see anybody else. 141 car, that's the addition to the programme. Car running in 6th now, the Tattle and Ward car. And there on screen now, for those of you watching on the live stream, number 95, Luke Schlevitz in the Jabbersport Golf.
I don't know if you spotted there was a change in the BMWs. Luke Browse has taken the 22, the bright green car, the Stowmarket glass car, past the Collins and Lidsey 40.
Yes, that's
and
right.
it's closely behind. David Griffin's pretty close in there with the darks as well.
Only about a second behind, isn't he? At this stage of the race. 95 there is the Glover car, lapping Judy McBride's BMW. You can just see Alex Baldwin heading down the pit lane as well. Hand over to Sam McKee. There is the Brad Burns car, number 1. Now, it was 14th. It is still 14th at the moment, so it's not made up any more places. It's about 24 seconds behind the Matthew Stockford Audi.
That's Joel Oswick's BMW behind, which is running in 4th place.
Okay, so enough fuel going into the Hayes and Subiani car. Rather fear this is going to go over the minimum pit stop, which is going to be 3 minutes 20 for this team because of their penalty. Yeah, they're going to be well over their 3 minutes 20, I think. Still fuel going into the car. And Johnny Hayes will be out in the car for the second part of the race.
Another luggage about to happen.
Yeah, need to get some more fuel into the car as well to make sure it can get to the end. It's got 45 minutes to do to get to the end of the race, so making sure they've got enough in the tanks.
Maybe more 20 laps, and the Mazda is a couple of seconds closer to the leading 27 car, so it's Mark Price still ahead. 90, the Henderson Irving Mazda, 8.2 seconds behind. And also on 20 laps, the 82 car of Harvey Caton.
That's the Alex Baldwin Sam McKee car. Sam McKee due to get into it shortly. Number 36, competing within Class C this weekend. And there's the battle we talked about a moment ago.
Yeah, Aussie David Griffin pushing on in the West Suffolk Motorsports BMW in that Diet Coke Aussie Touring Cars livery. Oh dear, 30 going into the gravel trap.
That's Neil Huggins in the Exceed, driver from Hemel Hempstead. He's had a moment.
But he is back out of the gravel trap, just visited.
So yes, Griffin continuing to put pressure on Charlie Dark at the moment. This for the final position inside the top 10 as things stand. These drivers yet to make their pit stops though.
Different eras of BMW M3. Charlie Dark in the Crown Pates car. A much smaller to punch through the air car of Dave Griffin, who, while Charlie Dark writhes over the curb on the outside of club, takes advantage and tucks up the inside into Abbey Corner, taking that place away.
Much wider car, isn't it? The more modern one, the M2355. That is the way cars have gone, as we know, much wider, longer. more difficult to fit in parking spaces than
You
they
would
were.
have thought with greater air resistance, it would perhaps not be as fuel efficient, but it's of course stronger because there's more metalwork around its occupants.
That's right.
For the road version. Aren't blessed with full cages.
Exactly. So the Crown Paints car looking splendid, but losing out to Dave Griffin there in the M3 up ahead. Little battle going on. I think not for position necessarily, because Harvey Caton, the number 82 car, is the car that's in third place at the moment, Cupra. There's
the we saw with Browse behind.
There's the Storming Camel car. Carlo Turner's going to get into that one, I think. Nick Grove started the car.
And again, a few tenths nibbled back by the driver of the Mazda 82. That's Caton in from third place.
Yeah, that's into the pit lane now. As we're watching the 101 BMW 1 Series be fuelled. To get that back out into the second half of the race. Now, I don't know if that's right or not, but we've got a new fastest lap of the race. A 2:30 for the 240 car, which is the car started by Jazz Supplement. It's now either Kevin Clark or Brian Branson at the wheel. And if that's right, 2:30.57, that's a second and a half faster than anybody else has managed during the course of this race. The car is down in 18th position. It didn't have a particularly strong start to the race. So, but nevertheless, on our time experience at the moment, that is now the best lap of the race, a 2:30.57 for either Kevin Clark or Brian Branson. Kevin Clark.
It's very Darth Vader, isn't it?
It is. Slightly sinister. Appearance, the silver helmet and the reflective goggles. Not sure we're meant to know that individual's identity. Here's Charlie Dark in the Crown Paints car.
Tattersalls moved up into 5th place in his Seat. Warren Tattersall in 141. And 19 into the pits now.
It's the Peter Mansfield Lotus. He'll hand over to Michael Sanford. Dave Griffin. Oh, into the pits as well comes the Mazda from second place. So the Mazda into the pits from second place. Alan Henderson with an hour of the race gone, 40 minutes of the race left to go. Now, hopefully we'll get a view on that in the pit lane in a moment, see whether we're going to get a driver change in that car. I think it was Alan Henderson that started. Perhaps Josh will be down there as well to let us know what's going on. Just reminded me I should look at my phone to see if he sent me any more messages. The problem with the Dylan Brichter Ryan Parkin TT, by the way, was a blown injector. That's now being fixed. So hopefully that car will get back out again.
Nothing at all on track. All peaceful here at Silverstone.
Yeah, absolutely right. Luke Browse coming into the pit lane now, I can see, in the number 22 car. There's a slightly busier pit lane now. There's 7 or 8 cars there inside the top 10. There's the number 1 car through. That's now back up into 8th position, Bradley Burns in the Golf. Mainly as other cars have made their stops ahead of it, I think, rather than making up much track position. He's lapping faster than a few other cars ahead. I don't know whether that's because a few of them have gone to the pits. But talking of the pits, let's head down to Josh Barrett and see who gets touched this time.
So you can see the AK Automotive Mazda MX-5's made its way down to the pit lane, and Alan Henderson out of the car, but the bonnet has been put up, so potential dramas for this car that's had such a good opening stint on a car that's had lots of development over the year, trying to get it to be quick, which it certainly is today, but also reliable, which has been the issue up to now. And Alan Henderson himself getting involved, which with whatever the repair that is necessary here. The piping has been loosened by the looks of things. Daniel Irving is being strapped into the car, so they're hoping to get the car back out. A replenishment of fluid possibly here. Hopefully you can got a good view of that. Both Ian and Marcus, who might be able to describe better than what my particular vantage point is, but they're rushing to try and get this done within the 3-minute period. That is the minimum pit stop time, but it looks like that could be difficult. As more cars make their way down the pit lane, it's pretty crowded down here because they're all making their way down into the pits, all in a sort of a small section. So a lot of the teams having to discuss with their fellow garage team to make sure that they don't pit at the same time where it should be too crowded. So the engine has been refired on the Mazda. Meanwhile, the number 19 Lotus is making its way out. Peter Mansfield started that one. And it should be Mike Stanford taking it out. So that's another one that's headed back out onto the circuit.
Thanks, Josh. Edward Christie we could see in the pit lane there. There is the Alan Stockford 78 Audi going past the Crown Paints Charlie Dark 235 car, and that I don't think is for position, because I think
Matthew Stockford going in, was it? No, it's the other one. 235 going in. That's the Dark team, Charlie Dark starting.
It was for police actually, although they've now gone in. Dan Irving now about to head out in the Mazda by the looks of it. Back out into the pit lane and back out into the race with 36 minutes left to go.
Maybe Josh can find out what's actually happening. They're pumping some oil at the top of the engine for the second bit of pumping, but I couldn't see where the first nozzle was going or when it was being used for the first time.
235 in then, Charlie Dark into the pit lane. Now there is Will Stacey. Now he was in for an early stop, wasn't he? Where is he running now? He's 18th at the moment, so not really in contention.
No,
I don't think.
Baker and Burns there up to 6th in the number 1 car.
And there's grass in the front of the air intake there and the radiator on that car, so I think Will Stacey's been off somewhere, and that may well necessitate another pit stop to just try and clear that out. Unless that's from the early part of the race.
Yeah, sort of on the splitter, isn't it? Doesn't seem to be impeding the radiator.
Into the pits we can see 95 has come from 5th place, the Class B leader Luke Schlevitz, to hand over to his teammate Kevin Glover. But there is there's Stacey. Winner, I think 3 times during the course of the season. All the winners this year have been Rob Baker, Mark Rice and Will Beach have won one, and Luke Sargent and Josh Files, who were in the invitation class, had a win as well. That was at Spa-Francorchamps on the annual foreign jaunt for Club Giro. So the car's heading down towards the Vale once again. And that's the 56 car, Class C leader, David Lawrence. He's running at 21st at the moment. I don't think he's made a stop as yet, which he will need to. He's leading Class C. No, maybe I think he must have made a stop because he's less than a lap ahead of the Johnson car as we're watching the Lotus go slowly. It's now seems to be picking up a little bit of speed, doesn't it, as it comes out of Woodcote Corner. It's the 47 car that Maurizio Sciglio as we head down to Josh Barrett once again.
So we're down here with Alan Henderson out of the absolutely awesome Mazda MX-5. Alan, a really good stint. We'll come to that in a minute. In the pit stop, you had to go to work in the engine. Was there any issues there?
Just a little bit heavy on oil breathing. We thought we may have fixed it, but clearly not, because it's still filling the catch can a bit more than we'd like, and when the oil level gets down, we start getting dips in oil pressure on the brakes, so we need to make sure we've got some back in the engine, otherwise end of engine.
Tell us a bit about this car. There's been lots trying to get the car out so many times this year. Snedden went well, and then I think a suspension issue, but today things seem to be going a little bit better.
Yeah, it's going better. I mean, the car was so unique. End of last year we were supposed to go test and we didn't. So we've been testing through this year, finding all the little issues, and when it's going well. but still got some little issues to iron out there. I chose the wrong tyres there as well, to be fair. Started on wets, which is probably the tyre at the start, but as it's dried, it's too greasy. The tyres aren't really working that well, but I can't be bothered to change them, so we've got what we've got.
I guess this is like the furthest the car's gone in race conditions anyway, so that's the main thing, I guess, today, trying to get the car to get to the end.
Yeah, I mean, after Donington, we failed on the test day at Donington, we thought that would be it for the year. We managed to get all the bits together to fix it, and we thought we'll enter Silverstone, see if we can get a full race length under a belt, and then try and build on that next year.
Because the car had been developed, it's a Mark 1 motor, I understand.
Mark 1, yeah.
So it's a massive development to get it to where it is now. And tell us what the team have done to the car, if you can.
Well, engine-wise is still MX-5. Not massive power, it's about 300 horsepower. Suspension-wise is 50mm wider. It's got big wheels so we can get big brakes, because brakes are normally an issue over a long time on an MX-5. BMW DCT gearbox, because gearboxes are a bit of an issue on MX-5, so went with that. So it's a bit like a PlayStation, just pulling gears. It's good.
And the livery on it, it really makes it, doesn't it? I think it's an old IMSA livery.
It is, yeah. We weren't sure what to do with the livery, and I just saw I like blue cars, and I like white cars, and I saw that livery, and I thought, perfect, we'll go for that. It just stands out.
And obviously, you race Mazda MX-5s in One Mate Racing. Is this a very different car to drive with all the developments?
It couldn't be further. I mean, to be fair, it still has some traits of a Mark 1 MX-5. It's just everything's happening a lot faster. Yeah. But then obviously with the air or the high speed stuff's completely different.
And obviously in a race situation, you found out a little bit there against the front wheel drive cars. It was only that first part, I know you said you were on perhaps different tyres, but in the first part you seem to be keeping up quite well.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, to be fair. I was a bit ginger on the brakes because we haven't got ABS, so I was conscious not to be locking up, and I was fiddling with brake bias, trying to get that balance nice. And then once we started getting into the traffic, I lost a little bit there, and then I was kind of holding station a bit, and then the tyres started to feel like they were dropping away, but I was catching, I think it's Will that's in the car in the TCR, I was starting to catch gradually again towards the end there, but we'll see what Dan does.
Right, and now, like you said, you're planning now for a full season next year?
Yeah, I mean, it was supposed to be a full season this year, but obviously that hasn't went well, so yeah, if we can get the full race under a belt, we'll get on top of this engine breathing issue, and hopefully we'll just keep going.
Thanks for having a chat. Everyone likes the car here on the commentary team, so it's great to have it here. So there's Alan Henderson out of that number 90 Mazda MX-5, which we know now a little bit more about, and about their issues in the pit stop.
Thanks very much, Josh. In the meantime, we've got Mark Grice still leading the way in the number 27 Cupra, and that's the car in second place now. Number 2, Joel Oswick, who is a minute 43 behind the lead, so thick end of a lap behind. There's Will Stacey, who's in 14th place, a couple of laps down on the race leader. There's the Mazda. We're just talking to Alan Henderson, who drove the car for the first two-thirds of the race.
Lapping quicker than a couple of cars ahead of it by about 5 seconds a lap at this point.
Yeah, so we'll see how Dan Irving goes. He's running in 7th place at the moment, having made that pit stop. Brad Kaler with the number 87 Audi just behind for the moment.
Yeah, that's done in 15th place, and it's a lap adrift of the Mazda.
Yeah, indeed. Fastest car out there, though, is still the number 240 E36 M3 with either Kevin Clark or Brian Vanston aboard. I don't know if Josh can find out who is driving that car at the moment. It was Jazz Sapper for the first part of the race, but with Kevin or Brian, it is going great guns, that car, and lapping, well, a second faster than Brad Burns is, for example, in the probably about 3 seconds faster than Brad Burns is at the moment in the Golf. He's in for the next fastest man out there right now. Here's Joel Oswick. Yep, going past a couple of the Lotuses into the lane. There is the car that's fastest at the moment, the 240 car. It is running in 9th position now. It's was about 5 seconds behind the car. It's about to overtake, I think, at the start of the lap. So that is 4th position. It's for 8th position now, ahead of the Ben Williams and Harvey Caton Cooper. That has been in, hasn't it? I think that car.
They've got their tyre choice right. By the looks of things, this is looking like it's on rails at the moment.
It does, doesn't it? So that's why it's going so quickly now. So that's the car that's forging its way into contention. That's the Yaris that's getting some fuel on board.
Matthew Stockford into the pits from 5th place in car 78. So in third is the Tattersall Award car, local man Warren Tattersall. 141.
Here is that BMW Just Supper's car heading down towards us with either Clark or Branson at the wheel, turning its way through the left-hander. And now the right-hander at Luffield corner, and accelerating now towards the right-hander at Woodcote with the sun beaming down on Silverstone now. The rain has gone and it's looking like quite a pleasant afternoon out there again now, but still the track drying after the rain we had before lunch. So not as quick that time actually for the BMW. Now there is the car that is still leading. It's still out there, Mark Wright, number 27.
Still sporting the evidence of the damage from yesterday's 6-hour race when the front corner was ripped out of it. Contact with the BMW. Going a couple of quick laps going in the Niven Rath 92. Last lap the 2:35, 2:29. Should say is the quickest of all currently. And Brad Burns doing 2:31s. With a few more changes of order in the next 5 or 6 laps, I would think. Still with 26.5 minutes to go. That's Joel Oswick, number 2 BMW. That's running in second place.
I'm just putting a lap on Will Stacey in the Lotus there already. Not quite as they go through Aintree. Lotus a bit more agile, perhaps.
They were together here last time round, weren't they? Because they had the other Lotus for company.
Yeah.
Oswick looking for space to go past the Lotus. We tried to outbrake him. The Lotus weighs about half, I should think, of the BMW. Sorting that backing from personal backing from Mr. Stanley, head of the Stanley Company. He's a wonderful enthusiast.
Junior McBride in the number 67 car now. Oswick heading in, yeah. And there is only about 10 minutes or so of the pit lane window being open, so about 4 laps. So haven't got too much time to play with there before he's going to be timed out of his mandatory stop. So that's going to promote briefly, I think, the Tattersall Ward car.
Dave Griffin in.
From 6th place.
In number 6. 6 laps down for Griffin.
So looking at it, once the stops have played out, it's the question is going to be, is the Brad Burns car going to be behind the Beach car? Because Oswick and Tattersall, the 2 cars between them in the classification.
Way off track. The layout at the back of the picture.
Phil Nibb that now is in the number 92 car in 10th place.
Coming onto the Wellington straight.
Just behind Paul Browse, who's taken over the Stowmarket class BMW.
Yeah, from his son, Luke. Interesting that the Mazda, the number 90 Mazda, is going to profit from a couple of cars that are currently making their stops, including this one.
Some more Diet Coke being added to the 134 car of David Griffin.
No one's thought whether the car might run on Diet Coke. Who knows? Something that people have missed.
Could be the holy grail for the future of the internal combustion engine.
Somehow I think not. Very good for peeling a pennies.
Yes. So there's the 90 car. That's the car of Dan Irving now. So he's running 6th at the moment. So after the pit stops, he is...
going to move up to about 4th, I think, again in a minute.
Yeah, but he's lost out to the Burns car quite heavily in the stops, I think.
Yes, that's up to 3rd again now.
Yeah. I think it was a longer stop than it ought to have been for the Mazda, as Alan Hansen was describing the reasons for. With the issues with the oil needing to be repatriated from the catch tank. That's the number 90 car, Michael Sanford, should say. There's the 2 car Oswick in the pit lane, the German Auto Works car. By Bicycle House. His proprietors racing with us as well at Donington, having come over from the States. The 240 car looks like it's been an out of the pit of gain, so the quickest car out there has done another driver change since that.
Yes, we knew it had to do 2-3 car team.
Yeah, exactly. The drivers taking their turn, but obviously that's limited their chances somewhat.
It's the second driver is the second stop, a shorter stop as such.
Doesn't need to be 3 minutes.
No.
So they can just do that
In
as
and out,
quickly as they like, as quickly as they can. But yeah, not another 3 minutes required.
The 90 Mazda is now back up into 4th place. But of course, we haven't had Joel Oswick out from his pit stop, so it may well be that Baker and Burns got taken. Of course, who's in the lead car now? That's
well, it's still Mark Grice in there.
Grice,
it's still
isn't it?
Grice.
Yeah.
We've not had a pit stop for that car yet, and we were told it was Mark Grice starting. Although I think earlier Alan Henderson alluded to the fact he thought it was Will Beach in the car, but Mark Grice is what we're told.
There goes Oswick.
So he's going to be back out into the race. Joel Oswick, what's his season been like in terms of results? Just trying to have a look down our sheet here. Not as strong as it might have been.
The Grice Beach cars have to stop fairly soon now, isn't it? Because not for anything else, they've done 29 laps. They're probably a lap and a half clear of anything else, but they're going to lose much of that time. That buffer.
Yeah, absolutely. The Joel Oswick car had 3 third places before today. Those came at Alton, Spa, and at Donington in the last event on the Grand Prix circuit there. So 2 Grand Prix circuits to end the Club Enduro season. There's the 141 car, which I think is still Warren Tattersall at the wheel of that. I don't think it's had a stop yet.
I think it came in. It did come in at 26 laps.
Okay, so it's probably just not filtered through on our timing screen into its position as yet.
Oswick behind.
And then Alan James, who's taken over the 78 Audi. And there is the Brad Burns car, number 1. So that's now up to second on the screens as well. A lap and some behind Will Beach.
When Matthew Stockford and Alan James switch, do they flick the controls back to other than hand controls?
I don't know.
No,
I don't know
either.
the answer on that one.
I'm intrigued to know.
So we need to keep an eye on this car. We also need to keep an eye on the leading car of Mark Grice and Will Beach, because that needs to come into the pits in the next couple of laps to make its mandatory stop. And it's these two really that are in contention for the Class A Championship. I think Will Stacey, who's down in 10th overall and 7th or 8th in Class A. And into the pits has come the leader, by the way. Just come in now. Will Stacey's pretty ruled himself out of the championship battle as far as Class A is concerned. But there is the leader into the pit, the number 27 Capture Motorsport Seat Cupra. And it is right at the end of the pit lane. I always thought it was going to drive all the way through the pit lane there, but the very last garage 12E, is where we find Will Beach and Mark Grice. Yeah, and we can see Will Beach standing in the doorway to the pits there. So he's going to get in the car to take over from Mark for the last, maybe about 17 minutes of the race.
90 Mazda is back into 3rd place.
It is, but I think pretty much almost a lap behind the Golf of Bradley Burns, ahead of it now.
Yeah, I'm just seeing where he is. He's 40 seconds clear of Joel Oswick.
Just looking at the situation in Class C, David Lawrence is about a minute or so ahead of James Johnson now, who's taken over the car from Matthew Baldry, number 23. So comfortably leading Class C. And should be good, therefore, for the Class C title. So that's the James and Stockford car. And just on our screens now, we've got the 141 car and the number 1 car as well. of Bradley Burns. And he's just behind, isn't he, the 2 car of Joel Oswick. So Oswick is basically a lap adrift, or he's about to be a lap adrift of number 1.
Right up the curve to the outside. Oswick has got the grunt in a straight line. Will the Golf be able to go on the outside? It won't. It dives across to the inside into Abbey and takes the place. Okay, it's just a notional place, but he's lapped Oswick, who's in 4th place.
So what we need to see is where when Mark Grice and Will Beach is going to go back out into this race. So Burns has got Wellington Straight, Brooklands, Luffield, Woodcut, and the start-finish straight to go.
Not a lot of space on the outside of Aintree, is there? So
No.
switch back to the inside. That's Ward in the 141 car started by Warren Tattersall.
Be interesting to see if the 27 car is ready to go from the pit lane yet. By the way, the 240 car has done a 2:28.24, so another new fastest lap for that car. It's up to 8th position now, with either Brian Branson or Kevin Clark at the wheel. So here's the number 1 car coming through Woodcut Corner. Where is the 27 car? Should still be in the pit lane, we believe. But is it about to head out? We can't tell, because we're looking now at the number 100 car that is well down the order. There is the Mazda, and there's the 27 car going back out into the race. But which is ahead? Is it the Bradley Burns car, number 1, or is it the number 27 car that is ahead? That's what we're waiting to see. That's the car that's going to be in 3rd place,
That's
I think.
at Stowe.
That's at Stowe. And there is the Grice car, the Will Beach car, and he's behind Bradley Burns now, I think. I think Bradley Burns has gone through to take the lead of the race. Now that's quite something if he has, given the extra penalty that they had to serve at the pit stop. There's the 82 car, Ben Williams now going out into the race. So there's Oswick. There is the 27 car in the background. We're trying to pick up on our cameras though the number 1 Golf. We'll see if that's already arriving at Vale though, which I think it probably is doing. Yes, it is. There's the confirmation. So our new race leader then, Bradley Burns in the number 1 car, and that's going to help them to win the championship if it stays this way.
Yeah, it's by a few hundred metres, isn't it? And here comes Bradley Burns. Got a couple of Lotuses to negotiate on the way out to Abbey. Looks inside the first one, given plenty of room, I'm glad to say. So it's all change in the pit stop.
Yeah, if it stays this way, I think the season will end after drop scores with Baker and Burns on 64 points and Beach and Grice on 60 points. But it's been a good drive by Bradley Burns, because before Grice made his pit stop, he's just been banging in consistent laps, just taking probably 2 or 3 seconds a lap out of Mark Grice there.
He's a very good young driver, that's for sure. And I saw him in historic racing a few years ago. He's from Farnham in Surrey.
So yeah, a lot of work to do here for Will Beach. If he's going to wrest the championship away, he needs to get ahead of Brad Burns, but I think he's probably going to need some kind of mistake for that. We've only got less than 15 minutes to go, so probably 7 laps, maybe 6 laps.
That's the telling thing. It was 3 minutes and 12 seconds that Baker and Burns were behind over the timing line, and we know that the other car has come out behind them, so he's lost some ground.
Yeah, and there he is about to come into. There we go, through Woodcut Corner. We'll be cutting the timing line any moment now. 19 seconds behind.
Tattersall Ward is now 4th ahead of Oswick.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the 141 ahead of number 2 Joel Oswick in the General Motor Works BMW, and Phil Knibb is in 6th place in his Seat number 92 ahead of Williams and Caton in the 82. No Williams in it.
Right, so we're into the last 15 minutes, so we can give you a rundown on the order, which makes some kind of sense now. So number 1, Bradley Burns is leading the way for Area Motorsport. Number 27, Will Beach is 2nd for Capture Motorsport. Third is number 90, that's Dan Irving in the Mazda MX-5. Fourth is 141, which is Dave Ward now in the St. Leon Euro Cup. Fifth, number 2, Joel Oswick. Sixth, number 92, Phil Knibb, now in the Leon Euro Cup. Seventh, number 82, Ben Williams. Eighth is the 240 car of either Kevin Clark or Brian Branson, the BMW. Ninth and leading Class B is number 95, that's Kevin Glover now. 10th is number 48, Will Stacey. Second in Class B is Dan Sylvester, who's handed over to Scott Parker now. Doesn't look like Dan Sylvester's going to get another win for his Autosport tally, unfortunately, today.
The Casco d'Oro.
Indeed.
The golden helmet.
That's right. Third in Class B is Ben Short and Stuart Murch in the Mazda MX-5. Stuart Murch now at the wheel of that
Is
car,
that
I think.
for position?
No.
92.
Yes.
Nib and Rath. It is. They caught Oswick.
It is. So the Oswick's dropped out of the top 5 there for Class C. Just to explain there, 56 David Lawrence leading the way from 23 Matthew Bawtry and James Johnson, and 36 Sam McKee and Alex Baldwin. So Sam McKee having a strong final stint to the race. So it looks like it's going to be a Class A championship for Rob Baker and Bradley Burns, and a Class C championship for David Lawrence. And there's the Class B leading car.
Yeah, which is Kevin Glover in 95. He's 9th, and nearest to them, Parkin and Sylvester, and they're 23 seconds down with 11 minutes to go. Now, Scott Parkin last time round at 2:39, Glover at 2:38. So Parkin, they're lapping broadly the same time. So I don't see 20 odd seconds being catchable.
And that's the fastest car on circuit at the moment. Yes, BMW M3, the pistachio car, and making its way along the Wellington Straight into the final 11 minutes or so of this race. This is an invitation class car, so it's not scoring points in the championship.
It's gone out by 7 seconds between first and second.
It has 2:29 for Brad Burns, who's been doing those kind of lap times fairly consistently, and a 2:36 for Will Beach, which will have been his first flying lap, I think, won't it?
Now, the Tattersall and Ward Seat 141 is lapping 3.5 seconds quicker than the 90 Mazda in third.
But it's half a minute or so behind, I think, isn't it?
So I think that's going to be a good chase, but I don't think it's going to reverse at the current rate.
Down to the brackets sequence goes the BMW.
It's leaning on that.
Really pushing hard.
Yeah, super.
Obviously, because of the conditions, not getting any lap records here. The lap records were set 4 years ago when we last raced on this layout, back in October 2019. 2:19.79 was the lap record for Owen Fitzgerald. So about 9 seconds off that in the case of the fastest lap of this race so far.
That's a BMW, as I recall.
Yeah, about 12 seconds off it in the in Class B. But conditions have been tricky. They're improved all the time. Well, improved in the sense that they've got less wet all the time, although that's not necessarily made them easier on a linear basis. Still a bit of spray being kicked up, but not nearly as much as there was earlier on. So here's Schlevitz, and this is driving 9th place. He's putting a lap on Griffin there, who is... I beg your pardon. I'm trying to find where Griffin is in the...
He's down in 15th at 134.
Yes, that's right.
Irving, a slower lap at 2:41. Lost 5 seconds to the leaders. Now, Ken Ward close in the 141 car.
Back out on circuit there, you can see the number 6 car. That'll be Ryan Parkin now above the Audi TT. Dylan Bricht having started the car, but it had those issues that have been rectified. Yeah, an injector, but it's only running its 9th lap of the race at the moment. The leaders are running lap
Never give up.
34.
Never give up. Now, another 3 seconds clawed back by Ward in the 141. It's 29 seconds between 3rd and 4th place. But look, he's got the Nib and Rath car on his tail. And that's Phil Nib. So there are going to be some changes at the bottom end of the top 6, maybe even into the into the top 3.
That's right.
It's going to go down to the wire here at Silverstone today. Final round of the championship. Lotus is still locked together.
Quite a few Lotuses entered for the Club Enduro race today. There's the 47 car, that's the Maurizio Scaglio car.
Ahead of them it's for position. And there's the Beach and Oswick cars.
Which are a lap apart, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. There's the little Yaris, number 50, Cam Walton. And there, those two Lotuses that we were looking at a few months ago, the cars that Michael Sanford, number 19. I'm not sure that they need those wipers to be going quite at the pace they are at the moment. There doesn't appear to be a lot of spray being kicked up onto the windscreens. Maybe it's deceptive. I suppose if you get closer to a car behind, it becomes more important. Oh, what a spin, and it's Michael Dark in the Crown Paints car. So that's on the exit of Aintree, the approach to the Wellington Straight. Dear.
There was someone else wide behind that, and of course the BMW was stopped on the.
Yeah, it's not a great place, and
no.
You'd often see cars run wide there. It is edging its way back onto the circuit. Yeah.
That's fine again. Just it, he lost fire. But the two Seats are together, and that was 92. Phil Knibb ahead of Ward in 141. So that's been a change during this lap.
There's Julie McBride making his way through. And then we've got the Lotus, then the Ginetta of Andrew Shepherd from
25 seconds, four more seconds nibbled away by the Phil Knibb Andrew Rath car 92 on the Mazda.
Brad Burns has pulled out another 5 seconds over Will Beach as well on that lap, so that gets out to 37 seconds now.
Yes, just very accomplished.
No, very good drive. I mean, we thought initially that the fact that Rob Baker hadn't built a big lead over Mark Bryce in the early stages might prove crucial, but it's not been that way. There's the 23 car, which is the James Johnson and Matthew Butchko. It's Matthew Baldry in the second half of this race. James Johnson started that car, of course, so apologies to both.
There's the number 90, the third placed Mazda. Lap times have lengthened on that car, so over 240. So I wonder if Irving's looking at those oil pressure gauges and thinking, if I nurse it a bit, I've got 25 seconds, but that will soon be eroded. But we've only got 2 laps to go in reality, depending on where the leader is. And here he is. It'll be.
I think it is going to be.
It will be 2 laps to
2
go.
laps to go. Yeah. At the end of this. Yes, there'll be about. More than 1 lap time left by the time Bradley Burns goes on to the next lap in the Abbey Motorsport Golf, which corners Luffield and gets on the gas now as the car heads to Woodcut Corner.
The parking Audi TT's back into the pits.
Dark Side Developments having a heavy day. Oh, and that's a spinner. That's the number 20 car of Vitortas Piperas. That's on the exit of Copse, I think.
Yeah, I think it is.
Marshall's rushing to the scene. Green flag waving now at the exit of the corner.
Kind of head busted the barrier, didn't it?
Yeah, Marshall's checking the driver is okay. The driver from Lithuania. Friarberry St Edmunds. There's the 240 car, still the fastest car out there, still a 2:28.40. Still not quite sure who's in that car at the moment. It is running in 7th place now.
That's any help.
Does Brian Branson have an orange crash helmet, Josh?
Well, to match his
yeah,
car?
I think he might do, so it might be Brian Branson that's in that car at the moment. There's the race leader though, Brad Burns. He's done a tremendous job here, hasn't he, with in the second part. Rob Baker starting that car, doing enough to wrap up the championship. over Will Beach and Mark Rice.
19 seconds between Phil Knibb and Dan Irving now.
Yeah, 6 seconds a lap being made up, but it's...
and Osvik's got back ahead of Ward.
He has, yes. With a long lap for Ward on the previous lap of 2:58. So must have had a moment.
Spin somewhere, I suggest.
Yeah. So next time the leader goes through, it'll be the last lap. This is the Class B leader going through, Kevin Glover, who's in 9th position, ahead of Scott Parkin, second within that class, and third within that class is Stuart Much.
Rushing up towards Village in the loop is Brad Burns. There's Kevin Glover in 95, 9th place overall, leader of Class B. Car started by Luke Schlevitz, Jabba Sport entry.
So there's the leader, about to head on to his penultimate lap. Big spin for Alan James, though.
He's kept it out of the gravel, that was the important thing.
He has, yes, in number 78. Here's, though, our leader just heading into Brooklands for the final time now, turning his way through double right-hander at Luffield, and he'll get the last lap board. Just looking at our commentary box window, yes, the last lap board is ready by the looks of it for Brad Burns. And he will see it now. And the last lap is underway in this Tagiwa Club Enduro season that's taken in 7 rounds across the country and indeed in Europe as well. Season started at Croft back in April. Well, Stacey was the winner there, first of his 3 wins this season. A couple of those with Rob Boston later on at Anglesey and Donington. Wins as well this season for Mark Rice and Will Beach. Nick Sargent, Josh Farson, Rob Baker and Bradley Burns. Looks like Baker and Burns are going to get their 2nd win of the season and with it wrap up the Class A Championship.
Yeah, looks like it really sure-footed, that car looks. They've not put a foot wrong, Bradley Burns in his stint. We saw that big moment for Rob Baker earlier on, lapping the 2 BMWs in line astern onto the hangar straight and found himself edged out over onto the grass. 15 seconds, slight response from Irving in 3rd place. Of the 4 pulled back by Phil Knibb, and that's 240 BMW, who's now up into 6th place.
There's our prospective Class C champion that we saw briefly on the screen there. That was 56 David Lawrence. There's our prospective Class A champion Bradley Burns heading down the Hamilton Straight towards Abbey in the autumn sunshine, but there is an autumnal nip in the air. James Beckett reports from out on the spectator banks.
David Lawrence has made this one his own, hasn't he, in that Class C?
Yeah, been pretty untroubled and is going to have a big victory there within that class. Final half of the lap though for Bradley Burns, just needs to bring the car home safely. Through the loop he goes. And looking for a 2nd win of the season for this area motorsport team in this Golf that they've been using this season.
Made about half a minute on the Grice Beach car in 6 or 7 laps.
Yeah, it's been a very good performance. I think Beach probably realising that the chase was futile here. They'll settle for, I think, 2nd place within the class. But Burns it is, coming out of Brooklands now through the right-hander at Luffield. There is 56, that's going to be our Class C winner, Class C champion, David Lawrence. He's just heading onto the straight as well. But here is number 1 there, Bradley Burns in the area motorsport Volkswagen Golf. He's been sharing with Rob Baker. It comes through to take the win in the final round of the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship for 2023. And with it, the Class A Championship as well. They've completed 37 laps in that race. There's going to be our Class B winner. That's going to be Luke Schlevitz, but Kevin Glover driving that car at the moment.
Running in 9th, with no prospect of catching 8th unless there's a drama.
No, I think probably already through has gone David Lawrence as well. You think that's just him flashing through now. There he is. Yes, he has won Class C both on the day and this season as well. David Lawrence in the Honda Civic FN2. There's that Civic that's in the barriers at Copse Corner. And there's David Lawrence passing his stricken classmate, having wrapped up the championship there, so very well done to him. There's Brad Burns in the number 1 car, victorious. A great drive, in particular from Brad, but Rob Baker had a good first part of the race as well, in spite of those grassy dramas on the Hanger Straight.
8.8 seconds between the third and fourth. Are they back now?
Well,
Irving and Henderson.
I think they must be, yes. But we've got Cam Walton heading up the Wellington Straight now. Final few cars coming through to complete their races in this Tiguewa Club Enduro Championship. Of course, Scott Parkin had already wrapped up the overall championship after the last race at Donington Park. Class C was still to be decided. It's been decided in favour of David Lawrence, so congratulations to him. And congratulations also to Rob Baker and Brad Burns, who have wrapped up Class A. And here's our Class B driver, one of the final drivers to come through, actually, Kevin Glover. I think he's about to take the checkered flag in to complete his 36th lap in what will be 8th place overall, I think. Yes, so getting ahead of Beau Williams and Harvey Caton at the end there. I think that's everyone home now, more or less. So we'll see in a moment if we're able to give you a rundown on the classification before we head down to Josh Barrett in the pit lane.
240 BMW ended at 5th.
It did.
Galloping up the lap charts in the last sector of the race.
That's absolutely right.
We think Brian Branson in at that point.
So let's see, are we able to bring you the classification from that race? We'll bring you those very shortly. As you can see the cars heading round on their slowing down lap. Rob Baker and Bradley Burns taking the win then after 37 laps, a minute very nearly. Head of in second place, number 27, Mark Rice and Will Beach. Third was the number 90 car of Dan Irving and Alan Henderson, a lap down on the leaders. Fourth went to number 92, Phil Nibb and Andrew Rath. The invitation class car of 240, Jazz Sapper, Kevin Clark and Brian Branson was fifth in 240. Rounding out the top six was number 2, Joel Oswick in the BMW M2. Number 95 was 8th. That was the Class B winner, Luke Schlevitz and Kevin Glover in the Jabba Sport Golf. Second within that class, 11th overall, number 89, Scott Parkin and Dan Sylvester. Further back, as we move to the next screen, we will see who was third in that class. It was Ben Short and Stuart Much. They were third within that class, but behind the Class C winner, David Lawrence, who was a fine 18th overall, ahead of Matthew Bawtry and James Johnson. And third within that class, Sam McKee and Alex Baldwin. So those the top three in their respective classes, and the rest of them all feeding through. Not all of them making it all the way to the end, unfortunately, of that Tiguewa Club Enduro Championship race, which went 37 laps in the case of the race-winning team of Rob Baker and Bradley Burns. So there'll be more Tiguewa Club Enduro action next season, I am sure. We've still got 3 races to come this afternoon for you here at Silverstone. But before we get on to the hot hatches and the alphas that are coming up next, let's go down to Josh Barrett in the pit lane.
So we're down here in the pit lane after the final round of the Tiguewa Club Enduro Championship for 2023, and the race-winning car has made its way in of Bradley Burns and Rob Baker, who started, and Brad's just gone over to have a chat with the Class C winner, David Lawrence, all part of the area motorsport squad. And if we can jump in, Brad, well done, a race win and a real fast stint there from you.
Yeah, it's good. It was quite wet out there when we first went out, and just stuck on the dry lines. Josh Foles told me yesterday where to go, and that's what I did. And yeah, it worked well, and I think we're doing quite well on the time side of things.
Yeah, at the end of the race, I think you were 3-4 seconds quicker than the Sayat that Rob was battling with at the start.
Oh yeah. I had him on the radio, and he was telling me calm down. I was like, to keep on going. But yeah, it was good.
Obviously, you jumped in this car sort of halfway through the season, and the car sort of, the development's come on really well, and the pace is there now.
Yeah, motorsport, I've done a lot of work with it, and it's got better and better, and it's a phenomenal car. They've done a good job.
And obviously, it's you jumped into the car. Did Rob give you any tips, or did you sort of get to the grips of the car quite early on in the season?
Yeah, Rob's done a lot with the car, so he knows everything about it. He told me what to do here, there. The ABS I hadn't had before and bits like that. Just had to adapt, but yeah, it's good.
And this means as well the championship's been won in Class A for Rob, so that's a sort of job done.
Yeah, brilliant. He said on the radio, he said, I think we got it, so that's perfect.
Well done, Brad. Great stuff. And just behind you is David Lawrence, Class C winner and a Class C championship as well, we think.
Yes, I believe so, as long as no infringements come my way, but yeah, it seems that way.
And after a problematic last couple of rounds, this is a great way to end the season for you.
Yeah, I literally went out of my way to make sure this round was just going to be plain sailing and no issues, and change a lot of stuff for the team. So yeah, I'm glad it's held up well in the conditions that's been today. It's been very slippery. So.
Obviously, the track started very wet at the beginning. How did that develop as the race went on?
It was better at the start, and then it just got worse because as it was drying up, it just got it got really greasy, and it was really hard to judge where was best. So, yeah.
And you've done that much actual circuit racing before this year, so how have you found it?
No, so this is my first year of racing, and I've really enjoyed it, to be honest. I wish there was a lot more cars in my class to give a good battle, but it is what it is, and we'll go again for next year.
Back in this car next season?
We'll hope so. I might maybe get a different car, move up a class maybe, where it's a bit more of a challenge.
Oh, we look forward to whatever you're out and one on this season. So there's our Class C winner, David Lawrence. Class B winner, Kevin Glover's just made his way into the pit, so we'll have a word with Kevin. Well done, Kevin, a class win after all these races battling against this diesel going on top for the last round.
Yeah, it was. We seem to work well in the wet at the moment. So yesterday, when it looked like it was going to be dry, I thought, oh no, it's going to be a dry one, we'll lose the pace. But the car's been amazing. I did the last 40 minutes of the stint, and the car was just dancing around, and we're just flying past everybody, Class A cars and that. Didn't have radio, so I wasn't sure where we were, and then they put a pit board out. It was like plus 22 seconds first place, so just backed off from there. But I mean, it's kept us honest all year, and at least now there is somebody that can actually take it to Scott, because he's had a bit of a run of it at the minute.
When you sort of battled with him, what's sort of the difference between the petrol and the diesel engines?
There's not much in it. If you look at his videos, he seems to have really good gear changes compared to ours. The boost just doesn't drop. So when you kind of try to tow him down the straight, he just has the legs on you a little bit in a straight line. But otherwise, they're really evenly matched. Just some little setup differences, really.
Well done on your win. I think your teammates just over here, so we'll have a word with Luke if we can. Luke, a class win to end of the season. Kevin obviously brought it home. How was your opening stint?
Sketchy. Yeah. It was so slippery out there and just changing conditions. First few laps were absolutely horrendous with spray, but just kept it where we needed to, keep on the track, keep pounding in decent laps, and then Kev just brought it home and kept going faster, so couldn't ask for more, really.
Obviously, you were racing the Club Enduro Championship when it all began. How do you feel the championship's developed since then?
It's definitely gone to a lot more professional. We've raced in a few other things, and we come back to this, which says a lot. But yeah, it's a great place to be. Hopefully we can do a full year next year and not miss the first two rounds. But I think that should be us P2 in the championship overall as well now.
Well done on your season, great stuff. The champion of the year is here, so let's have a word with Scott. Hello. Scott, the win didn't come, but the season has been fantastic.
No, definitely not a champion's drive then. Danny definitely did a champion's drive, and the first stint he were absolutely flying. The whole idea was to pit as early as possible, but I think in those conditions really I should have made the decision to leave him out for longer. So he came in more or less bang on the pit window opening time, and then by that point the tyres had cooled down, so I went out and they were on the radio telling me the times Luke were doing, and he were taking 2 seconds, 3 seconds out as I got up to speed, and then by the time I got up to speed they pitted. Then I were knocking a little bit out with Kevin, but I think then they had the measure of me, definitely. So yeah, not a champion's drive, that one, but you know.
The whole season, let's talk about that, because so many victories over the course of the year in I guess it's a family-run business that have converted into this car. Tell us a bit about
that. Yeah, so obviously it's me and my brother, and then we've got a big team of guys who obviously, without them we wouldn't be here, not just in terms of racing but in terms of the business as well. So thanks to all them, you know, it's been a really good season. It's a shame that I can't make the end of season awards, so I thank them all then, so I suppose I can thank them now. So yeah, appreciate all the help that everybody does for us, and all his family, all his friends who support us as well. So yeah, really appreciate it. Like I say, without them this wouldn't happen.
What is your plan for next season?
So we've got the 2 TTs, we're going to convert the other one to diesel, and then me and Ryan need to have a showdown as to who's going to do Class A, who's going to do Class B. Yeah. So I'd like to do Class A, but if Ryan really wants to do it, then he can do it.
So that's all got to be discussed over the next few months.
Exactly. Argued, not discussed, I think.
Well, well done on your season, well done. So there's Scott Parkin, the Tigera Club Enduro champion for 2023. We go back to sprint racing now for the rest of the day. We have the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch with the High-Tech Alfa Romeo Championship coming up next.
Thanks, Josh. As you can see, the Alphas starting to line up on the grid, and it's deja vu because it's a damp track that they are lining up on, as they did earlier. And in this morning's race, of course, we saw the second group of cars, the hot hatch cars, fly their way through the field. Dan Silvestre taking the overall lead within 2 laps, which was just as well because we then had the safety car for the remainder of the race. Let's have a look at how the grid is going to line up then. Again, it's the Alphas on the front part of the grid, the hot hatches on the back part of the grid. It's going to be a 13-minute race after a green flag lap. Pole position is going to go the way of the race 1 winner. That is number 33, Toby Broom, and besides him is 201, which is Paul Plant. Second row of the grid is the driver that was also on the podium in race 1, number 75, Tom Hill, and next to him is number 30, Stacey Dennis. On the third row, on the inside, it's number 23, James Ford, who's looking favourite for the championship right now, and number 70, Mike Hilton in the 4C next to him. The fourth row, 211, Simon McPhee's Fiat, and 79, Dave Messenger in the Alpha. Row 5 is 91, Richard Ford, and 54, Adrian Norman. Row 6, 78, Edward Robinson, and 14, Andy Page. Row 7 of the grid will be Gabriele Icarino and Jamie Thwaite, number 40, a non-finisher early on in the TCR car. Chris McPhee, Tom Waite and Keith Waite, 221, 241 and 4 respectively, didn't make it to the start even of the first of the races this morning. Pole position for the hot hatches, and on the outside of row 9 will be number 37, Daniel Silvestre. Then the next up, it's going to be 45, Dan Brown, and 34, Will Self. Row 11, 137, Kelvin Talbot in the Integra, and the 36, Ryan Polly in the Civic. Row 12, 22, Tate Taverner's Type R, and 67, Ben Morton. Row 13 will be 21, David Walsh in the Clio, and 24, Nick Cristofaro. Row 14 is 69, Matthew Mandapira, and 57, Joel Arguelles, the 2 Class B Championship contenders. Row 15, 122, Shay Kavanagh, and 1, David Drinkwater, who is looking good for the overall championship. Row 16 is 20, Martin Paget, and 58, Paul Jarvis. Row 17 is 111, Joe McMullen, and 13, Stuart Kennedy. Row 18 is 316, Ivor Mayers, and 95, John Hobbs. Row 19, 230, Emilio Lucchesa, and 9, Cavan Taylor. On the 20th row, it's 148, Wayne Shackelford, and 73, Jeremy Lucas. Row 21 is 197, Craig Turner, and 5, Neil Frost at the back. We've got the car that caused the red flag here, 164, Adam Schaefer in the Peugeot if it's fixed, and 72, Archie Stein, whose Honda CRX was into the pit lane before the start of the earlier race. So the top 3 on the Alpha grid as per the finishing order of race 1, and that's very much the same story amongst the hot hatch cars as well. What's going on in the respective championships? Well, the hot hatch championship, we're down to 4 potential overall champions because Dan Brown and Joel Arguelles have dropped out of championship contention. But the situation we now have is David Drinkwater 10 points clear of Martin Paget in second. Then it's Dan Silvestre and Matthew Mandapira. All could mathematically just about win the overall championship. But I think if David Drinkwater gets a half decent result here, he is going to be the hot hatch champion for the 5th successive time. It's still to be decided in Class B as well between Mandapira and Arguelles, although Silvestre has wrapped up Class A now. B and C still to be decided. In the Alphas, a bit more difficult to sort out the points with this one, but it's increasingly looking like James Ford is going to win that championship, providing he gets a finish here. With Tom Hill slightly stymied by the lack of starters within the V6 class of the championship. So the cars on their formation lap ahead of this 13-minute race for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship and the High Tech Alfa Romeo Championship. The sun shining brightly now upon us here at Silverstone. You can see in the background the works going on at the Escapade development on the outside of Maggots, some residential units being built there for those that can afford them. They'll afford a great view of the circuit, I'm sure. Of course, the cars in all bar the Twin Spark Cup class of the Alphas, they can run on slick tyres if they wish. Whether they've opted to do so or not, I'm not quite sure. Cars in hot hatch don't have the option of slick tyres. Of course, they are on any tyre from the Motorsport UK list 1A, 1B or 1C that they can use. A variety of different tyres may be used within hot hatch. And in the early race, yes, we saw the faster hot hatches quickly blast their way through the Alpha grid. I suspect conditions are not too dissimilar now to what they were for that race this morning, so we may see a repeat of that. And let's hope we don't have the interruption of the safety car this time, and we do get a full race distance for the Alpha and hot hatch drivers who are completing their seasons here. In the case of the hot hatches, it's been a 16-round season. It's a shorter campaign for the Alphas, amounting to 6 double headers and 12 rounds during the course of the year. Within hot hatch, there are 3 different classes, and they are based on a power to weight ratio. Class A being for cars with 200 brake horsepower per ton. Class B, the split is at 175, and Class C it's at 145. The Alphas, they have a number of different classes. They have the modified class, they have the power trophy class for all the less slightly modified cars, the V6 class for V6 engine cars, and the Twin Spark Cup for Twin Spark more standard road going specification cars, very nearly on a treaded tyre. See a Fiat there, not entirely unknown to have the Fiat Puntos joining the Alpha grid as well, as are other Italian marques. They're welcome to join the field as guests. And here you see the hot hatch cars weaving their way around the circuit to get some heat into their treaded tyres before the start of the race, which is going to start 10 seconds after the race. The hot hatch race will start 10 seconds after the Alphas, so that will go on the fall of the Union flag, whereas the Alphas will go on lights out. So 13-minute race it's going to be. Final Alphas coming into position. They're having to wait a little while on the grid while the 20-odd hot hatches arrive. You can see on the right-hand side of the picture Toby Broom in the Revs Italia number 33 Alpha 147 GTA. Next to him is number 201, renumbered from 20. That's Paul Plant. He's in the Power Trophy class, the blue and white car. And then you've got Tom Hill, who's already been a multiple champion in Alphas, originally in the Twin Spark Cup. More recently he switched to the Power Trophy and then the V6 class. And next to him on the outside of the second row, you have the number 30 car, which is Stacey Dennis, another of the Power Trophy runners. Behind her you've got the beautiful 4C of Mike Hilton as well, who is alongside James Ford in the first of the Twin Spark Cup cars. The last few cars just coming into position, so shortly we'll get the green flag at the back. The CRX is there of Archie Stiant, and we are about to go racing then for 13 minutes around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So Toby Broom in the red car on pole position, Paul Plant 201 in the blue and white car next to him. In the Giulietta, race about to get underway. Wipers on for some of them, and the lights do go out. The race does get underway. Tom Hill it is with his wipers on from the second row of the grid, and it is Broom that has the lead of the race. Then Hill is up to second. Paul Plant has dropped down to third position. There is the start of the hot hatch race, and it's Dan Brown that's made a very good start to the race. He's got ahead of Dan Sylvester in the ex-Chris McCloy car, but they are still side by side as they go through Cots. But it's a very sideways Toby Broom that leads through Beckett's for the first time. Tom Hill second, Mike Hilton up to third in the 4C. Paul Plant is in fourth place in the Giulietta, and then the rest of them all making their way through. It's Stacey Dennis fifth, I think, and doesn't look like we've got, for example, Jamie Thwaites from the back, but looking like a very good race in prospect here between the Alphas. Mike Hilton coming through very nicely.
Yep, helping up the outside down towards Stowe, and he bisects the two saloons, dives across to the inside, but gets chopped going into the corner. He wasn't particularly committed down there, was he, Ian? And paid the price for that, but that's fine. He's just trying to get some temperature into those tyres. It looks stunning, but he gets up the inside into Copse, and the erstwhile leader runs really wide, has to fight to get the car back into that tight corner.
And the hot hatches are going to be in amongst the back of the Alphas already. We could see Ryan Polly going through, and also Will Self in the Peugeot. There is the lead, though. It is Dan Sylvester in the grey and yellow and green car. He's got himself ahead of Dan Brown now, who's down in second place in the hot hatch part of the race. They're just coming through Club Corner as well, so we'll see exactly how far up the order Dan Sylvester can get by the end of the first lap. Dan Brown is going with him, and then it's to the 137 car, I think, in third place. So that's the Honda Integra, is it not, of Kevin Tolbert, and he's got Will Self up the inside of him through Farm, and he's done it. He's got through there. He's also got past the number 97 Gabriele Iaccarino Alfa Romeo as well. So Will Self very committed, some selfless driving, you might say, as he makes his way out of Village and into the loop, and he is up into third position within the hot hatches. He's got a few more Alphas to try and pass though before he gets up to P3 overall, as we're watching Dan Sylvester go past the McPhee brothers in their Fiats, and he's about to go past Andy Page in the Alfa Giulietta as well.
Yeah, get the two Fiats into Brooklands, and that Alfa looks really fierce. Fierce car, isn't it? The blue machine. I've only seen it once before, I think. And there's Dan Sylvester, who's got the legs on Dan Brown at the moment, and they equal the score earlier on, 5 wins apiece this year, didn't he, Ian? And it could be 6-5 in his favour.
Over the line they go then at the end of the first lap. Mike Kilton, it is that is leading overall. He's 4.7 seconds ahead of Tom Hill in second place, but Dan Sylvester is 12 seconds at the start of this lap behind Mike Hilton in the overall lead of the race. He's just cleared Stacey Dennis now as well in the Alfa. I think it's down as 147, but I think it's a Giulietta that she is in. And he's continuing to make up more place as well. The McPhee brothers battling away. Kevin Tolbert trying to get past them in his Honda Integra, but has yet been able to do so. Honto's making their way through. And just behind Kevin Tolbert, you can see Ryan Polly as well. He's been a champion in 750 Motor Club Championships in the past. Brown has now got ahead of Dave Messenger, so he's up into 5th position, I think. Messenger has Dan Brown right behind him. And I think it's going to take a little bit longer for Dan Sylvester to get all the way through the field here, because the conditions have improved a little bit since this morning, I reckon, and Mike Hilton finds them more to his liking than he did earlier on.
Yeah, I think he's much more. He's got a better circuit and work straight, a more consistent circuit, put it that way, and you can read it better. And it's a lovely, lovely car to see ahead. A real treat to see on track the 4C.
Yeah, so Tom Hill, we just saw at the front of shot there. We've got Andy Page there trying to get past Stacey Dennis and for a position within the Alpha grid, which he has done. So Andy Page in the modified class, and the Giulietta getting ahead of the Power Trophy car of Stacey Dennis. Down at the hairpin at Village is Dan Sylvester leading his way in the hot hatches.
Tricycling through the loop inside. We got a couple of inches off the deck.
Just to update you in the class as well, David Walsh was leading in Class B, and David Drinkwater crucially in Class C, which if he stays there will be enough for him to wrap up the Hot Hatch Championship yet again.
Yes, he's a formidable competitor, isn't he, David Drinkwater? Whatever he goes into, he takes very seriously, prepares a nice car, drives it really beautifully, and he's very consistent.
Yes,
double yellows.
Double yellows, now where are they? It's at Copse. By the looks of it, it looks like an Alpha has gone off.
It's gone off into the Papyrus Gap.
It has. Vacated by the Lithuanian only a few moments ago. Is that Edward Robinson's car, possibly, that has gone off there at Copse? Dan Sylvester's done the best lap of the race on the second flying lap, a 2 minute 40 dead. But Mike Hilton's done a 2:41.07, so he's only made up a second on the overall lead, which is 11 seconds behind. Of course, the overall lead is a bit of a notional thing because there's two separate results declared at the end of this race, one for the Alphas and one for the Hatches, and it's a separate set of points. So I'm not sure here that Dan Sylvester will necessarily get to the front of the field at all during this race. He's got ahead of Paul Plant now. He's up into 4th position overall. So just Toby Broom and Tom Hill and Mike Hilton then to find a way past to take the checkered flag first in this race.
Yeah, Will Self has chased Dan Brown through, past some of the Alphas. Alphas side by side now, pretty much on the hanger straight, but...
that's a change, isn't it? Toby Broom ahead of Tom Hill for the moment. Stacey Dennis has gone off the circuit in the number 30, Giulietta. She's going to rejoin it, having been off at the complex. Looks like Tom Hill's made it back through ahead of Toby Broom in the two Revs Italia sister cars. Very smart running together as they are. Tom Hill doesn't always have much competition in that class. I'm sure he's relishing this battle with his teammate Toby Broom, who's stepped up from the Twin Spark Cup. And they're going to be joined momentarily by a quicker car to the tune of about 4 seconds a lap.
While they're squabbling, it's not really helping their cause.
No.
But they don't really care. As long as they have the fun together, it doesn't matter what the Honda of Dan Sylvester does.
And they're both well used to being passed by quicker cars because they used to mix grids in the Alfa Romeo Championship anyway. Both have been racing in the slower Twin Spark Cup class within the Alphas in the past, so very much used to finding cars of this pace, trying to squeeze a way through, but it's not necessarily easy for Dan Sylvester to find a way past.
Plenty of breathing in. Sylvester manages to hook in tight coming out of the loop onto the straight. There is Mike Hilton.
He's got pretty much the length of the straight, hasn't he?
Sylvester still hasn't got past. He's working on it now, though. And he'll scuttle down the inside. No, he's through anyway, before the bridge. But the Alpha's still squabbling behind. 75 ahead of 33 again.
Yeah, that's right. So Hill ahead of Broom in the battle for class position. James Ford, I've not checked on his progress. It's the 78 car that was indeed off. It was Edward Robinson's Alpha 156. James Ford is indeed leading the Twin Spark Cup class, which is good enough for him to wrap up the Alpha Championship as well. We're watching Paul Plant here, who is 5th now, having divested 4th to Dan Brown. In fact, he's in 6th because Dan Sylvester, because Dan Brown has also got through. Sylvester up to 2nd now, but his lap time is almost identical to that of Mike Hilton on that lap, so the gap is still just over 11.5 seconds between Hilton and Sylvester, albeit Sylvester now has a clear track ahead of him to try and get his head down.
Yes, he lost a fair chunk of time, didn't he, on that lap in the sort of infield section from beyond Farm onto the Wellington Straight, but yet he still did.
Oh dear, there's a car off deeply into the gravel. That's not going to get out very easily. That's the 230 car of Emilio Lucchese's, the Citroen Saxo. That is, we saw a car off there yesterday in the Burkitt, didn't we? And that took some retrieving.
That's the bit, the sort of darker bit that looks solid and isn't when you get there.
Absolutely, very deceptive. Oh yeah, that's well in. Yeah, you're going to need a crane to get out of there, I think. But anyway, race goes on. Dan Brown is now with the battling V6 Alphas of Toby Broom and Tom Hill. It's Hill in the GT ahead of the 147 of Toby Broom at the moment. But Dan Brown is about to pass them, but there will be double waved yellows at that part of the circuit. 3 minutes of the race left to go. Can Brown find a way through Abbey?
Plant's not far behind, and behind him it's Will Self.
Yeah, just checking the class positions. David Walsh still ahead in Class B for Matthew Montepera and Joel Arguelles. Class C, David Stringwell still there.
Great one. Both Alphas zapped in one fell swoop for Dan Brown there.
Up to 30 goes, and the two Alphas need to get into the side of one another there, don't they? 33, Toby Broom up the inside of Tom Hill. I should think Tom Hill's really enjoying this because he, as we say, doesn't often have much of a race. And they're coming onto the back straight now, side by side. Dan Sylvester's made his escape from Dan Brown here, having got ahead of those two cars basically a lap earlier than Brown did. So it's probably 4 or 5 seconds up the road by now. You've got Will Self coming through. He is the 3rd now of the hot hatch cars ahead of Kevin Talbot.
4 laps down then for leader Mike Hilton in 70. He's out of our shot. But here is the second place man, leader of the hot hatch section, Dan Sylvester in number 37. There is Dan Brown. Behind Dan Brown, it's 33, which is Toby Broom ahead of Tom Hill. The Revs Italia teammates. And the top 6 completed by Will Self in the red Peugeot. You can see there under pressure once again, this time from Kevin Talbot in the Honda Integra, who's really got going.
Yeah, they've both now cleared Paul Plant's Alpha, so he's gone down to 8th position. Ryan Polly is 9th, and David Walsh in the hot hatch Class B leading car rounds up the top 10. So Talbot chasing after Self as Dan Sylvester. It was 12 seconds behind, so he actually lost ground on the previous lap to Mike Hilton, who's done the best lap of the race, a 2-minute 37.92. Now, will we get the checkered flag at the end of this lap, or will we get one more? I think by rights it should be a checkered flag, but we'll see what happens. Keep an eye out of the window and what we're seeing on screen as well. They're going past that Emilio Lucchese Saxo that's beached at the exit of Club Corner. And here is Sylvester now, chasing after the 197 Craig Turner Renault Clio. There's Tate Taverner, number 22, who is in 17th position at the moment. He's got himself ahead of Joel Arguelles, though, on this lap. The Class A car now ahead of the Class B car. There's our overall leader, Mike Hilton, in the 4C. Beautiful looking thing. Very unusual car. And he's just turning on to the Wellington Straight once again, with only 16 seconds left on the clock.
Flatbed going off down towards Club in the background.
Looks like the last lap board is being prepared rather than the checkered flag, which is what I was expecting. So last lap board being prepared for Mike Hilton, although we have counted down to 0 now. And so he's going to have one more lap to go, and I think he's just continuing to get away here from Dan Sylvester in 2nd place. Over the line he's going to come, yeah, and indeed, last lap board is out.
This might atone for the shortened race this morning, might it?
It may do, yes, because they only had 2 racing laps earlier on today. The sun is out, which does give the officials a little bit more comfort that we're not going to be finishing the race racing today in utter gloom. It's at 20 to 4 now, and still 2 races to go.
Sylvester through in 2nd place. Dan Brown, yellow and black Civic. Which model of Civic is that? I can never.
Oh, I go a bit hazy on
I know the
old ones.
FM2s. I know the
EK, I think.
EK,
maybe.
I think you're right.
Yeah, there's the 9 car that's been for a spin. That's Cavan Taylor's Renault Clio 197-200. Might drive from Chorley in Lancashire. Here is Hilton, though. He's in a class of his own. Really, his gap is extended once again to 12.5 seconds. I think a few wags on the live stream chat were saying, well, how quickly is Dan Sylvester going to get his way through all of the Alphas? I reckon halfway round lap 2. Someone said, I reckon on lap 1. Someone else said, well, they're all wrong, because it's still Mike Hilton leading by about 12 seconds as he turns his way through. It's called an EG Civic. Yes, there we go. Is what that was.
An EG.
Yeah.
Example given.
Exactly.
On Google.
70 over the line is Mike Hilton. He's just coming up to lap the 54 car, which is Adrian Norman in the 147 in the production class. He's been a little bit lonely during the course of this race. But Hilton here has had a very strong performance. I should think the setup, the tyres are just better suited to the conditions that we've had today. Long time since the Alfa Romeo Championships run on the Grand Prix circuit. Probably not too many drivers will have driven it in racing conditions before. There's Keith Waits. He's getting the car home this time by the looks of it. He was a non-starter in the early race in the Alfa 75.
Did we see him go down the pit lane as the race started? I think we did. I think he might have started in there again.
Maybe that was it. Maybe a clutch issue or something, so he didn't want to start from the grid. But here through Brooklands for the final time, this time comes Mike Hilton, getting past him with the slower cars. Through Luffield he comes He's just passed a couple of the Saxos there. And it's going to be checkered flag this time for Mike Hilton to win the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship race. There is the flag, there is the winner. And Mike Hilton is successful in this second race of the day, so wins today for Toby Broom and Mike Hilton. There is Dan Sylvester, he wins in Class A of the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. So that'll be the Class A championship title for him as well. And in third place has come Dan Brown, and he's another 9 seconds behind him in the end. Fourth place goes the way of number 137 Kevin Talbot. Fifth place number 34 Will Self. Sixth is number 33 Toby Broom, who gets the better of Tom Hill by, in the end, about 7 seconds in that battle for the V6s. So with Tom Hill only second there, and just confirming James Ford, is still running in the Twin Spark Cup class. I think he is going to come across the line soon to take the championship for the Alfa Romeos this season from that Twin Spark Cup. He's yet to come through, but he's not going to be too far away now. As various class finishers come through in the hot hatches. Is that James Ford? No, that's Dave Messenger coming through now, isn't it? I can see, yep, Dave Messenger, he comes through in 17th place in his Alpha. James Ford's going to be in the next group of cars, I think, behind. He's got the Fiats just ahead of him. And there's David Drinkwater. David Drinkwater's just about to cross the line. There is David Drinkwater, so he wraps up the overall Hot Hats Championship. And we're just waiting still for James Ford to come through. I don't think he has done as yet. And yes, he has dropped down my timing screen. He has he been lapped? Was he lapped? That's the question. He's not come through to complete 6 laps, that's for certain. Oh, he's just slotted in now, just slotted on the touch screen now, I can see. So James Ford has come through, and he's won the Twin Spark Cup class, and therefore he's won the Alfa Romeo Championship as well. So there's a bit of doubt about that right until the end, but there's Mike Hilton, our winner in the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship, final round of the season. I'm not sure he saw the checkered flag because he's still passing cars on his slowing down lap, so he's still pushed on. Let's have a result of that race, though. It was a win for Mike Hilton in the Alfa Romeo 4C. 6 laps he completed, and he did that 9.45 seconds ahead of Dan Sylvester, won the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship part of the race. Dan Brown, number 45, took 3rd place. 4th went the way of number 137, Kevin Talbot. 5th was number 34, Will Self. 6th was 33, Toby Broom, 2nd of the Alphas and the 1st in the V6 class. 7th, number 75, Tom Hill. 8th, number 201, Paul Plant. 9th was number 36, Ryan Polly. And Mike Hilton has seen the checker flag, he's coming down the pit lane now. 10th, number 24, Nick Cristofaro. 11th, number 21, David Walsh. He won Class B of the Hot Hatches ahead of number 69, Matthew Mandapira. 13th, number 14, Andy Page. 14th, number 67, Ben Norton. And 15th was number 22, Tate Taverner. Then we've got a bit further back, Chris McPhee winning in the Power Trophy class amongst the Alphas, beating Stacey Dennis on this particular occasion. And in 23rd place overall, you can see that David Drinkwater, confirmation that he won Class C from Martin Paget, who was 27, and therefore wins overall for the 5th time in a row the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship title. So many congratulations to him. We'll let the rest of the results run through. James Ford, you can see, number 23 in 28th position, but winning the Twin Spark Cup class from his brother Richard, and therefore we think sealing the High-Tech Electronic Materials Alfa Romeo Championship title as well. So that it brings to an end our Tin Pop racing for today. We've got some sports car racing still to come from Sports Specials and Master 7s, and then Bike Sports and Sports 1000s to round out the day. But let's head down to the pit lane now. Josh Brown is going to speak to Mike Hilton, amongst others.
Final round of the High-Tech Alfa Romeo Championship, and Mike Hilton the winner. Well done, Mike. That race was a bit nicer, wasn't it, than the previous sessions?
Yeah, it's amazing what difference it makes when you're on the right tyres. Yeah, slicks this morning was it was terrible. It's like worse than ice. So I was getting just no grip with big fat rear-wheel drive cars, but that was wet, first time driven on wet. It was unbelievable. So I really enjoyed it.
It's an awesome car. It's great to have it here. Tell us about how it sort of got to this point.
So somebody else developed into a track day car, and then I've taken it on to be a race car, so upgraded power, suspension, but it's still a modified road car, so it's still more work to do, but today it was amazing. Yeah.
Back in it next season?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, definitely. Yeah, maybe do some other things and compete with it, but yeah, definitely, yeah.
It's great to have it here. Well done on your victory. So there's Mike Hilton, the winner in the Great 4C. We see Danny again. Well done, Dan. Another class win and another hot hatch victory as well. So it's been a good way to end the year.
Yeah, it's been a good day. It's been a good day in both the Civic and the Golf. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun today. It's been very tricky conditions all day, but that's what I like. I mean, I know a lot of drivers say that, but it's good fun in the rain, and you know, you get to play with the car a bit. And yeah, that second race, I was on my own for a lot of it, but yeah, still enjoying driving the car flat out and just seeing what I could do. Yeah.
And for yourself, do you know what you're going to race next year, or is that all to be decided?
I don't know what I'm going to do next year now. Yeah, I'll concentrate on next week first.
Yeah. What are you going to do next week?
Don't know, I'll find out.
No more racing this year?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well done this year. Well done on another win. Quick chat with David, who was a Class B winner. David, how did your race go?
Pretty good, actually. Yeah, got a good start. Checked out from the beginning and sort of managed to make it stay. I was just watching in the mirror and just managing it all the way through. But he had me sweating, but yeah, good.
Coming back next year for a championship campaign?
Potentially. We came here at the start of the year and wrote a car off, so actually to come back and just, you know, sweep the lot is the perfect end to a season. So yeah, thank you to everyone that helps.
Well done. Let's see if James is all right to have a quick chat. So that's a class win. We think the Alfa Romeo Championship for this year as well for you?
Yeah, both today, so really happy. Yeah, delighted to be fair, yeah. Cars performed well today, and obviously tricky conditions, not much fun being out there, but yeah, results got done in the end, so happy boy.
And you won pretty much, I think, every race you've raced in this year?
Yeah, 10 out of 10, so I can't have asked for much more, really. Yeah.
Well done this season. Yeah, and then finally we can speak to our hot hatch champion, another win for David Drinkwater. Well done, Thirsty. How was that?
Yeah, that was really good. I had a great battle with Martin for most of that race. Really slippy, but for everybody. But no, it was really good.
How did the conditions compare to this morning?
Actually better than this morning. Not as cold, I think. Helped a little bit, and then we've had obviously a bit of running during the day, but it's been good. But I just want to say thank you to my sister and her other half, Colin, my other half, Kat, and my little nephew will be watching at home. So Isaac, love you, babe. he's a loony, and we'll see what we do next year.
Obviously this year probably a bit more challenging to win the championship than the previous seasons.
Yes, the 45 kilos of ballast took a bit of while to get used to. It was a bit of a struggle at the beginning of the season, but we got on top of that, did some work on the car, and it's been good.
Now thinking to come back next year or something different?
Well, I don't know. If they give another 15 kilos and I have 60 or something, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well done this season. So we heard there from both our champions from the Alfa Romeos and the hot hatches, as well as all the winners too. More racing coming up next. The Freaky Part Sports Specials and the Aim Shot Mazda 7s coming up in just a few moments.
Thanks very much, Josh. There's an atmospheric shot across the Silverstone paddock as the sun over the peak now. As we're looking at the grid then for the penultimate race of the day, the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship and the Aim Shot Mazda 7s. The grids for this set by the second fastest times in qualifying this morning. So on pole position it's number 53, Andy Hiley, who had a hugely dominant win earlier on, and number 11, Paul Collingwood, who had far too many dramas for his liking earlier on in the Eclipse. Row 2 is 64, Anton Landon, and 82, Rob Johnson, both signers together on the grid once again. Row 3, number 1 on the inside is Stuart Thompson, and besides him is number 27, and that is the car of Andrew Hayward. On the fourth row on the inside is number 17, Paul Boyd, who was off in the earlier race, and 66, Neil Turner, our champion from Class B in the Caterham. Row 5 on the inside is the Sports Special stalwart, number 10, Nigel Brown, and 58, Mickey Scott. On the sixth row it's number 18, Colin Benham, and 65, Martin Hayward. On the seventh row, still 79, Sylvia Merchant, 69, Gerard O'Donoghue, 70, Trevor Harper, and Nigel Liddell in 199 on row 16. Row 9 is 26, Alan Robinson, and 9, Neil Webb. On the 10th row of the grid, it is the last of the Sports Specials cars, Stuart Much, and the first of the Mazda 7, 77, Eddie Moyer. On the 11th row, it's 55, Simon Court, and 166, Lucas Batt. On the 12th row, it's 71, Jonathan Lister, and 99, Martin Sheldon. On the 13th row, it's 37 Ben Powney and 35 David Winter. Row 14 is 171 Daniel Corton, 24 Rick Lanier. Then it's 25 David Bowen and 3 Callum Barnes on row 15. On row 16, 34 Matt Grow and 179 Ayrton Rogers. Row 17, 21, that's Imran Khan in that car, not Sam McKee, and 83 Robert Geimer. On the 18th row, 47 Lewis Penstone Smith and 551 Mark Crawford. On the 19th row, it's 181 and 188, that's Stephen Kimber and Michael Jacobs. Row 20 is 101 Ian Deeves and 2 Colin Marshall, and Ian Wells in number 5 rounds out the field on row number 21 of the grid. Championship wise, I think everything's now been sorted out in sports specials, in that Andy Hiley has wrapped up Class A and Stuart Mutch in Class C. Neil Turner had already wrapped up Class B and the overall championship. And in the Mazda 7s, of course, Jonathan Lister had wrapped that up before we even got to this weekend. No green flag lap for the sports specials and Mazda 7. So just as soon as we get the green flag at the back and the circuit is clear, there's that Emilio Lucchese car to be recovered from the gravel at Club Corner, of course. So that's just will have taken a moment or two. But as soon as all that's cleared, we're going to get this race underway. 13 minutes again it should be, and you've got on the right hand side of your picture there the white and blue Chronos as the race gets underway, but not for everybody, not for Rob Johnston. He didn't get away at all well. It was a slow start for Andy Hiley as well, but they've all got going eventually. So it's Paul Collingwood leading Anton Landon and I think Andrew Hayward as they go into Copse Corner for the first time. The Mazda 7s are setting off as well, and they're almost 4 abreast as they come away from the line. Eddie Moore, of course, it was that won the earlier race. He lined up on pole position this time around, but it's the 71 car of the champion Jonathan Lister that has made it through as he headed into Copse Corner.
Yeah.
And off goes Paul Collingwood. He just tripped through the edge of the gravel there.
Again.
Yeah. Now, has he kept going? No, he's not. He's spun. Now, hopefully, he'll get it pointed back in the right direction. But Paul Collingwood, on the first lap and a half of both of the races, he's had big dramas that have really set back his hopes of beating Andy Hiley. Andy Hiley this time made a poor start, so we don't need to see exactly where he is in all of this. But in the first race, he was already well clear.
And Jonathan Lister had a miserable runs. One of the Mazda 7s has spun as well. That was up in the distance, I think.
So there's Paul Collingwood trying to fight back, but this is for the lead. It's Andy Hiley on the left-hand side of picture. He goes around the outside of Anton Landon to take the lead of the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship race earlier on today. He won by 1 minute and 5 seconds from everyone else. He was pulling out at the rate of about 10 seconds per lap. It was absolutely sensational performance from the Yorkshire pensioner in the Chronos. Here you've got some of the MEVs and Class B cars.
Hayward was very sideways there as well, wasn't he?
He was
got really out of shape at Club.
And here are the Mazda 7s coming through. It's Lister from Moyer at the moment. Then it's Simon Court in third place in the 55 car. And that's Imran Khan that was majorly out of shape in the number 21 car, the orange and green Mazda-esque livery.
He came across the grass.
He did, and lucky not to be collected by anyone. It looked like Martin Shelton was right at the back of the field as well there, so possibly he was one of those in trouble at the early part of the race. And the number 7 car is very sideways, and that's Stuart Mutch, of course, and he's trying to make up places. He started at the back of the field. He's got the reigning champion behind him, and he's got the current champion behind him, and ahead of him now as well, Neil Turner in the Caterham powers his way through in the number 66 car.
Much's problem, of course, he didn't get a second flying lap in practice because he went off into the barrier at Luffield. There's Collingwood fighting his way back.
Yep, ahead of Boyd, and here you've got Andrew Hayward losing out to the 58 car of Mickey Scott, who won in race 1 in the MEVs. And this time I'm afraid Rob Johnston has been taken out by Stuart Mutch, who got very sideways at Brooklands. They've both got back onto the circuit again, but Rob Johnston having lost quite a bit of ground there, but it was Mutch that was very sideways indeed and got into the side of Johnston's car.
I don't think it's inflicted much damage. It was sort of a glancing blow that flicked him off, and the Senna is coming back. Nigel Brown ahead of him in the Phasar, and as they come down towards Copse Corner, this group of jostling sports specials. There's Stuart Mutch, who came through at the end of the first lap. Where?
10th.
10th, was he?
Yeah.
but Mickey Scott 5th in the class leader.
And there he is with Andrew Hayward and Neil Turner behind him. So Andrew Hayward for the moment leads Class B. Neil Turner got the better of him in the early stages of race 1 to take the Class B victory, to add to the 7 he'd already taken, and he's going to do so again here because a little bit out of shape there was Andrew Hayward in that number 27 Silver Clubman through Chapel. And I thought down Hanger Straight it was going to be Neil Turner was going to be able to get ahead. I think he had done here. They're alongside behind Mickey Scott in the MEV as they head down the Hanger Straight. But no, Andrew Hayward is managing to hold on in that Silver Clubman. Caterham still there in second within that class. There's Rob Johnson trying to recover. And look, Eddie Moyer's now got the Mazda 7 lead. We're seeing a bit more of him in this race than we did in race 1, but he's ahead of Jonathan Lister now. Ben Powney, it is in 3rd place within that class. I think he's probably going to wrap up 2nd in the Mazda 7 Championship as well for this season. There's Moyer.
Yep, Moyer in the dark green nosed 77 with red lipstick round it. And we've got a couple of cars have pulled out into the pit lane.
Yeah, so there's Moyer, and he is not far behind Stuart much, actually, is he? I think he's got past Nigel Brown during the course of this lap. Oh, and look, there we've had the change for the Class B lead as well. Neil Turner now ahead in the Caterham.
He's had a good day, very good run this morning. But 27, really good on the brakes up the outside, which is Andrew Hayward, who briefly had that class lead back, but only momentarily.
Yep, and Eddie Moore in his Mazda 7, that's the low cost with the Mazda MX-5 running gear. 1.8 litre car. Problems for 83, pulling out of the Aim Shot Mazda 7 race. That's Robert Guymer. So driver with the novice cross on the back of the car, heading into retirement, I'm afraid.
3 abreast, potentially 4 abreast as Stuart Much muscles his way down the outside. He's on the curbs, he's gone straight onto the grass area.
Oh, and both of them steered off. The 2 MEVs have both gone off, Mickey Scott and Stuart Much. Now, which one of them is going to come out ahead? Much is going to be on the outside line as they go through Loufield's corner. He's got the cut back now to the inside line. He's alongside Mickey Scott for the lead of Class C. They're behind the number 65 car there as well, which is Martin Hayward's Silver Phoenix. But it's Mickey Scott that I think has managed to hold on to the position. So 7 minutes to go in this race. Andy Hiley it is that leads by 7.41 seconds at the end of lap 2. So 53 from 64, Anton Landon. We've just seen Rob Johnston come into the pits, I'm afraid, which is a sad way to end his season. 17, Paul Boyd is 3rd. 11, Paul Collingwood is 4th. 66, Neil Turner 5th. And 27, Andrew Hayward rounds out the top 6 as it's battle joined again in the MEVs, and it looks like now Stuart Much has got ahead of Mickey Scott.
Yeah, Eddie Moore's doing a great job, isn't he, in that Mazda 7. He's up into 7th place in the 77 car and really mixing it with the sports specials.
And Jonathan Lister and Ben Powney have got themselves together for 2nd place within that class as well. Simon Court in the white and blue car trying to go with them as well. So along the Hanger Straight, they give quite a big toe, of course, the low cost. So Ben Powney trying to take advantage of that and get ahead of Jonathan Lister. But Eddie Moore's well up the road.
There's the Kronos then, developed by Andy Hiley over the years. And he bounced back from a cycling accident, didn't he, which really put him out for a while, a few years back, but has been super successful ever since. He has a lead of 7.5 seconds after 2 laps. He's just going away. He said he made a good tyre choice this morning, having thought initially he'd made the wrong one. But here's the busy group there. Lister carves through on the inside behind Lister. I think that was Ben Powney we saw there. But here is the class leader. 2 cars that look quite similar. One is a Caterham, which is that of Neil Turner, who's the Sports Specials B leader, and the other is Eddie Moore.
Yeah, he's going really well, isn't he? There you can see Ben Powney. He is trying to get up the inside of number 1, the reigning champion from last year, Stuart Thompson in the MK Indy. Yeah. Oh, and Stuart Much has lost it again. This time he's had a collision with Martin Hayward, I'm afraid. Simon Court in the Mazda 7 has also spun, so he's managed to involve drivers from 2 different classes there as well, has Stuart Much in all of that. But Simon Court back underway, which is something at least. He's rejoined behind Nigel Brown.
Powney was ahead of Lister last time we saw.
Yeah, and there's Eddie Moore. He's wheel to wheel with the Class B leader, and he's through. great drive this from Eddie Moore. He's got ahead of Neil Turner now.
He was sort of punching the air with excitement at that point. I think he might have been waving at somebody in the grandstand.
Possibly so. A few people in the BRDC grandstand today, as there will be next weekend for the Walt Hayes Trophy Formula Ford 1600s, of course. But yeah, Eddie Moore now up into the top 6 overall as well, showing exactly what these Mazda 7s can do. Outpacing the Caterham of Neil Turner, which, as Neil was explaining earlier on, was in retirement along with the driver for a couple of decades. But back out this season, and again with the 750 Motor Club, and he's had a great year.
It's an immaculate car, isn't it?
It is beautiful. Waiting for them to come through Copse Corner and towards us. Now, is Neil Turner going to let Eddie Moore escape with this? Well, he's a few car lengths ahead already, but by no means getting away. You can see Ben Powney in the orange car, Jonathan Lister in the green car through next. They're ahead of Andrew Haywood and the number 1 of Stuart Thompson as well. We'll just see Martin Haywood retire to the pits for that damage.
I wonder how the engine characteristics differ between the Caterham there of Turner and the Mazda 7. Mazda looks quick.
Yeah, very similar in terms of layout, configuration, aerodynamics won't be much different.
Powney and Lister actually are sneaking forward.
Yeah,
I get the impression they're closing in a little.
Yeah, they did actually. I think Moyer was a bit distracted by the battle he was having with Neil Turner last time. He lapped a second or so slower than the cars ahead of him.
There's the surviving Sienna of Anton Landon in second place.
Yeah, and a lonely second it is too. No, he's got 14 seconds in front of him. He's got about 17 seconds behind him as well. So no one to race with, I'm afraid, for Anton Landon. Paul Collingwood is third. Paul Boyd is fourth.
Back ahead of Boyd, who was in third place the previous lap, but he's dropped back by a long way. At 2:44 for Boyd probably tells you that he's had a moment.
Okay, so Anton Landon turning his way through the right-hander at Woodcote Corner and is going to complete another lap. Here's Neil Turner, and he's now got the other 2 Mazda 7s behind him, with Powney and Lister at the hairpin.
Suggests in these conditions that the Mazda 7s are slightly better suited, or maybe the driver's a little more eager.
Yeah, and Neil Turner just, he's actually done well to get that place back.
He has. Lister's come back round Powney, going on to the going through Aintree onto the straight, and they're both out over the curves on the exit. Now we'll see what that straight line speed's about with a bit of tow. Moore's made his escape.
Yeah, Lister trying to dive out the slipstream into Brooklands.
But you're not going to see an Australian Moore Formula Ford car at the Walter Hayes next weekend.
I suspect not. No.
Sadly.
And there we go. They've both cleared the Caterham this time. So Lister's gone through. So too has Ben Powney. Powney in the 37 car racing Formula Ford at Brands Hatch yesterday.
And Turner's back on the inside. I think he might get a run on him. No, not quite.
No, so he's going to be down to, I think, 8th place now, isn't he? Behind these 2, which head down the pit straight. So Lister now inside the top 6. He's 3.2 seconds behind Moyer. They did almost identical lap time as last time through, to within a 1/10 of a second. So Moyer still looking good for the Mazda 7 victory, one would think. He heads down to Maggots and Beckett's. There is Andy Hiley, though, are rated at 19.29 seconds his gap. He's not going to win by a minute this time.
No, but he's lapping 11 seconds or 10 seconds and a bit quicker than Paul Boyd in 4th place, who now seems to be stuck in the 44.
He does, doesn't he?
So he's done tyre choice-wise, but it's not working for him.
Yeah.
Collingwood's about 3.5 seconds a lap slower than the leader.
That's right. So Moyer coming down the hanger straight towards the right-hander at Stowe, about 3 seconds ahead of the next 2.
The eddy on the side of his car looks like the sort of West McLarens, but they couldn't run west.
Yes.
Yes. Marketplaces where you couldn't advertise.
Are they going to get these 2 side by side? Is it going to be Powney back ahead of Lister, 2 long-time combatants together? Moyer's ahead of them. But which one is it going to be? It's Lister as they come back through. Last lap board has gone out to Andy Hiley, so he's gone to his 6th and final lap of the race. And these have still got a lap and a half to go. Now, Powney and Lister are gesticulating to one another, I think, and I think they're saying, let's work together to try and get with Eddie, but he's about 3 seconds up the road. Meanwhile, Andy Hiley is 24 seconds up the road from Anton Landon and turning his way through the Beckett's complex and onto the hangar straight for the final time. Down.
Yeah, looks very much under control, doesn't it? He's quick, he's consistent. I mean, his last lap 2:33.6, his best at 2:32.1 on a circuit of this length. This is the battle of the race, though, and it's Powney and Lyciter. And now this is where Lyciter pops out of the slipstream early. Powney keeps looking across at him. Now tucks in, and Powney comes back down. Is he going to try the inside into Brooklands? No, it's not quite going to be viable. Slippery through there. But a good exit from Luffield. Builds all that speed all the way through to Copse.
Yeah, Powney trying to nibble his way around the outside. They've still got a lap to go, remember, at the end of this one.
And doesn't Lyciter know it? He'd like to see the flag here, I think.
Quite
miles
sure
ahead.
right. He is.
At the outside comes Powney, but Lyciter holds on to second place among the Mazda 7s. There's Eddie Maurer in the 77 car.
2.5 seconds ahead of Lyciter, and 1300ths between Lyciter and Powney that time. There's Hiley, though, so he's already out of the loop, so he's sort of 2/3 of the way around his final lap, coming through Aintree now. This season so far, he's had 6 wins, and the Eclipses between them have had 7 wins. Collingwood 2, Boyd 2, Clive Hudson, who's not here this weekend, 3. So it'll be level pegging between the Kronos and the Eclipses, although it's taken 3 different Eclipse drivers to match Andy Hiley here, who has already wrapped up the Class A Championship within the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship. Is going to go out on a high with a 7th win of the year. He's just making his way through Luffield, just checking in on Eddie Moyer, who is still leading the way, but Andy Hiley about to come through to take the checkered flag. There he is now. Andy Hiley takes the victory, and round 14 of the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship, his 7th victory of the season, and it's by a very convincing margin once again. Let's head back to the battle amongst the Master 7s. It's a little bit more spread out between second and third, between Powney and Jonathan Lyciter.
I think they are slightly closer to Moore at this point.
Yes, they definitely are. 2.5 seconds it was at the start of the lap, so possibly they have worked together.
They want to be behind him coming out of the loop, don't they, through Aintree, and then try to dive bomb him into Brooklands. That's to be the way to do it.
Yeah, that's if it's going to happen, that's where it's going to happen.
Eddie Moore will be sitting there thinking, oh no, I can see them in the mirror. Just keep it clean, keep finding grip.
While they're fighting, Andy Hiley's waving to the marshals on his slowing down lap, having won by just under half a minute from Anton Landon. But here they are into the village hairpin for the final time.
Yeah. Fair old track back to the north for Andy Hiley, but that'll sweeten it. The roads here, I think, closed between Toaster and the M1, so alternative routes in operation. But here comes Ben Powney, who's getting closer to Moore. He's managed to shake off Lyciter for the time being. There's another car ahead of them, which I don't know is going to worry them at Brooklands, but it might at Luffield, which is the number 9 car.
Neil Webb in the MEV. So, yeah, Powney is with Moyer now. Probably another lap, and it would have been a real battle royal to the finish. But
now, what's the MEV going to do to influence this one? Nothing with 77. Eddie Moore, he's got around the outside.
Oh, Powney went to the inside, it appears once again, but I think Moyer's going to win this. A great race for the Mazda 7s this time. Over the line goes Eddie Moyer. He wins again. Ben Powney second, Jonathan Lyciter third. The 3 of them covered by just over a second, 47 hundredths between Eddie Moyer and Ben Powney. 77 from 37, and Jonathan Lyciter in 71 was third. And
3 of them covered by a second.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Andy Hiley continuing his waving lap. So behind Anton Landon, it was Paul Collingwood third, Paul Boyd fourth amongst the sports specials. Neil Turner, I think, has come through now to win Class B. As the 3 Mazda 7 drivers who've put on such a good race there circulating together on the slowing down lap. Andrew Hayward was second in Class B, Stuart Thompson third in Class B. Lucas Batt was fourth of the Mazda 7s from Simon Court, and Stuart Much beat Mickey Scott despite his various moments during that race to win the Class C for the Mavs, and he's also wrapped up the Class C championship as well.
How did that happen? I mean, the car was off the track twice. I think he involved in contact, and he still managed to scrape back and win the class by what? 3.4 seconds.
Yeah, something like that. So let's have a look at the results then at the end of that race for the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship of the Aim Shop Mazda 7s. Andy Hiley, 6 laps completed, and he was 29.3 seconds clear of Anton Landon in second place. So 53 from 64, and third was number 11, Paul Collingwood, another 28 seconds behind. Fourth was number 17, Paul Boyd. Then fifth, number 77, Eddie Moyer in the first of the Mazda 7s from sixth, number 37, Ben Powney. Seventh, number 71, Jonathan List, those two completing the Mazda 7 podium. Then we had the top 3 in Class B for the Sports Special: 66, Neil Turner, 27, Andrew Hayward, and 1, Stuart Thompson. And then in 13th place, it was our Class C winner, number 7, Stuart Much, from number 58, Mickey Scott. And it's a little bit further back down the order you have to get before you find who was third in that class, but we can see Nigel Brown was 15th, and then lots more Mazda 7 drivers, including Imran Khan in 21, rather than Sam McKee. He was 17th. And let's have a look at the next screen, because that's where we should see our third place driver in the MEVs in Class C. Just let that roll through. There we go. It was Sylvia Much, number 79, that was third of the MEV X sets R's. Number 69 to complete the podium in Class C. And there'll be more action next season from the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship and the AIM Shop Mazda 7 Championship next year, although mostly on separate grids, one would expect. So one more race to go in the setting sun here at Silverstone, but before that we're going to be heading down to the pit lane in just a moment. So Josh Barrett is ready to speak to our Sports Special race winner, Andy Hiley.
So we're down here in a much more chilly pit lane now at Silverstone as the sun starts to set, and it's been a great day for Andy Hiley. Well done, Andy. We think that the class championship is yours again after a great day.
Yes, I think it is. Yep, it's my class championship. Yes.
It's been quite a season, hasn't it? I think back to Snetterton, we had some extraordinary races there. Today's been rather different to that, but it's been a really fun year for you.
Yeah, we've had some very close races, but today hasn't been the case, has it? Don't really know why, but there we go. Yeah, we've had some really good races everywhere. Yeah, really enjoyed it this season.
And today, obviously, is this car particularly good in the wet? Do you enjoy the wet?
I don't mind the wet at all, and the car is good in the wet, yes.
It's a car that you've developed over a number of years now. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's taken a long time of development over the years. Moving it along slowly. Yeah.
What engine have you got in it nowadays?
It's a 2-litre Duratec, Ford Duratec.
And because I know for a little while you tried the bike engine, is this more preferable from your point of view?
Much more preferable from my point of view. I didn't get on with the bike engine at all.
Back next year for some more?
Yes.
How many years have you been doing this type of racing for now?
This type of racing, we've been doing it since 2004, I think. But we've been at it for 43 years.
You wouldn't want to be anywhere else?
No, not really. No, I enjoy the camaraderie with the guys we race with. All very friendly.
Well done on a great season, and look forward to seeing you again next year.
Thank you. We will.
So there's Andy Hiley, our winner of the Protec Shocks Sports Specials. We move on, I think, now to the AIM Shop, I should say, Mazda 7 Championship. Well, congratulations down here. We'll let Eddie take his helmet off after a great day again at Silverstone for Eddie. 2 race victories, 2 wins for you, Eddie, and you didn't have these too far behind you that time, but just far enough not to be in the tow.
No, we went quite high on the pressures to try and mirror what we did in the first race and break a bit of a toe, get through the sports specials quite early, but tyres definitely started to go off towards the end, so yeah, we were I was praying for that last lap board to come out, and luckily it came out in time, so yeah, well happy.
How different are the conditions now to the earlier race?
They're quite snotty now. It's not that sort of wet, you know, I'd rather it be wet or dry. You can take a lot more confidence into the corners in sort of maggots and Beckett's, but it's just you take it wrong just on one part of the corner and it'll just push you wide, which I experienced a few times coming around the international complex. So yeah, but no, well happy with the win. Like I say, managed to hold these off. I think if it had been another lap, it'd have gone their ways, but that's racing.
Well done on a great day, Eddie. Then Ben's over here. Ben, second position, and didn't quite catch Eddie, but a great race for John.
Yeah, it was great fun. I'm going to miss racing John. It's his last race of the season and probably for good now, I think. But yeah, awesome race. When we saw the calendar, we thought Silverstone GP in our cars, maybe not fun, but awesome racing. I really enjoyed that, really good.
You had to go in a Formula Ford yesterday. How different was that to racing one of these?
Yeah, bizarrely, this one feels like a boat at 600 kilos. But yeah, no, it was really good fun. It was a bit drier than here, bizarrely, but it's always better down south, I think, isn't it?
Well done on second place. And then, John, yesterday you almost put the muckers on it, I think, saying we'll see you later, because the first race, what happened there?
I was a bit silly. We had a fuse go, so but no, the racing was fantastic. Just want to say a big thanks to Team Sellers and Mum and Dad, Loretta, and Hill, my sponsor. It's fantastic.
And Ben just mentioned there, we think this might be your last race in the championship.
Yep, the car's for sale. If anyone wants to buy it, come give us a shout.
And hopefully we'll see you somewhere next year.
Yes, I'll be racing something somewhere, hopefully.
Okay, I think that's all we've got time for. We've got one more race to go. The car's already on the grid for the bike sports and the Sports 1000s.
They are indeed, Josh, for the final race of the 750 Motor Club season. Well, not quite at, because there's a few plum pudding races on Boxing Day at Mallory Park to enjoy as well. Entries open for that. Sports cars and saloon cars all welcome for that one. But yeah, the final race of the main championship season, the 750 Motor Club Bike Sports Championship. Let's take a look at the grid for this one. And on pole position, it is number 35, Leon Morel, who drove a brilliant race earlier on today to wrap up the Bike Sports Championship for 2023. 77 Charles Hall will start alongside him on the grid. Second row is number 11 Philip Brown and the 19 car of James Keyville. 14 Kenzie Beecroft and 5 Doug Carter on row 3. The fourth row of the grid is 2 Charles Graham and 16 John McLeod, Burkitt winner yesterday. 51 Daniel Headlam and 93 Stephen Larkin on row 5. 66 Richard Hardy and 15 Tim Harfer in the Revelation, which lived up to its name in race 1. So we'll see how he goes this time around. 7th row, 24 Ian Charles and 86 Stephen Bell. 8th row, 73 Alistair Smart and 8 Gordon Duncan. 9th row, 6 John Gilman and 23 Dominic Langdon down. And then on row 10, it's 90 William Patterson and 98 Jack Tomlin, with Richard Gilman, number 9, the final bike sports car on the grid. Then there'll be a 10-second delay before the Sports 1000 cars go off. 54 Ryan Yarrow is the first of those. On row 12, it's going to be 99 Seamus Heaney and 63 Colin Chapman. Further back, it's David Watson, 85, and John Kitmore, 98 on row 13. The 14th row is 88 Richard Webb and 65 Matthew Booth. 15th row, 44 Carl Austin and 87 Tom Johnston. On row 16, 115 Chris Wilkinson and 42 Clint Newman. 80 Carl Alabama and 33 Daniel Ashby on row 17. Row 18 is 83 Alex Aloro and 111 Stephen Hollock, although his car was badly damaged in race 1, wasn't it? Row 19, 81 Dan Clues and 7 Mike Waitman Highwood. Mark Goodwin in 120 and 69 Ian Hutchinson on row 20. Row 21 is 42 Jonathan McGill and 128 Charlie Sladden. On the 22nd row, it's 34 Stephen Dean and 91 Charles Wright, with Phil Hutchins number 21 bringing up the rear of the field. Marcus Pye alongside me into the cars, I think, about to head off on their green flag lap. It's a rolling lap, rolling start as well for these cars. 2 separate rolling starts with a 10-second delay between the two groups. Should be a fine race to end the season.
It certainly should, and super quick cars and some fine drivers out there on both sides of the equation. And these mixed grids actually work quite well over fairly short distance races, don't they? Because they don't tend to get in the way of each other in this sort of car. We saw, obviously, in the Alphas and the hot hatches were significantly quicker, and they came from behind. In this race, the cars at the front of the grid will be quicker, but will they, in the course of the race, catch them in groups? I don't know. They might catch them individually.
I think so. Obviously, we had the cloud burst, didn't we, at the beginning of race 1? It just got wetter and wetter and wetter during that race.
Yeah, that was really a mess.
It was, and Leon Morel was on the wet tyres, fortunately for him, which enabled him to take a very good, comfortable victory, won by 30-odd seconds.
If he'd been on the other ones, he could have had a late decision, wasn't it? But if he'd been on the drier weather tyres, then could have been a very anonymous performance before him. In fact, it was a stellar one.
Yeah, and absolutely would have probably taken the championships this final round rather than wrapping it up earlier on. Charles Hall had already wrapped up the Class A championship. He went backwards a little bit in race 1, finished 6th in the end.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
third
there
in
he
his
was in
class.
a car with more grunt than his regular one, the 1340 engine car of Scott Mattel that he's borrowed or been very kindly loaned for this event after Charles's car, his gearbox let him down on Friday. And that might have been different. You know, you're in somebody else's car, the conditions are quite conducive to sliding off if you're not very, very careful. You might get hooked up in someone else's incident, and there were plenty. Yeah, good run anyway. But very sporting of the Mattels to keep Charles out there racing. Good to see the Revelation finally making its appearance. And
Yes.
after the race, Tim Harlow was saying it was several years in the gestation period.
Yeah, no, and rewarded with a fine 4th place finish and class win earlier on today by 16 seconds it was from Carter's Radical in 2nd place. Let's see how it's going to go in not dry but not full wet conditions that we had earlier on today. In the Sports 1000s, let's just mention those as well. There's Ryan Yarrow in the dark green and yellow car. He is starting on the pole position here in that division, but he wrapped up the championship earlier on today with a fine class win. But he's got next to him on the grid Seamus Heaney.
Really impressed this morning in the
Really
Wolf. It's
did.
a one-off car which we haven't seen for a while, I don't think. Well, I've not seen it for a while, put it that way.
He has been out during the course of this season, but easily the most impressive performance we've seen from Seamus so far in that car. And then Colin Chapman there on the 2nd row of the grid, filling P3, and he's got Dave Watson next to him. And then it's John Cutmore, a long-time Sports 1000 competitor. Did have some time away, but he's come back to it this season.
And that car's been sold and goes to a new owner on Tuesday week. And he'll be out again next year with the Spire kind of 7 in Mag 7s and with his MK.
Yeah, in the Cup 200, so we're joining the likes of Richard Webb and Dave Watson et al. So 2 pace cars, the first of which is already about to arrive at Brooklands, ahead of a 17-minute race for the 750 Most Club Bike Sports Championship, and the Sports 1000 Championship backed by Absolute Alignment. You can see the 2nd pace car yet to appear out of Aintree, so it's hanging back nicely to give 2 clear rolling starts, and it should be a good one. Be intriguing to see how the differential in performance in this race compared to the very wet race earlier on today.
So is it a notional 10 seconds or something between the grids?
It's roughly 10 seconds. It looks like a little bit more than that as things stand at the moment, but either way, it's absolutely fine. Meanwhile, the bike sports cars are coming through now. The safety car has pulled in, so the race about to get underway, and the lights go out and away they go then, and it's Charles Hall and Leon Morel on the front row of the grid, and it's Charles Hall who's got his nose in front trying to swoop around the outside. I'm going to find it a bit difficult to view on some of the cameras, I think, with the settings.
He's made it, hasn't he? 77 Charles Hall leads. Leon Morel, the champion, is in 2nd place.
I think it's Phil Brown 3rd.
Phil Brown goes through in the red car, dives through into 3rd. One of the Radical SR3s, one of the many.
Absolutely right, and we'll keep an eye on the rest of the field of the Sports 1000. They're just about to come through to start their race, so let's see if we can see them head down towards Cops Corner for the first time. Yes, we can. And the flag drops and the race gets underway. So it's Yarrow on the left-hand side of the circuit, and he is ahead of the Wolf. But it's Dave Watson in the MK Indy that was reasonably wide on the outside at Cops Corner.
And 44 behind him is right over the curb.
Yeah, that was the car of Carl Austin.
Oh, and that's the Revelation spun.
Revelation
half spun.
Yeah, Revelation didn't quite have a rotation, but and we do have a spinner there, and that's the car from 4th position. Is that the car of Keeville, James Keeville?
Jamie Keeville, the white Radical, could well be.
Oh, and there's an MK that's well off the circuit there at Beckett's. It's the 80 car that has gone for a spin. That's Carl Alaban. That's well off the circuit there, but it's Ryan Yarrow leading that part of the race. Dave Watson, I think, got himself up to 2nd, but the Wolf is trying to recover that position now. We've got Charles Grahamans side by side with the number 14 car there. That's Kenzie Beecroft.
He's got through Charles Graham in the Daytona car. Disappointed yesterday to break down in the last few minutes of the Burkett 6-hour relay, but he's a multiple winner of it. So, and bottleneck through there.
Well, Chapman's got up to second place, hasn't he? So the Wolves lost out at the Vale. It's Rich Webb now ahead in the 2 MK Indies in the number 88 car, ahead of Dave Watson as well. So Chapman to second place here.
Yeah, Colin Chapman, the veteran, former motorcycle racer, racing for more than 40 years, one way or another.
Yeah, did some motocross, I think, as well, and all kinds of
that
things.
was the original thing, yeah.
So we've got the Sports 1000 battle coming through. Charles Hall has completed the first lap of race 1.54 seconds ahead of Leon Morel. Philip Brown third, John McLeod fourth, Daniel Headlam in the 51 car is fifth, and number 2 Charles Graham is sixth. But there's still a battle going on between the 2 MK Indies, the Hayabusa engined cars, MK chassis, and they are running 4th and 5th at the moment in the Sports 1000 set. Ryan Yarrow getting away here though from Colin Chapman in second place, and Dan Clues just in the background. He's starting to make a little bit of progress. He was well down the grid for this one, and he was the driver that could have taken the championship fight to Ryan Yarrow, but it didn't work out that way.
It's a superb field of bike sports cars, isn't it? More than 20 of them in action here.
Yeah, no, I mean the two together, more than 40 cars. It's absolutely fantastic to have this many bike-engined sports cars, slick tired or otherwise, racing together.
And the Radicals are by and large pretty well matched, down to driver ability. First Radicals appeared, I think, at Mallory Park, didn't they, with the 750 Motor Club back in the late 90s.
That's right.
They showed a car in the paddock, and then Mick Hyde and Phil Abbott started racing them, and then suddenly everyone had one.
Yeah, absolutely. It really took off very quickly.
Yeah, they
didn't
sold
it?
like hot cakes.
Yeah, originally the Radical Club Sport.
That was the original Club Sport with the Kawasaki 1100 engine, yeah.
Yeah, and then the Pro Sport was developed after that, wasn't it? Here are the two Atomic Racing cars together. The MK Indies, it's Dave Watson chasing after Richard Webb. John Cutmore in the Spire is just behind both of them as well, as they head out of Chapel Curve onto the Hanger Straight for the second time in this race.
Ducking out of the slipstream, that was Watson, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's got a slightly deranged right front wheel arch, hasn't he? That's waving in the breeze. Possibly slowing him down a little bit on the Hang Straight, but no matter if he's got through.
Round the outside at Stowe.
Colin Chapman going really well here in second place overall. What's happened, or is he still in second? What's happened to the Wolf? Where has the Wolf gone? Did it come through at the end of the first lap? No, it came through in third, Seamus Heaney, but he's seems to have disappeared since then. So maybe Seamus Heaney's got a problem and is out of the race, which would be a big shame. Yeah, because he's not in this group here. You've got the 2 MKs, then you've got John Cutmore, then you've got Dan Clues. So I'm afraid it looks like Seamus Heaney's a retirement from this race.
So you can see the balance of the MK cars, the 200 Cup cars, are really strong with that engine sitting bang central. And you don't have those sort of a pendulous end to worry about if you get it slightly out of shape, because it's all the driver and engine all sitting within the wheelbase.
That's right. Ooh, and now Cutmore's going to try and get up on the inside of Webb. Can't make it work though. Yarrow still leads Chapman. Meanwhile, the bike sports have completed their second laps. Charles Hall still leading. He's stretched his advantage now to 3.1 seconds over Leon Morel in second place. And off the circuit goes Richard Webb there. No, Dave Watson there, we should say, in the number 85 car. He's gone straight on at Brooklands, but has rejoined. He's ahead of Dan Clues, but he's lost out to John Cutmore in the number 98 Spire. Just under 11 minutes of the race left to go. And it is getting towards sunset here at Silverstone. Quite an atmospheric time of day to be racing.
The inside into Copse has come Dan Clues there, past Dave Watson. Yarrow's made it into the top 22.
That's the 69 car coming through, which is Ian Hutchinson's Spire. There's the 93 car, Stephen Larkham from Carrickfergus. I think he was a winner at Kirkheaston last weekend.
And then PR6s. There's the Wolf.
Yeah.
What's the time, Mr. Wolf? It's time to go to the pits.
It seems to be the case, doesn't it? So that's Seamus Heaney looking to be out of the race, although, well, they're going to manage to get the car back out. So we've got Radicals heading down the Wellington Straight. This is the number 2 car of Charles Graham. He's in 7th place, but we're getting Richard Hardy making up a place there.
That's one of the veterans of this.
And he's got himself ahead of, was that Doug Carter?
Doug Carter, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the Charles Graham car.
Yeah, and I think has Jack Tomlin cleared them now? Yes, he's come through into 7th, and he of course was the non-starter from race 1.
That's right, the car conked out on the warm-up lap and pulled off on the grass on the Hanger Straight. And the PR6s, the centre seat versions of the Pro Sport, still popular. Don't seem to see very many Pro Sport Club Sports out anymore.
No,
which is a shame because they're great little cars, and there were dozens of them.
Yeah,
so they must be lurking somewhere.
Oh, and that's Charles Hall getting past one of the back markers at 28, which is Nick Sladden, Charlie Sladden, should say, in the Sabre T2A, the ex-Tim Hovard car. Charlie's been racing this season, hasn't had, brilliant season in terms of reliability.
The fabled Hovard craft.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
54 is the race leader in the Sports 1000, Ryan Yarrow. He's turning his way through Luffield Corner now. He's at 22nd overall. There's Charles Hall. He's doing best laps of the race, 2:16.84. So this is going to be lap record territory, of course, for these cars. He's.
I wonder what they do in perfect conditions.
Well, we saw 2:06s, I think, didn't we, in the early stages of the Bird
Very
Kit
early yesterday, yes. But that was in I suppose the only bit of clear track they had from the first half dozen laps or so.
That's right, there is Charles Hall, single-seater racer, Class A champion already in bike sports this season, but not going to be the overall champion this year. Leon Morelli is still there in 2nd place. He's 12 seconds clear of his nearest rival, Philip Brown, within the class, so he's having a good, strong finish to the season. '77 and Charles Hall making his way through the sweepers at the Beckett's complex. Through Chapel, he will come and out onto the Hanger Straight for the 5th time in this race. 7 minutes of it left to go. Back into the Sports 1000 grid, and Dan Clues has been making up places. We could see him there in the number 81 car. He's ahead of John Cutmore now, but they're still going to be lapped, aren't they, by the race leader, Charles Hall.
That's right, and Charles pushing on really strongly. And Charles Graham's dropped way back. He was running in the top sort of half dozen or so earlier on. He's now in 12th. But there's Charles Hall in the Mittel. 3 more targets ahead of him to negotiate.
He's going to lap the whole RGB field, Sports 1000 field here, I think, because Ryan Yarrow, there he is, not too much further up the road.
That's Yarrow coming into the loop, isn't it?
He's doing 2:42s, and Charles Hall is doing 2:16, so nearly 30 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah.
And that is the difference between slick tyres and treaded tyres, even in suboptimal conditions for slicks.
So there is Ryan Yarrow in 54, car that changed colour this year, and he dabs the brakes, flicks it into Luffield Corner, trying to maximise his exit speed for the run down towards Woodcote. Keeping it nice and smooth into the apex. And up now towards Copse. He is now running. This is 22nd overall. He leads the class. And Charles Hall just goes through to complete lap 5.
Yeah, Yarrow and Morel here, both regaining championships that they last won in 2021. Yarrow won it in 2020 as well. Morel's first title was in 2021, and he also was the second in the championship last season as well, as was Ryan Yarrow to Richard Webb last year in Sports 1000. But now Charles Hall has indeed lapped the Sports 1000 leader and Sports 1000 champion. Ryan Yarrow is doing it with 4 3/4 minutes of the race left to go. So great drive this from Charles Hall, and making amends, I think, for the disappointment he faced in race 1.
He was probably sort of thinking on Friday his weekend was over when his car broke, but enjoying the 1340, the power upgrade.
90 car there is William Patton, the Scottish driver from Livingston. He is in 21st position overall, the last of the bike sports cars. The Revelation going through there, we could see that's struggling a little bit in this one in 12th place.
Yeah. I heard one car go past our studio, because we don't have a view out onto the racetrack, sounding very a deep-throated sound, so it wasn't quite firing properly.
The Wolf's in again, just looking at our pit lane camera that we have in the commentary box here. So that's Seamus Healy back in.
3.5 minutes to go.
So I think they may as well call time on this race. There's John Kirkmore now. He's got Dan Clues behind him at the moment. This is for, well, that's a change for 3rd position actually. He's got ahead of Dan Clues on this lap. It's still Colin Chapman in 2nd, who, as a result of that, if he stays there, he's going to exclude himself from Sporting Cup, the Sporting Cup Championship. He's leading that championship, and by finishing 2nd in this race, he's going to exclude himself from it, and it will mean probably actually, because was Jonathan McGill taking part in these races? Yes, he will probably inherit the championship instead, although I've not worked out the points on that.
If you finish in the top 3, you're out of it for the whole of the year.
Yeah, that's
so
it.
if something, so a real freak result happens.
You're excluded. But this doesn't seem that freakish. It seems like it's been done on merit, because Chapman's been showing good pace all day. There's the 11 car lapping the 2 MKs. Yeah, who's in 3rd place overall, coming through to complete his 6th lap of the race. I think we'll get this lap and then one that he's just starting, then one more. Charles Hall's done another best lap of the race at 2:16.56. There's Chapman going through. There is Cutmore. And it's interesting, in these dry conditions, the MKs aren't as close to the bikes, the Sports 1000 pace as they were earlier on, although they were in the very initial stages.
Yeah, that's that balance thing, I think.
So that's Watson.
You get good feel sitting in the middle of something like that, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
In damp. To show what, that was quite wide, wasn't it? I think that is actually the line there, because the white lines on the track pertain to the international circuit that we used here with the 750 Motor Club in August.
Yes, it's a little bit confusing. That's the 14 car of Kenzie Beecroft, who's circulating
under pressure,
place.
under braking from 88.
Yeah, from the car we just lapped.
A lap ahead.
Yeah, that's the fascinating thing, isn't it? These cars do have different strengths at different parts of the circuit. So a minute or so left to go. Here's Charles Hall. He's going to get one more lap at the end of this one then. Making their way around the right-hander at Lupfield. There's Ryan Yarrow, who's still leading in the Sports 1000 part of the race. He's in 22nd position.
Yeah, so he was lapped a couple of laps ago. Being gobbled up, wasn't it? And there was 7 laps down. Last lap should be, yes, last lap board goes out to Charles Hall. 2:16.55, another fastest lap. 100 of a second quicker than last time.
Well, he's done lots of fastest laps, all in the 2:16, so it's been remarkably consistent.
Yeah, which over a 3-mile course is saying something.
It really is, and just chipping away at his own fastest lap and lap record it will be as well. for the Bike Sports Championship, although we know that in full dry conditions these cars can probably go 10 seconds a lap faster, if not more. So he goes on to the hanger straight for the final time, and he's 13 seconds clear of Leon Morel in second place, who's just done a personal best lap as well, a 2:18.95, so he's going to be second here.
Yeah, no one else is under 2:20. In fact, no one else appears to be under 2:25, Ian.
Not in recent laps. Best laps of 2:23 for Philip Brown and Kenzie Beecroft, but not in the last couple of laps.
Oh, that's a bit hairy.
It's only 13-second lead you've got, Charles. You've got to be careful. That's the 23 car coming through. That's a bit further down. That's Dominic Langdon down, who's 21st. And the 91 car is about to be passed. That is the car that's being lapped, I think, for the second time of Charles Wright. But clock has counted down to 0 now. Charles Hall making his way through Village for the final time.
There's Ryan Yarrow, comes down towards Stoke Corner, I think that is.
Looks like it. So sort of lap and a half pretty much behind Charles Hall now, who is on the Wellington Straight for the final time. It is starting to get a bit gloomy here at Silverstone, looking out of our window for what view that we have. Yes, it's give it another 5 or 10 minutes, it will be pretty dark out there. But Ryan Yarrow making his way through Club Corner now for the final time, so he's got half a lap to go, just a corner or so to go for number 77. Charles Hall going to come through to take the checkered flag to win the final round of the 750 Most Club Bike Sports Championship. And of course he'd already wrapped up the Class A title as well. And here comes Ryan Yarrow then, who wrapped up the Sports 1000 title earlier on today. He's through Farm now, through the right-handed hairpin at Village for the final time. They're going to go through the left-hander at the loop, and he's had a relatively untroubled day.
Yes, I think this morning he was a little nervous about conditions, etc., but he knew that he was very much enjoying the upper hand in the championship race.
Yep, so he is making his way down to towards the checkered flag. Leon Morel has already taken second place and to win the Class B in the bike sports part of the race. Yarrow turning his way through the left-hander at Brooklands, the right-hander at Luffield for the final time. And it's going to be a victory then for Ryan Yarrow in the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship. Here he comes up to the checkered flag. There it is. Well done to Ryan Yarrow. Great way to end the season for him. And there is Charles Hall on his slowing down. That was a 7th winner for the season for Ryan Yarrow. So he'd won half of the races that we'd had this year. Dan includes John Cutmore, Matthew Higginson and Rich Miles winning the others.
Philip Brown third in the number 11, 40.76 seconds. A drift of second place. Kenzie Beecroft right on his tail. And 5th was 51 Daniel Headlam, and 6th with he had Jack Tomerlin right behind him. Jack, who failed to start the first race.
So making his way on the slowing down lap with his the champion just behind him as well. There's Ryan Yarrow, and he was 22nd overall, wasn't he? Colin Chapman taking second place within the Sports 1000 grid, and John Cutmore third. So that was Colin Chapman's best result of the season. Had a couple of 4th places, 4 5ths and a 3 6ths as well, so getting a P2 to go with that.
But no Clubman's Cup.
No Sporting Cup that will have eluded him because of that second place finish, but I suspect he won't mind too much. To get second overall is a great accolade, especially on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Ryan Yarrow waving to the marshals and the cameras and spectators on the slowing down lap there. I don't know if we're going to have a chance to go through the results or not before we head down to head down to Josh. There, let's have a look at those now. So the winner, it was number 77, Charles Hall, that took the win. He completed 8 laps in that race, and he was 14.25 seconds ahead of number 35, Leon Morel, who won his class. Third to number 11, Philip Brown. Fourth to number 14, Kenzie Beecroft. Fifth to 51, Daniel Hedman. Sixth to 28, Jack Tomlin. Seventh to 16, John McLeod. Then 8th was number 93, Stephen Larkham. 9th, number 19, James Keevil. And 10th was number 73, Alistair Smart. And we'll watch the next screen scroll through, and that's where we'll find our Sports 1000 winner. Or we should do, because he's not actually appeared there for some reason. We've not got the Sports 1000 cars there, but I can tell you that 22nd and winning the Sports 1000 class was number 54 Ryan Yarrow, from 63 Colin Chapman, and 98 John Cutmore. 81 Dan Cleese was 4th in that class, and then 5th and 6th were the 2 Cup 200 cars of Richard Webb, 88, who beat 85 David Watson. Marcus, some very brief final thoughts from you at the end of this weekend?
I think it's been an absolutely cracking end to the season. I mean, you could never guarantee the conditions in October, but we've had a stonking weekend here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit, which is very special. Brilliant driving, great mix of cars, and some interesting debuts. The Revelation came out, which was really good, and again, sensational marshalling. Thank you, ladies and gents.
Thank you very much, Marcus Pye. Good to have you with us again. Look forward to seeing you again next season, and I look forward to being with you all again next season as well with the 750 Motor Club. From me, Ian Seven and Marcus Pye, it's good night. We'll leave you in the company of Josh Barrett.
So we're down here for one last time to catch up with some race winners, and the winner of the bike sports race was Charles Hall. Charles, after the complete disaster, I guess, of earlier, that's the perfect way to end the season.
Yeah, it kind of took it out of my hands, really. The decisions were made by the gods. Just how the points work, and I said this to Leon, well done. He's, the overall, he's Class B. We've done Class A, but there's nothing really I could do to. You're racing a ghost. So yeah, the first race in the wet, it just kept coming down a little bit more, and I'm thinking, wow, that's probably the hardest race. But yeah, mega to finish. The season on a high, and all thanks to Scott for lending me his car because mine broke.
Tell us how different it was to drive to your one. I know the conditions weren't ideal, but how was it very different to drive?
The only thing, having a bit bigger engine but a bit more weight, it's actually smoother to drive. First time out in it this morning, we were just off on the bar, got it in the window, right tyres, gone. Yeah, lovely, mega.
Any idea what you might be racing next year?
I'm going to speak to the guys here and just see what we can do with the points a little bit, and see how it can sort of take away the sting, shall we say. I don't know. I love the sports cars. I love the bike sports. I'm sort of in bed, with the Mattel team now with their cars, because that's just unbelievable to drive. It's one of the best cars I've ever driven.
Well done, Charles, on the race victory. In second place in a class win for Leon Morel. Another class win to end your championship winning season, Leon.
Yeah, that's how we wanted to end it. That was a nice race. Minimal risk, just get it home. Yeah, good race. Congratulations to Charles. Well deserved win. He's clearly the class of the Class A field. Would have been a deserving champion, but I've stolen one this year, so maybe next year.
Well, I think the same can be said about you, because you've said about all year about having more competitors out. There's more out this weekend, but it's the same 2 drivers at the front.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so proud of what we've achieved this year as a team. We do this as a team. We're a small group. Obviously, we've got the backing of Valor. They help us so much with the car, the setup and stuff. But we do this as a really small team. We're not funded or anything like that. And to get 5 track records in a row, pretty much win every race bar 1, which we screwed up on tyre choice, which we would have won anyway. It's a bit cocky, but yeah, I'm just proud of it. It's a solid team. The car's never DNF'd in its life. They put a lot of hard work in, and I appreciate everything they do.
And for yourself, you really haven't been racing for very long, but it's been a very successful car racing career up to now.
Yeah, I mean, 21, dream start, championship win, maximum score. 22, just missed out to my friend Simon. And then obviously winning it again, 23. I'm just mega pleased to see my family and friends in the grandstand going crackers on the last lap as well. That was really cute. So yeah, big shout out to them for coming this weekend. It's not exactly very sunny, is it? So yeah, I appreciate their support.
Well done this season, Leon. So Leon Morel, our champion. So they're the bike sports drivers. We'll make our way down to the Sports 1000, and the winner again was Ryan Yarrow. Ryan, you said earlier you want to do a perfect end to the season. That's exactly what you've done.
Yeah, it's so slippy. I couldn't believe it. I think it was faster than before, but it felt worse, maybe because it's so cold. But yeah, I'm happy with that. It's quite surreal driving around with no lights and it's going dark, and kind of on your own sliding round. It's more emotional in that one than the other one, really, because I suppose it's done now. But it's probably saved the best till last, because I have had a lot of struggles this year, and it's kind of probably my own struggles have kept it tighter than it needed to be. I've put a lot of pressure on myself, so I'm really pleased. And
obviously you have developed the car. It's not a sort of a standard spy. You've done a bit of work to yourself, and do you think that's now really paid off?
I think at least it's kind of made it how I want it to fit. I'm not gonna. They're all as fast as each other, really. So maybe I don't know. Sometimes I have an urge to change things and it doesn't work. So it's one of them things. I've made loads of mistakes before as well. So I think just kind of consistent. My driving's been consistent all year, but the car's let me down a few times. So I didn't test on Friday because I just thought I don't want any reliability issues. So thankfully that paid off. Dead pleased with it. Yeah.
Well done on your championship winning season. So Ryan Yarrow, our Sports 1000 champion, and the race winner today. Second was Colin Chapman. Second place, Colin.
It's amazing, isn't it? Eh? My word.
And a great way to end the year.
Yeah, fabulous. I've knocked myself out of the Sporting Cup, which was my challenge all year, and it's first podium of the year. So I'm really chuffed. Absolutely delighted.
And Ryan was saying how difficult the conditions were in these cars. Was the same for you?
Phenomenally difficult. Yeah, it was. We thought it'd be better than this morning, but it wasn't. It was just as bad. I don't know what the lap times were in comparison, but it was lethal.
I think it really showed with the bike sports out there how much different full racing wet tyres make, because they were coming past you.
Yeah, it was like, where did he come from? I was looking back and there was a big gap, and then suddenly there was a car overtaking me. They come from nowhere. But it was absolutely brilliant. What a way to end the year.
And back for more next year?
I guess so. 21st year next year, so got to do it.
Good to see you. Well done on second place. John in third position. I understand, John, might be your last race in this car, so a good way to end the car for you.
Yes, it's a good result, actually. Yeah, the car's sold. It's going to Clint for next year. So I've done well to save the car, because it got a bit of damage the first time. But no, it's been a great year. Good end of the year.
Was it fun coming back into the championship again after a few years away?
I haven't really been too far away, just been doing other things, but I'm looking forward to next year's fun Cup car. So yeah, it'll be good.
You had a little go in it yesterday. Was that good fun?
Yeah, good result on the Burkett, 4th overall. So yeah, really good.
And thankfully your car's a different colour, which makes our life easier.
Yeah, I've started a new trend there, I reckon, haven't I?
Hope so. Well done on the podium. And then finally our Cup 200 winner and the Cup 200 champion for the year, Richard Webb. Well done, Rich. Again, tricky conditions out there, but a good result.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we rightly or wrongly chose to stay on dry tyres, so it was, interesting to say the least. But yeah, I mean, a great result to keep Dave behind me for the race, and had a great battle with JC, and looking forward to more of that next year, hopefully.
And the grids are growing for these cars, and we've shown, I think, in the best way possible this weekend how good the cars can be.
I think absolutely. I mean, I think coming fourth in the Burkett yesterday with 4 cars running absolutely faultlessly, only coming behind radical teams, I think it just goes to show what the cars can do. And again, coming P5 overall today, and Dave came P4 early, well P3, and myself P4 in the race 1. So it just goes to show how capable the cars are.
Obviously, you won the championship last year in Sports 1000. How different is that car to drive compared to this one?
Yeah, a lot different, to be fair. A lot different, but they move around a hell of a lot more, but it's fun and controllable. They're very predictable.
Well done on the championship, and I'm sure we'll see you next year.
Cheers, thank you very much, absolutely.
So there we go, that concludes not just our racing for today, but the 750 Motor Club season, which we've been able to broadcast for a lot of rounds thanks to Alpha Live. We hope to do more of that next year. Keep an eye on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, and the social media. The 2024 calendar soon to come out, and we look forward to returning and talking you through the 2024 season next year.